पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल वंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे.
Good afternoon. My script says ladies and gentlemen, but I see myself absolutely outnumbered here because, oh great. I'll probably say good afternoon ladies and gentlemen when she walks in. So right now it's good afternoon gentlemen and gentlemen. On behalf of the organizing committee of CREDAI CREST, Belagavi, it's CREDAI Youth Wing CREST 2017 South Zone Belagavi and hosts CREDAI Belagavi, I would like to extend a warm welcome to everyone who's gathered here today. I'm sure it's going to be an afternoon full of knowledge and information. As we all know, CREDAI Youth Wing is formed keeping in view the need to bring together the next generation of real estate developers so that they can be groomed and nurtured to become better professionals, ethical businessmen, and true leaders in real estate. The Youth Wing aims to educate the younger generation entrepreneurs on various aspects of business through learning summits and study. It provides a perfect platform to ensure knowledge sharing, interaction through business forums, and contributing to society through various CSR initiatives and activities. This brings us to CREST, CREDAI Study and Training, an event which is focused on creating responsible, ethically sound, and informed developers who will be the leaders of tomorrow. Sessions today will cover learnings from industry icons about affordable housing, alternate investment opportunities, RERA, digital marketing, all about sales and the sales story, and most importantly, how when the going gets tough, the tough gets going. Before we begin, we would like to thank our sponsors who have made this event possible. Our title partners, State Bank of India and Schneider Electric, powered by Anchor Panasonic, silver sponsor Neolite Bilcon and Global Paints, and supported by JK Cement. I would now like to call upon stage our dignitaries. Please welcome Mr. Kes Nurani, President, CREDAI Belagavi, Mr. Aditya Zavadekar, National Coordinator, CYW, Mr. Joydeep Ponagutti, Chairman, CYW CREST, Mr. Suresh Hari, Secretary, CREDAI Bengaluru, Dr. V.K. Jagdish Babu, President, CREDAI Karnataka, Mr. Shantilal Kataria, President, CREDAI Maharashtra, Mr. A. Sivareddy, Vice President, CREDAI South Zone, Mr. Rohit Raj Modi, Secretary, CREDAI National, Mr. Satish Magar, President-elect CREDAI National, and the man of the moment, Mr. Jakshay Shah, President, CREDAI National. Thank you, gentlemen. Of course, before we begin, let's inaugurate the CREDAI Way. And what best than watering the sapling? May I request Mr. Jakshay Shah and Mr. Satish Magar to kindly inaugurate today's event by watering the sapling. I request the other dignitaries to join them. And now I request Mr. Kes Nurani, President, CREDAI Belagavi, to welcome the audience.
Good afternoon, friends. Madam Speaker, I would like to yield my time to Aditya Javadekar, please. Uh, Good afternoon, youth wing members, CREDAI ECGC chapter members of Karnataka, all city presidents of Karnataka who are here, and all the dignitaries on stage. I wouldn't like to take much time, just a small thought. Most of you came on the SpiceJet flight today, and if you read the Spice Route magazine inside, that has a big ad of Mr. Shiv Khera, 3 days, 1,65,000, 1 day, 65,000 and whatnot. And he's just one man, and I've heard him, not that great. This panel that we have here is worth a lot more than that, absolutely. And no matter what amount of money you pay, you cannot get to hear them all in one stage, in one day. They are only here taking out, I don't know how much time and spending how much money all the way to Belgaum. Belgaum is a difficult place to get to, but they're all here only because of CREDAI. CREDAI is the family, that is the bond that gets us together. And I welcome everyone again, and I hope everyone makes most of this opportunity of listening to these great personalities who are here. Thank you very much. Thank you all for coming.
Thank you so much, Mr. Nurani. I now request Mr. Aditya Zavrekar, Coordinator, CYW, to please make his opening remarks.
Good afternoon, friends. Jakshay Bhai, Satish Dada, Rohit, Shantilalji, Jagdish Babu, Suresh Sir, KS and my friend Joy, and everybody here, every youth wing member, every CREDAI member who's made this happen. This may sound like a thank you speech, but I think what Belagavi has done is incredible. Number one, it's in line with our president's and the office bearer's vision to have more events in tier 2, tier 3 cities. This is a net surplus event, and the entire surplus we are going to do something awesome with it. We have the entire South Zone, 5 states, youth wing representation here. 6 states. In Maharashtra, yes. And I think what all of us are going to take back, like Kes said, is one big idea. That your 1 day spent here is going to change your business back home. What I'm really keen on listening to is how it can affect your and my bottom line. So I'm very, very excited to be a small part of this immense effort taken by CREDAI Belagavi. I look forward to interacting with every one of you, and I look forward to hearing the wise men speak. Thank you.
Thank you, Aditya. I now request Mr. Joydeep, Chairman CYW CREST, to put forward the CREST roadmap for 2017 to 19.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for coming out in such good numbers for the first South Zone CREST. I'd like to welcome again Jakshay Bhai, Satish Sir, Rohit, Shivareddy Garu, Shantilal Kataria ji, VK Jagdish Babu Garu, and especially like to thank them for going out of their way and accommodate this event in their busy schedules. Thank you, KS and Team Belagavi, for putting a wonderful event together. Before I'd like to start, I attended the first event that Aditya put together about 2 years ago. And I'd like to thank Aditya, Darshana Parmar, who previously headed CREST, and CREDAI Pune in general for introducing us to the concept of CREST and also inspiring us to take it up. CREST is merely not study and training sessions only or knowledge sharing. It also has been the main vehicle to build CYW in every city. It is the event which brings everyone together, and CYW starts to build from there. There are 4 things that I'd like to touch upon and why CREST is important for every member, every youth wing member. Part of it has been touched by both KS and Aditya. The first thing is it opens your mind and broadens your horizons. I've been to multiple CREST sessions where all our respected seniors have given their inputs, and every time I went there, it just amazes me how little we know and how much more there is that we need to know. Then the knowledge sharing about members, the peer-to-peer knowledge sharing, what we can learn of each other. Everyone's, in contributing in their own way to the progress of others in the entire CYW. Networking and forming a bond among all the members. As you attend more CREST events, the number grows, and you have a family of developers who are always there to help you out with any issue you have. Whatever information you require, they are ready to provide. Then the other thing is, it's called the one impact, is what Aditya and I call it. In every CREST session, the speaker will say one thing which will, which you will take back, implement in your business, and you will actually see there's a big difference that it will make to your business. So please continue to attend CREST. Please, schedule CREST sessions in your own cities, and we hope to grow CYW into a much larger organization. And I'd also like to say that all of us had teething problems when we started off CREST in each of our cities. But as you add value, and that value will have an impact on every person, and that will inspire people to come and attend CREST sessions. I'd just like to briefly take you through the roadmap for CREST 2.0. So CREST 2.0 has been divided into 4 different aspects. One is designing of the learning sessions. Second is content creation. Third is specific education, excluding CREST sessions. And fourth is reporting and data. So under designing learning sessions, up till now, we've had panel speakers, we've had keynote speakers. We want to make it more interactive going forward. It's going to be an collaborative approach, and it's going to be exercise-based as we go forward. We are also going to build an e-learning platform where all the CREST sessions that are happening across the country will be housed on the platform, and you can view it anytime, and they will be categorized based on the topic. For content creation, we are going to set up an advisory council, which will consist of members from senior members as well as youth wing members, and we are going to have local chapters identify what young developers want to learn and then create sessions accordingly. We are also going to share a lot of books and training manuals that different chapters put out. We are going to introduce a rating-based system for speakers, where the best speakers, we are going to create a tour. We are going to create a tour and book dates across the country, and they can go to different cities and give sessions there. Specific education excluding CREST includes a mentorship program, which somebody else would be heading, where CYW members will be chosen and they will be mentored by seniors. The IM course also will become a more coveted program. We're going to introduce a selection process and shortlist members from there before processing their application. Reporting and data. We are going to have a standard reporting format for all CREST events so that we can get all the metrics and analytics about CREST events in place. And we're going to have a dashboard which displays all this data. The team going forward will have about 3 members from the senior team for the advisory council, 1 member to help us with the IT platform, and 5 zonal coordinators who will coordinate with the 5 CREST zonal coordinators who will coordinate with the CYW zonal coordinators to drive CREST. Thank you, and I hope you enjoy today's sessions.
Thank you, Joydeep. I would now request Dr. V.K. Jagdish Babu, President CREDAI Karnataka, to share his views.
Good afternoon, everyone. Do I see smiles on your face? Yes. I'd like to welcome our President, Sri Jagdisha, our Vice President, and all the dignitaries on the dais and of the dais, and also all the friends who are assembled here. On behalf of CREDAI Karnataka, I would extend a warm welcome to you all. I truly believe what I see today is the future of CREDAI, but from the back of my mind, I see the nation developers here. All of you young developers, or the nation developers, and country needs your support. Friends, I've seen CREDAI growing from a small group of organization of a well-meaning developers coming together and to uphold the values and accountability to a huge organization of 14,000 members and chapters across pan-India in almost all Tier 1, 2, 3 cities of our country. This growth was possible only because most of the developers and almost all the developers believed in doing business the right way. And today, as members of CREDAI, we all stand to symbolize credibility in this country. I'm sure this year is going to be a real game changer for all of us, with ARERA and GST coming into place. But we don't have to worry about it. As members of CREDAI, we are already prepared. Our business transactions have been above board, and I think the most of the ARERA rules and regulations, they are taken from our code of conduct. And this would definitely bring in a lot of discipline into our field. And the only challenge probably we would face is the ease of doing business. I was talking to our president about it this afternoon, that we should have a uniform sanctioning process for all our projects. When you go for your sanctions, it's taking 8 to 10 months, which by the end of the period, the project cost is going up, and sometimes you'll have to shelve the projects. But I'm sure with the support of our president and the entire team, if we can bring a uniform online sanctioning and single window clearances, we should be able to ease out this also. And my friends, my parting advice to my young CREDAI friends, please be flexible and be adaptive in your thinking. Number 2, I feel, please never leave out your ethical values and principles. Whatever difficulties, we can always, if your vision is straight, you are focused on your vision and your ethical practices, if you follow, we can overcome any kind of difficulties with this. I wish all success for this CREST event, and our friend, our Belagavi president and the entire team has taken so much efforts to organize this, and I wish all the success. And Mr. Kois, I think it's a great effort of leadership. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. We now request Mr. Shantilal Kataria, President CREDAI Maharashtra, to please say a few words.
ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೆ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರಗಳು. Every language is dear to everybody. dignitaries on the dais, and my youngsters. First time I'm sharing dais with our President and President-elect. Friends, I feel that you are lucky and we are less lucky at the age of 55 or so. Because I was just calculating today morning, when I was 30, I was not having mobile, no smartphone, computers, remotes, metros, super highways, credit card, luxury lifestyle, Friday evening, Saturday evening. Nothing was there. No global exposure, no global networking. And here, everything is with you. Then why not to take advantage of this? Be tech savvy, be analytical, be determined, be devoted. मैं हर लफ्ज़ सोच के बोल रहा हूँ. Be workaholic, be hungry for knowledge, be hungry, of course, be hungry for money, but in legal ways. Hard work leads to the path of success. No shortcut for the success. Be focused. Today morning I was thinking that aeroplane तो किसी भी height तक लेके जाता है, पर it starts from the ground and ultimately has to reach to the ground only. So don't be carried away. Nowadays problem, particularly in the metro city, is that या तो बाप कमाता है या बच्चे कमाते हैं. Being a developing country, real estate के prices वैसे ही बढ़ रहे थे. तो value for money earning जो हमने किया उसकी तरफ कोई इतना seriously नहीं देखते. So don't get carried away. Always be in a good company. And my mantra to follow is collect and connect. जितने अच्छे दोस्त आप लोग कलेक्ट कर सकते हो from the platform of CREDAI, उतने कलेक्ट करिए. उनको अगर कनेक्ट करते हो तो मुझे नहीं लगता अपनी वरीज कोई सॉल्व करने के लिए थर्ड पार्टी लगती है. I can give you the n number of examples where CREDAI has helped me a lot. Whenever there is a work with the CM, I rush to our senior members of CREDAI, Maharashtra, CREDAI Pune. I was aware that who is close to CM, to whom CM listens carefully, the member who can impresses the CM. So my simple job is not to be in circle of CM, but be in the circle of these CREDAI members. एक फोन उठाया, मेरा प्लान पास हो गया. CREDAI मेंबर ने, हमारे दोस्त ने कहा, भैया फ़ायदा कितना हुआ? मैंने कहा, भाई आपने ही बोला ना रिश्वत नहीं देना है करके. I was in trouble in one of the case. I got a friend who is sitting over here. He advised me that this case can be solved in this way. He was with me for my case and I won the case. मेरी 25 एकड़ जमीन मेरे हाथ में आ गए. There was one reservation on my land. I again requested one of my CREDAI friend. We both were fighting for my land. We both were fighting for my land for 1 year. I got success. Everything is because of only CREDAI, CREDAI and CREDAI. We all are talking about RERA's FERA. Entire industry is talking about RERA, RERA, RERA. Fear is in our mind and advantage is with the advocates. I don't know why these architects, advocates, engineers, and so-called charter accountants are around us. Let me tell you from this dais, many of our city chapters have collaborated with the CA organizations for RERA. So their name is first, we are second. Who attends, who pays? All CREDAI members. Why not CREDAI seminar and we just call them for some particular reason? They are earning money, they are dominating us, and fault is on us. Nobody reads the RERA. Let me tell you, there are 37 pages in RERA Act, 92 are the sections. Out of that, I gave the discount of 50%. There are only 42 clauses, that sections one has to read. Just read the chapters 1, 2, 3, 4 and 6. And you are the expert in RERA. Lot many WhatsApps are moving. RERA Guru, RERA Guru. Who is the RERA Guru? There is no RERA Guru. We don't read. We are not so serious about RERA. So friends, let me tell you, if you read the RERA Act, it's simple. Only transparency is required. Whatever you commit, no doubt there are certain reservations about the ongoing projects. But let me tell you two things. All these ongoing projects ka jhamela only for 3 months. Since I am in Karnataka, Belagavi, Karnataka mein ki Maharashtra mein? Karnataka mein. Since I am in Karnataka, let me tell you, though there are no rules, the act is applicable except Jammu and Kashmir, all over country. So that 70% ka amount alag rakhna. Except since the rules are not in place, no need of going for the registration. But all other formation of a body, conveyance deed, carpet definition, 70% amount to be kept in a separate account, all is applicable all over country. Don't be afraid of RERA. There is a very simple, बोलते हैं ना हर ताले को एक ही चाबी लगती है. So one key to get rid of this RERA is that have an excellent rapport, brothership, I won't say friendship, with your consumer. He is the only person you can make a complaint against you. If he is your brother, if he is your friend, then not to worry at all. RERA fear, agar aapko cross karna hai, to have a rapport with your consumer. I think lot many, we all have forgotten that grahako devo bhava. So now the old days are here again. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. The way you opened your speech, I can only say Kannad Gotille. I hope that is correct. And yes, I'm very happy to see some lovely ladies in the audience. Welcome, ladies. I couldn't open the speech saying welcome, ladies and gentlemen, because there were no ladies. So I guess, yes, welcome to all of you. Next, we would like to call upon Mr. A. Siva Reddy, Vice President, CREDAI South Zone, to please say a few words. Mr. Rohit Raj Modi, can we please hear your views?
Good afternoon, friends. So while the name tag there reads Secretary CREDAI, I think I'm here as the chairman of the youth wing, and which Aditya is trying hard, to make me forget. Okay, I'm just 42. Okay, I'm still out there. It's very interesting that sapling which Satish Dada and Jakshay watered. That CYW is pretty much like that. That seed was sown about 6 years back, and I think we are a fast-growing sapling on the way to become a very strong and a fruit-bearing tree for CREDAI. Today, CREDAI in 6 years has reached to a point where the National Committee, CREDAI Youth Wing has reached to a point where the CREDAI National Committee feels fully confident to empower the CYW so much that for the very first time, all of the 42 committees of CREDAI National has a mandatory post for a CYW representative. Guys, this is a phenomenal opportunity to grow, to learn with probably some of the best experts on that subject, and also to expose yourself nationally. I would sincerely suggest all of you to work towards that along with your respective city team members to ensure a seat for yourself on that committee. You know, there are committees dealing with taxation, financing, best practices, RERA, affordable housing, GST, you name it. I think we have a committee almost on everything under the star. But we have left a lot of positions for CYW empty on those because we also wanted to not go with prefixed names or notions in our mind, but we wanted stars to come out from tier 2, tier 3 cities of India, those who are dedicated, those who are confident, and those who wish to learn. We must take that opportunity. I wanted to point out on something what Shantilalji just mentioned about RERA, because that's an all-consuming topic these days for all of us. That today as we stand, nobody knows RERA better than us CREDAI developers. There is no consultant out there, there is no lawyer, there is no chartered accountant who knows it better than us. We must seize that initiative in our own cities. And it is very simple. I tell you, it's one of the simplest acts ever written. So much so that I would go out and stick my neck and say it's pedestrian in language. It is that simple. You need to study it, make a group of people who you think in your city who can involve others, who can learn, who can go through it, filter it for others. And it will be very helpful if you form study circles in your own cities and go through joint reading sessions, etc. And try and do practical workshops like the one you're doing today, a practical workshop where you take up case studies of live projects and try and fill the annexures in the form. It is very simple. But if we will let go of this initiative, it will become like environment approval, it will become like airport authority approval, where the consultants will rule the roost. They will come and tell you, you want this, I will charge you X lakh rupees. He will make a cut, copy, paste, third grade report for you, and it will get submitted. Then you have 3 hearings, because first 2 hearings are about wrong report itself, factually. Today, nobody in this country has dealt with RERA so much so as CREDAI. I don't know how much of you are aware of that. CREDAI has participated in 3 standing committee hearings of Parliament in Parliament on RERA, presenting developers' point of view. Post that, once it went into Rajya Sabha, the standing committee of Rajya Sabha towards so many cities. In every city, they met with CREDAI leadership of that city to understand RERA. So don't think that someone from outside can come and teach you or do it for you. You are the champion of it. It is very simple. Don't be scared of it. Just take the initiative and get ahead of it. I mean, that's my only simple saying as far as RERA is concerned. And I wish all of you all the best for today's session. CREST is probably the biggest gifts that CYW has received, thanks to Pune in no short measure. Some phenomenal programs are being rolled out in this year for CYW. And in my opinion, the personal gem in all of that, and that's a price as well, is mentorship channel. CYW would be launching a mentorship channel where, based on certain qualification and eligibility from across India, youth developers will have an opportunity to select a mentor developer of their own choice. It's a voluntary program, so the mentor is also volunteer and the mentee is also volunteer. And you get to spend an X number of hours over Y number of weeks with that particular person to understand business model, to solve your business queries, and to help you grow personally as well as professionally. But that will be really given to the deserving CYW members. And as Kes said in the beginning, that no amount of motivational speaker can teach you what those one-on-one sessions with some of the leaders of our industry can teach all of us. So I hope that in times to come, as the program gets rolled out, you would take advantage of that, and wish you all the best for all your endeavors. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Modi. I would now like to welcome Mr. Satish Magar, President-elect CREDAI, who's also lovingly known as Satish Dada, to say a few words.
Yeah, I don't know how I'm going to start now. Dada means something else, but you can treat it as elder brother. So respected dais, the entire CREST, which has come from about 5 southern states and 1 western state. Can I say that? KS and his entire team for this wonderful reception to Belgaum, because I was warned, don't say Belgaum, don't say Belagavi, say Belgaum, so I'm saying Belgaum. Well, it's a real good honor to come here, and this, I think, Jakshabhai is the first occasion when after being elected, we are coming to some zone, and it is coming to Belgaum. It's very happy to be here. Oh, Rohit mentioned about Pune, and the youth wing started in Pune. When I was president many years ago, I was the one who opposed it. And I opposed it so strongly that they had to take it to the center and bring it from there. So I could not say anything. I just had to keep quiet. And the basic reason, I thought I was very insecure. So 6-7 years ago, if I thought that if these young guys came in, who learned computers when they were in school, who could, use both their hands in WhatsApping messages, who could read, because we have forgotten, not Jakshay and Rohit, but at our age or wherever I am standing now, we have forgotten to read. We don't like to take advice, but we like to preach. And in all this session, if these young guys are going to come and start acting smart with you, you're going to be in trouble. And you're going to be very insecure. But I can admit I was wrong. Today coming to any CREST session, mind you, we have not come to give anything. We have come to take everything. We have come here first to take energy from you. We have come here to take knowledge from you. We have come here to take technology from you. We have come here to take that entire zeal from you. And this is the way the business is going to go forward. See, 1976, when the Urban Land Ceiling Act first came, none of the CREST people were born, because 40 years is your age? Yeah. At that time, that is the time when the promoter builders were born. Because land was scarce, money was scarce, government contacts was scarce, and it was a scarcity market. Gradually, over the period of time, the government realized that these builders or developers who were so-called are totally unprofessional and they need to be treated. And they need to be treated properly. So what came first is commoditization of finance. The moment finance was available to people, a lot of technically qualified people started coming into the game. Then they commoditized FSI, because you can just pay and buy FSI. Then Jakshabhai is a great proponent of ease of doing business. So when all this happens, where does the traditional developer stand? He has to just go. He has to just go. And with RERA coming in, because who spoke to the customer ever? Who treated him as a, what Aditi Dev or anything, Nothing. Nothing. How were we dealing with customers 25 years ago, do you know? लेने तो अभी ले, पैसा रख, नहीं तो चल. दूसरा बाजू में खड़ा है. Those days are gone. And when these days have all gone, and when industrialization of our business has happened, I think this is where CREST will play a very important role for years to come. Because you have that hunger for knowledge, you have that hunger for systemization, you should have hunger for money, legitimate money, as Sanjila ji said, but you should also have hunger for ethics. Because if you put all these hungers together, I think you are going to be contented, you are not going to be overloaded food, and there's going to be no indigestion, but you will certainly, it's going to be your days ahead. Because all those people who can get these 4 things together, I think the business for them. And this has really come as a blessing in disguise, that RERA, I'm so fed up of that word, absolutely fed up. Everyone talks about it. After some time, my driver also starts speaking, sir, wo RERA session ko jana hai apne ko. No, why? What is the problem? There's no problem. But people who want to make money out of us are creating the problem. I said, you just leave. I don't know that 29, 32 pages I have not read. You don't have to read all those. You just read what is required. Just follow that old dictum, and I think everything is going to be good. I want the President to give his vision. I think you're going to hear me 1-2 times more. I'm not going to bore you more on this, but it's been a pleasure coming here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Satish Dada. And we all know that it definitely means Marathitla Dada. So, may I now request Mr. Jakshay Shah, President CREDAI National, to please say a few words.
Good afternoon, friends, ladies and gentlemen. Our Satish Dada, President-elect, President Karnataka, Sri Jagdish Babu, President Maharashtra, Shanti Lalji, my team, mate, my buddy Rohit, Kash, Aditya, Joydev, Mr. Hari, dignitaries of the stage, friends from media, and the sponsors. Friends, I have inherited a great legacy left by my seniors, Mr. Kumar Gera, Santosh Rungta, Rajni Bai, Lalit, and my immediate predecessor, Gitambar and Irfan. Without them, I am nothing, and without of that legacy, I am standing in front of you. So, the only way to show my and to give the acknowledgement to this legacy is to enrich it and to build upon it. And I was just told by Rohit and Aditya, it has been 6 years and CREDAI has from the inception. The first time, there not only one, but there are 2 members from CYW on the National Executive Committee. I think so. The first time, there are CYW coordinator to each and every committee. The first time, there's a new woman wing, CREDAI woman wing committee has been entrusted to a CYW member. I think so, Aditya. The first time, there's a special mentorship program for the CYW. And the first time of the special arrangement of financial support, a commitment to CYW. I think, and the first time a CREDAI president has chosen CYW as the first appearance before the CREDAI fraternity. And we have given Rohit to you also. Now you should have learned how important you are. So at CREDAI National, we believe it's not only the alignment, it's an integration, what we think so with you. And then you have to carry that responsibility ahead, that now you have to push the pedal ahead, that we have carved out, we have, in manifesto, we have told. So on national scene, CREDAI youth has come with a bang. So a round of applause for you and CREDAI youth. Friends, you have entered CYW is now witnessing a renaissance of the real estate. I was talking to Rohit and Satish Da in the aircraft. That earlier it was the basic necessity of a roti, kapda and makan. That in 1966, then Prime Minister Lal Bahadur Shastri requested farmers and then gave the slogan that we have to import the food grains from US and other countries. Said we have to surplus in this. And today we are surplus in roti and kapda, but unfortunately shelter eludes one of the lowest state of this country, of less fortunate people. I think Prime Minister has rolled out its vision, housing for all, and he has kept in mind none and other less CREDAI Youth Wing, to be the soldier to fulfill his dream in coming years. And that's how you may have seen how the government is sensitive about creating an ecosystem in the real estate, particularly in the affordable housing. One way is coming with the transparency, the faith. Now they are also trying to restore in our industry also. A law, a regulatory, of infrastructure status. I think this is one of the biggest reforms of any government we have seen after a long, long, long time. This, because I was just also talking to Shantilal ji also, it has been 40 days since I assumed the CREDAI President office, Jagdish Babu. And out of that, I was out for at least 19 to 20 days. And I am here, Belgavi, is not something to tell you that tomorrow again I am going out of country, and I am not going to tell you that what I am sacrificing you, for what I am sacrificing, but that I believe, and I'm so much have the confidence that this CREDAI CREST Belgavi will help CREDAI and hopefully the nation in coming days, what we have visualized. There is a game-changing environment, friends, to support us. And you must have, most of them have witnessed on 9th of April. Isn't it a great honor that Union Minister is launching our manifesto? There is so much, we owe him so much, and lot of responsibility on us also, and particularly the CREDAI Youth Wing members also. And here, the manifesto, I think most of them have gone through the manifesto. Expertise the targets, particularly in Skill India, Clean India, digital economy, CSR initiatives. These all are directing on you, Aditya. So मैं आज यहाँ मांगने आया हूँ from you. बहुत कुछ हो गया, बहुत कुछ we have done. Of course, we'll do much more, but I want a commitment from you. Yes, we will do this, and we will trying to fulfill this manifesto into you. I want a big yes from you, friends. Absolutely. Is okay? Can I go from having a big yes from you? Yes. I cannot hear you. Yes, that's a spirit, friend. Friends, I often ask that what CREDAI as a business organization has to do with the skill training, CSR, and Clean India. Let me say that, friends, the era of business organization making profit, maximizing profit towards their owners, those days are gone. You can't be having only profit. Of course, we are here to make profit, but not at the cost of stakeholders. So, our agenda at CREDAI National of skill development, solid waste management, or a green building, all strategic intervention for the real estate to survive and grow. And those species who has worked against the environment, they are extinct. And those species who have adopted the environment of their industry have survived. And the survival is only, the friends, I was also, that's evolution, the subject is evolution. Evolve. Evolve is a verb also, I think so. And the secret evolve is not to compete but to cooperate. Those people, those organizations, those industry who will cooperate, unite together, they will survive, and CREDAI is meant for that. And whenever I come to CREDAI, I am not here to give something, always I take it. Whatever I am in that, any position since last 15 years in CREDAI is only and only because of CREDAI. You will not learn anywhere in the Harvard and Oxford or anywhere in the IITs, IIMs, what you in. There's ocean of knowledge and one-to-one. And that's how we have also drafted a mentorship program. Tell me in any organization, or when we were studying and we were struggling with the business, We don't have that luxury, or we are not dreamt also that I'll call Satish Da, I'll call Gitambar, Irfan, or any big developers. यार मुझे काम है, मैं 2 मिनट आपको मिलने आता हूँ. It was not there. This is only and only for you guys. And you have to take maximum advantage. Function like the event like CREST, it helps so much. I'm so happy for you. I congratulate Kes also to and Joydeep also. Joydeep, I think so. Yes. Yeah. But I was wondering that Belgaum, Kes called me, and I'm so thankful to fit my dates, my schedule with this also. He has preponed also. Because I am like you also, friends. Coming from tier 2, tier cities, Belgaum has done wonders. If I can make it, you can make it, Belgaum. And I hope this pioneering event proves that Belagavi is no less than Bangalore or any other tier 1 cities. I can tell you that the future lies in tier 2, tier 3 cities. And for that, in Nagpur, the first time, we are hosting a special conclave and event of 2 days, national event in Nagpur, only for tier 2 and tier 3 and 4 cities. I request K.S., Aditya and Rohit to get involved. Mr. Anand Singhania, our vice president, is organizing, and with his team also. Santilal ji, आपको भी, I think Maharashtra comes under you, sir. आपके वहाँ शांतिलाल जी को मैं हमेशा कहता हूँ, our Chanakya, our Birbal, whatever जो है, and we are enjoying his hospitality since yesterday, from hotel to here, Rohit. My special compliments to K.S. Nurani. The name contains 2 powerful symbols, love and light. I think so, what I heard that. One cannot wish more for CREDAI, CREST, and evolve. So let love and light be our guiding force to evolve into national changing force we wish to become, the new India. Thank you so much, friend. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shah. And now we have a very special presentation coming up. It is an initiative taken by CREDAI Karnataka to promote the projects of CREDAI members. I would like to request Mr. Suresh Hari, Chairman, CREDAI Homes Committee, and Secretary, CREDAI Bengaluru, to kindly introduce CREDAI Homes to all of us.
Thank you, friends. I don't know whether it's good evening, good afternoon, yes, whatever it is. After lunch, it's one of the very, very vibrating sessions we started. And what can be better with our very, very youthful, I don't know whether I'm attending a youth conclave with the national president of CREDAI or a youth president. Gujarat is also part of the youth. I think you are holding 2 portfolios now. The national president of CREDAI, Jaxi Bhai, Satish, our president-elect, our Rohit, our youth secretary member, Shiva Reddy just joined in. Welcome, Shiva Saab. You just walked in. Shantilal, our secretary, president of CREDAI Maharashtra, who spoke excellently about the RERA, how to protect yourself. And of course, Aditya, our convener, on whose guidance, of course, this whole thing is happening. Not to forget our Quais Bhai. Fantastic arrangement. Quais has taken all the effort. We have been a beneficiary of this venue in Belgaum. The earlier event we had, StateCon, where how the people from across the country gathered here for a national convention, which was supposed to be a state convention. Thank you, Quais, for taking that lead. Belgaum stands out in Karnataka as one of the best chapters. Thank you, Jagdish Babu, for joining me and being here today. Because of you, I am here. And I have a small presentation because, can I start the video if it is going back also? Is it coming there? Yes. See, we are not reinventing the wheel. Let us be honest about it. All have spoken about, our Shantilal said about, don't be worried about RERA. I think we are all doing everything, what we need to. In fact, CREDAI is one body. Of course, in CREDAI Karnataka, we can tell, the code of conduct which was evolved almost 20 years back under COPA, before CREDAI became a reality. Then we merged with CREDAI and we became CREDAI Karnataka and Bengaluru and other chapters. We had a code of conduct, which again is taken by across the country and all have signed it. So the code of conduct is nothing but how do we do our project, how do we market it. So we are declared ourselves as a person who is following RERA in some form or other already. So there is nothing, let us not talk about RERA. I think it should be a dream of sort, which is going to be a pleasurable experience in future for the customer. This is particularly, we are talking about a portal specifically designed for our members. Members, how do we move in now? Is it on? Yeah. So the real estate property listing portal, what it is there now? It is cluttering market space, all the projects which are not registered are in place, and you have a very poor experience of members who are using these sites, because invariably you go into a site and you don't know what you are buying ultimately. It is like not like going into Flipkart or Amazon and searching your product and buying. It's some more of a lifetime investment. You need to make it as an experience for the customer. What we felt was we are in an organized setup. CREDAI has evolved itself into a stage where we have a national standing, and we are being heard about everywhere, and we are given a respectable place in that society and also in the government level for various forums. And when that is so, then why not we market our products? Market means we are not going to sell it. We are going to showcase our member products. So these are the things which will move into the next level. Why CREDAI Homes? So that equal exposure is given to every member, including Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities. We are not going to classify them as from here or there. Member across or buyers across the globe can log into the site and look for any project in any place which is covered by CREDAI member. Today CREDAI is covering everywhere. So we will be able to access the projects which are already accredited, or a member being a CREDAI, he is already accredited as one. It's a RERA compliant, we can ask. We can say CREDAI compliant. We don't have to say RERA compliant. We will call ourselves CREDAI compliant in future. So we will also reduce our market spend in this, because I am not demeaning the role of a middleman or agents. We are not touching that space at all. Let that space remain, because they are also in a space which has evolved itself. They are also part of our the act that has come in. So they will also do what is ethically right and wrong. Whatever they can do has to be washed out. So we are going to do it ourselves, and then you can save a lot of money in your spend. And directly connect to the buyers and sellers. This is our next. What are the features in this? Simple to access. Once you go in, it will be easy to monitor. We are giving you direct connect to the builders whom you are going to buy the product from. You can search your product. Nothing is hidden. We are not going to say the access is with us, through us you go. No. Directly, if your ABC builder is identified, you connect to the ABC builder directly. There will be a microsite also on the website, which will be accessible to you. We are going ahead with campaigns. We have started already a soft launch campaign in billboard, you must have seen. All the cities of Karnataka where the chapters are there, the billboards are up for the past 4 or 5 days. It will be there. Announcing about the CREDAI portal launch. We are doing a SMS campaign, because we didn't do a heavy campaign before today, because the launch should take place and then we should, otherwise user experience, again they will say it's one of the talked of site. So we will have a slowly television campaign also, and also the social marketing and Google and various forms of marketing, which you are all very familiar with. We will take it up. And we will take suggestion. Any suggestion you have, the Gen Next, the CREDAI Youth Wing, please give us your suggestion. We want input from all of you on this experience. Pump in as much. If there is anything drastically to be changed, we are ready to do it. And we are just launching it today. Just we have done a promotional video. Just listen to it. This is what will be on YouTube now. Volume, please. No, you have gone to the, yeah. Not portal launch. Previous slide. Friends, this will be on YouTube. You can promote to your members.
An initiative by CREDAI Karnataka. CREDAI Homes is conceptualized as one of the largest real estate, intelligence and property listing platform in India. CREDAI Homes is specifically designed to promote the projects of CREDAI members. How do we boost your business? CREDAIHomes.com empowers you to grow your business and be the local expert buyers and sellers can count on. Connect you to potential resident and NRI clients. Make you stand out where buyers and sellers search for credible information. A portal which makes dealings hassle-free. Deal with the enquiries yourself. Increase traffic to your website. Fill your pipeline with interested home shoppers in your target geographies. More eyes on property equals more queries equals more business. And if you're a developer builder, being on CREDAI Homes is a great way of getting your brand in front of potential home buyers. As a part of CREDAI Homes, you will have access to a dedicated team to give you the best advice and guidance on how to get the most out of your advertising. To flourish more, get access to online database, make contacts, generate leads, and earn. Isn't that amazing? Choose CREDAIHomes.com today and be assured of authentic and up-to-date property information, customer satisfaction, and transparency.
Picture abhi bhi baki hai. We will request our National President, youthful National President Jaksay and Satish Magar to formally launch the portal. These are the pages, some of the pages we have just, we didn't want to go live stream on this because invariably we have found glitches. So due to that experience, we have cut and pasted those existing pages, which will go on stream from now on. The CREDAI portal will be on. We have designed a specific logo for CREDAI Homes, which is symbolic of our existence and uses the same color scheme that we have in CREDAI adopted. So please, we request all the members to give your portal information, your project information to the team. I will tell you about the team which is working on it. We have a dedicated team, and I should thank on this first for Jagdish Babu for driving this initiative. He took about 3 months back. He said, I should get into these and work on it. And we were scouting around people who can do this portal development. Invariably, we got a lot of people like how RERA consultants have come, a lot of consultants piled on us, and they gave us a budget of almost 1 crore and more. I said, why we are struggling that? And that is when one of our members, that is where CREDAI, we benefit from CREDAI. We have in-house everything. I would like to recognize Ismail Sansi, our Hubli Vice President and Midmac Managing Director. He has a software company called Midwest Infotech. He said, I will do that. This is not a big thing to do outside sourcing. What a thing we can get it. Every budget was put on him. He said, you make the portal profitable and take money out of it. And we will share the profit with it. Thanks, Ismail Bhai. This portal is for you, by you, and for our customers. This is like this is a dedicated portal for CREDAI members. We will not have other members non-CREDAI on this. It will be displaying products which are facilitating the home buyers and the end users facility. That will be a revenue model, and it will benefit all the customers. Once the RERA comes into play, we will be taking properties after their listing. We will follow all the norms. We will we'll protect ourselves. And I spoke to our Jaksebai, and I told him once we launch it, we'll take it to national level so that it can be, we don't have to redo various places. We'll drive it for the national. And since we have already put the software and the technology behind, we are going to get updated information. The builders can get input on the visitors' profile and market report, how many visited, how many converted, and we have assured that if any project which is put there or sold, they'll be off the shelf. We won't want multiple display of the same project there. We have algorithm written for that. They have assured to do that. So once the project is sold, that particular unit will not be available on the net, so that customer doesn't come back to say that I am identifying something which is not there. So this is our portal. Thank you very much. I have a small task also our Jaksebai to do. We have to appreciate this. I think that the youthful exuberance that is in him, within taking over of 1 month or something, he came out with the innovative idea. I wrote to him one mail some time back, but I don't know, he has thought about it ahead of it. I told him we need to network and get harmonious integration of all chapters. I don't know how he had worked ahead of that. He had got all the secretariats of country coming together and having a forum. What a fantastic, I think he deserves a round of applause for that. Because that's the first level of connectivity that we can do. And you know, your Karnataka chapter won 3 awards. And one of the awards is for Belagavi. I think that award should go from Jaksebai to the President of Karnataka for the most responsive consumer grievance redressal mechanism. So this is CREDAI compliant chapter. Thank you, friends. We request all the chapter members and members to drive putting your project on the website. At the same time, I am inviting you all for a very important event, CARE Award, which is done by CREDAI Karnataka. It is slated for 1st of July in Bangalore. Bangalore is hosting the 3rd edition. The invitations has gone to all the members for participation. We have got already 95 entries from Karnataka. The best of projects will be showcased and awarded. It's one of the pridest award one can possess. I'm sure you will be part of it in being there. And we look for a lot of sponsorship support. I'm sure you will all extend your hand. I welcome you all for that CARE Award also. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We would now like to also welcome Mr. A. Siva Reddy, Vice President, CREDAI South Zone, who has just joined us some time back. Sir, can we please have a few words from you?
So good afternoon, everybody. I'm very sorry to be late because I have to travel 900 kilometers by train. Yesterday evening, I started my journey in Vijayawada. I don't have any choice to come by flight and all this. Please excuse me. This is the inspiration of each and every CREDAI member. Just now I listened, Mr. Suresh Hari told, we will not afraid of any RERA or GST and demonetization. We are the CREDAI members. We have self-code of conduct. People will afraid of CREDAI. If CREDAI member is doing a project, definitely all norms and all terms and conditions will apply. We will deliver the goods within time. As said Mr. Jakshay, that we have 5 goals of Youth Wing. For Skill India, to make affordable housings, Clean India, Clean City movement, and Make India, affordable housing and skill development programs. One more 2 also we have to add this. We have to concentrate on our chapter strength. This is the crucial time to us. We have to concentrate on our strengthening of our chapters and expansion of our city chapters also. And at the same time, we are already doing that CSR activities throughout the nation. We have to get something from the society. At the same time, we have given back to some percentage of the society. This is my brief message to you all. I am very happy to be here today. This is one of the best seminar. In this future also, there will be so many speakers. We will learn from them, and we wish I wish all the best to Belgaum chapter for giving me this opportunity. Thank you. Thank you once again.
Thank you so much, sir. The CREDAI CSR Foundation, CCF, has been established as the CSR arm of CREDAI to engage in the preparation of, development, and execution of social and charitable projects, including projects to promote and protect the interest of construction workers and to promote welfare schemes for them, such as skill development, health, hygiene, education, and others. Since inception, CCF has been proactively promoting education, skill development, ensuring inclusive growth of all the stakeholders of real estate. Standing true to its commitment, CREDAI Youth Wing today would like to extend its support to PYAS Foundation. PYAS has been created by like-minded people to provide drinking water to poor in the villages adjoining Belgaum. Let's take a look at what the foundation is and its noble work. Can we have the AV, please? Ladies and gentlemen, amidst big round of applause, Can we please have Dr. Madhav Prabhu, President Pyas Foundation, to please join us on stage?
Honorable dignitaries on the dais and off the dais, I see today in front of me nation builders and builders who are going to build our nation. And it feels good to be amongst you. And it feels even more better because all of you are young. Pyas is all about the youth. We were a bunch of classmates, and what is unique about Pyas is that all of us are professionals. I'm a doctor, our secretary Rohan Kulkarni is an industrialist. We have chartered accountants, we have bankers, we have builders who are with us. And all of us together, we have led with a social conscience. We have not gone and asked somebody for anything. We have gone to people, or rather people have joined us, and they have said that yes, we have a social conscience and we want to do something for the society. Today, I'd like to thank CREDAI, and especially the youth of CREDAI, and not only thank you, but also extend an invitation from Pyas that we professionals would like to have you professionals join us, and together we'll build a nation. And we'll build a nation in which nobody will ever be thirsty. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Prabhu. Please stay on the stage. I would now like to request Mr. Jakshay Shah, President CREDAI National, Mr. Satish Magar, President-elect CREDAI National, and Dr. V.K. Jagdish Babu, President CREDAI Karnataka, to hand over a check of Rs 75,000 to Dr. Prabhu as CYW's contribution to his noble cause. Thank you so much, sir.
Just 1 minute. I'd just like to add that our most ambitious project that we have already started is the Kittur Lake. And I'm proud to tell you that the only organization who first supported us was CREDAI. I'd like to thank that. And that project is going to support 150,000 people from one town and nearly 17 villages. So it's going to be a huge project. It will be over 2 years. We've started it. We have finished 10 acres. I think Chaitanya and CREST has already monitored the project. 20 acres next year, and we hope to quench the thirst of nearly 125,000 people. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Prabhu. CREDAI Belgaum would also like to acknowledge the tremendous work done by CYW South Zone Coordinator, Mr. Krutivas, and CYW South Zone Secretary, Jagannath Rao, for putting together this entire program. I would now like to request Mr. Indraneel Bhanja, DGM State Bank of India, to kindly step up on the stage and address the audience.
Good afternoon, everybody present here. I am representing an organization, builders. I am representing a builder organization. We are building the nation from the year 1806. And in the process of building the nation, recently we have signed an MOU with the CREDAI, because no other partner than CREDAI we can join hand in our endeavor to make the India better and bigger and stronger. Now your bank is one of the top 50 global banks from 1st of April after merger of all the associates banks of State Bank of India. And we are aspiring to be the top 10, one of the top 10 global banks very shortly. So we need the support of CREDAI. And I'm representing as a DGM of Hubli module, the 6 of the districts of North Karnataka. And the 6 of the districts comprising of the 242 branches of State Bank Group and our subsidiaries. And in Belagavi, we have 75 branches. And all the branches are enabled for sanctioning the home loans to our customers. And in 28 years of service in the bank, I have worked in different places in India and even abroad. I was posted at Tokyo, and I stayed there for almost 3 years. I was at Mumbai before coming here in September, and I am from Kolkata. But I'd like to share with the national leadership of CREDAI that this place, Hubli, Belgaum, Dharwad, and this place of Karnataka will one day beat any of the major cities of India. Tremendous potential, and I am seeing the place is rocking, and the contribution, I feel that whatever is happening in real estate sector, the credit goes to both CREDAI Hubli, CREDAI Belgaum, and all the CREDAI members present here. The credit goes to you. And we are partnering the State Bank of India. We'll be providing all type of supports to you. The beauty of this place is that when I walked in Tokyo, it was only the billionaires. When I walked in Mumbai, I was staying in Oshiwara. That is a place with the highest population of billionaires. At the same time, there's the slum dwellers. But this place of North Karnataka, we have the units, we have the farmers growing crops, we have the units and supplying the spare parts to Boeing. We have the customers who can afford buying flats by paying 1.8 crores. We have farmers, we have customers who are facing difficulty in earning a single rupee in a day. So with this wide range of customers, we have the all products which for the all segments of customer. And that's why I am very proud that the national leaderships of our bank has signed an MOU with the national leaderships of CREDAI, and with the partnerships, I am sure that our objective, the common objective of building the nations will prosper. And here, when I'm talking about the smallest segment of customers, we have a scheme under the Prime Minister's Awas Yojana. I would like to take this opportunity to share with you that at this part of my zone, we are going to launch one campaign, special campaign from 1st of June to 20th of June. It is focusing on this affordable housing, and this is the Prime Minister Awas Yojana. I'll request the CREDAI members present here and the CREDAI community to provide me the leads on this segment and all the loans. Why it is on 20th? Because 10 days time will take for sanctioning the all loans, and we'll declare on the 1st of July, that is the bank day. And we'll declare that this number of projects we have sanctioned. At the same time, I request the support of the CREDAI members that in one way that it's a very good initiative that he have launched the portal. I liked it because it's one of the transparent, one of the trustworthy portal. And being the partner of CREDAI, I request that you please examine to put a link of SBI, the online application in that portal. It will help the customers, it will help the bank, and it will strengthen our partnership. So we have conducted one builders meet recently. Mr. Raikar is here, and we conducted builders meet at Hubli. We are planning to conduct one similar builders meet here at Belagavi, and we'll be conducting at different districts here in North Karnataka under our jurisdiction. So another initiative we have taken, that we are inviting complaints from our customers. We are inviting complaints so that we can rectify ourselves. It is required because we have got the more responsibility being the top 5, top 50 global banks in the world. At the same time, I request your support that in the way that if you face any difficulty at any of our branches, and think that please let us know. Give us chance to correct and rectify ourselves. Because without that, our aspirations to become, to provide the homes to every Indian will not happen. And last of all, that before concluding, I'd like to share with you that another initiative bank has taken, of course, not relating to the home loan sector. It's the campaign is going on. The bank that the subsidiary, the SBI Mutual Fund, they have launched one product called the SBI Dual Advantage Fund. It is for the builders and the all members present here. That this scheme is like the fixed deposit scheme, with 82% of the fund will be put in the zero coupon bonds and 18% in the equity market. And the return, post-tax return, will be more than the FD rate, though it is subject to the market risk, but no declared return, but it's expected to be more than the FD rates, and it's a secure product. So if anybody interested, my team will be helping you. But beyond that, that let us, this whole purpose of my coming here is that to see and to take your help in ensuring our corporate goal to provide at least one home to every of our fellow citizen. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. We request you to stay back on stage, please, Mr. Bhanja. I must say this has been an insightful inaugural session and has set a perfect tone for the sessions that are going to follow. Let's now honor the dignitaries who are sitting on the dais with a small memento. May I request Mr. Chaitanya Kulkarni to please step forward and honor Mr. Jakshay Shah, President CREDAI. Mr. Satish Giri to please come forward to honor Mr. Satish Magar, President-elect CREDAI. Mr. Anand Heda to please step forward to honor Mr. Rohit Raj Modi, Secretary CREDAI. Mr. P.S. Hiremat, please hand over the memento to Mr. A. Sivareddy, Vice President CREDAI Zone, South Zone. Mr. P.S. Hiremat. May I request Mr. Vijay Bhandari to please come forward to honor Mr. Shantilal Kataria, President CREDAI Maharashtra. May I request Mr. Harshad Kalaghatki to please step forward to honor Dr. V.K. Jagdish Babu, President CREDAI Karnataka.
I like the way you move into the drum.
May I request Mr. Deepak Gojgekar to please step forward to honor Mr. Suresh Hari, Secretary CREDAI Bengaluru. May I please request Mr. Vijay Patil to kindly come up on the stage to hand over a token of our appreciation to Mr. Joydeep Ponagutti, Chairman CYW CREST.
I like the way you move into the drum.
I request Mr. Kes Nurani to hand over the memento to Mr. Aditya Zavrekar, National Coordinator CYW. And I request Dr. V.K. Jagdish Babu to please honor Mr. Indraneel Bhanja, DGM State Bank of India. State Bank of India is also our title sponsor today. Please a loud round of applause for them. Gentlemen, can we have a photo opportunity with all of you together?
I like the way you move into the drum.
Thank you so much, everybody. I now request Mr. Chaitanya Kulkarni to kindly deliver a vote of thanks.
Good afternoon, everybody. On behalf of CREDAI Belagavi and CREDAI Karnataka, I'd like to thank the CREDAI national team and the state team for making CREST a great learning platform. I keep saying always, discuss with a senior CREDAI member for an hour, and you will surely have an experience of minimum 5 years. That's true, friends. Just discuss with them for 5-10 minutes, you'll just grow by 1 year by experience. I thank from the bottom of my heart the national team and the state team of Karnataka and Maharashtra who made us, all of us, more knowledgeable today. Thank you all the dignitaries. My special thanks to Aditya Javadekar, National Coordinator CYW, and Chairman Joydeep for the CREST for giving this opportunity, golden opportunity for the city of Belagavi. We are thankful for the delegates from the 6 states of the country, that too in large numbers. My sincere thanks to our sponsors who have made this event possible and also helped us to serve the community too. My thanks to PAS Foundation for accepting our donations. We appreciate your work, Dr. Madhav Prabhu, on behalf of PAS Foundation. I thank my own members and the youth wing of CREDAI Belagavi who have worked day and night reluctantly to make this event a grand success. We are thankful for the electronic media and the press for the great coverage of the event, and they are also present here today. Thank you very much, all the gentlemen. We are thankful to the Yash Events and the Fairfield Marriott management for this wonderful venue. They also, last but not the least, Anand Heda, the event chairman, he has made us work together day and night for at least not less than a week. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, gentlemen. Can we have you join us in the audience? May I now request Mr. S.N. Prasad and Mr. Prabhudev Desai from Schneider Electric to please step up on the stage to make a brief presentation. May I request the audience to please settle down while we have Schneider Electric make their presentation to us. Gentlemen, presenting to you Schneider Electric. A big round of applause for them. They are also the title sponsors for the event today.
Good afternoon to all. My name is Prasad. I am working as Associate General Manager, Marketing in Schneider Electric. Today, I have a small slide, a brief slide of two slides on the company and rest of the slides on the trends and challenges. So the next slide, please. Okay, if you look at the slide, we have a company program called Life is On. So what is Life is On? So as you're all aware, energy is the base of life. So when energy is on, life is on, right? So we ensure energy is on by making it safe, reliable, efficient, connected, and sustainable. So the first slide, I would like to talk about the global picture of Schneider. Schneider Electric is a French company. It's a global leader in energy management automation. We are about 26.6 billion euro company with a 5% investment in the R&D, and almost 160,000 plus employees across the globe. So we have four integrated and synergetic business, so which is building, then we have industry, then we have IT, and then infrastructure. So if you look at 45% comes from the partners and buildings, 21% from the industry, 20% from the infrastructure, and 14% from IT. So we also call this as a balanced geography. So when you say balanced geography, so if you look at our percentage of the business which is happening across the globe, so 27% is coming from North America, 26% from Western Europe, 18% from rest of the world, and 29% from Asia Pacific. So this is actually distributed equally. Next slide, please. So when you come to India, so we have a huge investment in India. We are present in about almost 130 plus countries, 130 plus cities, 19,500 plus employees, 48 sales office, 28 factories, 45 distribution centers, 1,300 plus R&D staffs based out of Bangalore, 61,000 plus points of sale, and 2,600 plus partners. So this is a huge investment in India. And if I have to talk about the R&D, we have 4 global R&D centers across the globe. One is in US, France, China, and the 4th one is in India. The next one. So coming to the trends and challenges, there are 4 trends and challenges today with respect to the building industry. The first one is safety, second one is connectivity, the third one is energy efficiency, and the fourth one is luxury and style. So let me just talk about the safety. So if you look at any building for that matter, whether it is a building, commercial, industrial, whatever it is, so 43% of the total accidents is happening because of your electrical short circuits. Next slide, please. So what exactly Schneider can give? Schneider can give you protection against property, protection against people, protection against appliances. So how do we do that? So safe for property. So when I say safe for property, we are going to give you a protection against the electrical fires, so which is MCBs. We have MCBs which trips 50% faster than the standard to prevent fire. We also have switches which is called as fire arresting or inbuilt arc quenching mechanism. Safe for people, we have RCCBs, RCDs, which is voltage independent. So when I say voltage independent, generally what happens, you have a fluctuation, your RCCB will not work. But in our case, what happens, RCCB works on a current sensing technology. Even during the voltage fluctuations, RCCB gives you protection and safety. We have sockets with child-safe rotary shutters. Then we have safe for appliances. We have surge protection devices, which protects against your lightning and switching surges. We also have auto reclosure relays against your over voltage and under voltage. Next slide, please. We are also giving you the safety across the chain, so which is your safe electrical panels. So it is tested and proven and customized. We can do the customization, and it is, certified by all the international bodies. And safe homes, safety boxes, we can give you up to IP65 range of distribution boards. And safe to touch, though this is your mechanical switches and the touch panels. So the second challenge which we are talking today is about connectivity. So connectivity, as you all are aware, that explosion in connectivity enabling technology. So when I say explosion, there are 2 types of explosion which is happening, the mobile users and IoT. So when I say mobile users, India has the second largest mobile user base, and IoT devices, just hang on, just go back. IoT devices. So today, when we are talking about IoT devices, by 2020, we are, the estimate is 24 billion IoT devices will be there on the earth. So that means every person will have minimum 4 IoT devices in this earth. So that is the level of explosion which is happening. So we need to be geared up for that. So next slide, please. So what Schneider can do that? What Schneider can give you? So we can give you connectivity in the energy management. We can give you the connectivity in the surveillance. We can give you the smart home solutions. So when you say energy management, today energy management is no more a choice, it's a compulsion. And Schneider Electric is the master in energy management. So we have motion sensors, which actually switches on the devices when the motion is detected. We have occupancy sensor, which actually switches off when the occupancy is not there. So then, we are giving you the energy saving even at the lighting level. Next. So we have safety, we have smart DBs, we have protection devices, we have switches and sockets, we have HVAC integration, which is your BMS, security, which is surveillance and security systems. So all your CCTV solutions and all those things. Then we are also into the appliance control, which is your audio integration. So this is done through IR and media controls. We are also into the fiber to the home, which is structured cabling solutions. So next, we can also give you the motorized curtain controls, temperature controls, smart thermostat, smart settings, control settings through your mobile. So, and all these things, which is very easy, app-based controls, we can give you in iOS, Android, as well as web. So we have come out with a unique electrical system, which is called as SmartLink solution. I'm sure that this could be this would be the one of the only solution which is available at present in the market. So we are connecting all our MCBs, RCCBs, surge protection devices, and meters into this smart solution, SmartLink, and remotely we can monitor, we can control, and we can understand what are the energy parameters. So sitting in a remote location, you can identify whether it is in a switch on condition, off condition, trip condition, how many times it has been tripped, how many times it has been switched off, switched on, number of on-off cycles. So lots of parameters can be derived from this SmartLink solution. And today Schneider can give you the complete low voltage remote monitoring and control solution right from your MCB, MCCB, and ACB. Next slide, please. So across these segments, we have references. We have buildings, hospitals, hotel, data centers. Next slide, please. So if you look at the, the references, we have Infosys, Accenture, Manipal, Accor. Next slide, please. So what we are saying is partner with Schneider Electric, make your IoT a reality at your home. Next slide, please. So the third trend or challenge is energy efficiency. So this is a very unique, challenge. So today what we are talking is that 2020, the energy consumption will grow by 50%. That means it is 1.5 times. And we have to reduce the carbon emission by half, which is almost about 50%. So to achieve this, we have to be more energy efficient, that is almost 3 times. So this is the data which is compared vis-a-vis 2009 to 2050. So these are the challenges which we are facing today. So what Schneider can do for this? We have something called EcoStructure, which is again unique to Schneider. So EcoStructure for buildings, data centers, industries, commercial buildings. So EcoStructure has 4 layers. The first layer is connected products, which is your IoT devices. All your internet operated devices can be connected. So all IoT devices, we have it with us. The next level is edge control, which is your software and solutions. So when you say software and solutions, you need the data to be retrieved from the IoT devices. So for that, we are going to use this edge control and the software solutions. And then some of the small companies, they will not be having the capability of having the servers and the software. So for them, we are also giving the cloud. Then we also have the analytics. So you can take the data from you can take the data and give the analytics. Next slide, please. Next slide. So the last trend is luxury and style. Next slide, please. So what we have is whatever products we design, it is basically whether it is a distribution board, whether it is a switches and sockets, whatever it is, we keep it in mind. The style has to be one of the key design parameter. The next. So these are the 5 different products what we have. So we have Alti, which is a real the premium segment switches and sockets. So all these products are available at the display. So we would like to explain you once you are outside the counters. Next. So some of the global experts recognized, and these are some of the customers what we have. We have hotels, we have builders like Prestige, we have Shobha, we have Godrej, and so on. Next slide, please. Next slide. Next slide, please. So with this, what we are saying is, you design for millions of people, but we can help you to make these designs perfect. So thank you very much. Thanks for the opportunity given to us. And last but not the least, thanks to Mr. Noorani for giving us an opportunity to be part of this CREDAI.
Thank you so much, Mr. Prasad. Well, now moving on to the knowledge sessions for the day. Change is the only constant, as they say, and change can either make it better or worse. And you have two choices, either to evolve or to dissolve. This unique quality of change has got us today to the theme that is aptly put in as evolve. We now move on to our first session, Tough Times Don't Last, Tough People Do. The session will be moderated by Mr. Rohit Raj Modi, Secretary, CREDAI National. May I request Mr. Modi to please join us on stage. Mr. Rohit Raj Modi is full-time director in Ashiana Group, which has been in the housing development sector for more than 3 decades and has established its reputation as a real estate developer that provides quality of construction, safety of investment, and integrity of commitment. He has been actively involved in business development, marketing strategy, planning and execution of housing projects since 1997, and as of date has constructed almost 44 lakh square feet carpet area for more than 3,200 families. Mr. Modi served the position of Honorary Secretary in CREDAI NCR from 2008 to 2013, and also served as Vice President of the Governing Council of CREDAI National from 2015 to 2017. Presently serves as Secretary in the Governing Council of CREDAI National. Welcome, Mr. Modi. Our next panelist for the session is Mr. Satish Magar, President-elect, CREDAI National. Mr. Satish Magar is the Managing Director of Magarpatta Group of Companies, who have diversified interest in township development, IT parks, SEZs, hospitality, retails, and agriculture. With around 26 years of experience in building, construction, and promotion industry, he has been a member of CREDAI Pune Metro, originally PBAP, from 1993 to 2013. He has been the President of CREDAI Metro from 2009 to 2013. He has also been the Vice President of CREDAI Maharashtra from 2009 to 2011, and President from 2011 to 2013. Please, a big round of applause for Mr. Satish Magar. We next welcome Mr. Jakshay Shah, President, CREDAI National. Jakshay Shah is the President of CREDAI National and has added his crusade for affordable housing to CREDAI's agenda. At his instance, 373 affordable housing projects across the country, comprising almost 250,000 apartment units, have been launched all at once. The commitment has been inked and LOI submitted to the Union Ministry for Housing and Poverty Alleviation. Jakshay has also strengthened the Consumer Protection Protocol in CREDAI. He has also widened the concept of social responsibility in CREDAI by taking up skill development for construction workers. Those who know Jakshay's do-or-die attitude believe this is just the beginning. I now request Mr. Modi to take over the session.
Thank you. Okay, so friends, since we are running a little behind on time, we have decided to keep this session for only 20 minutes. What I'm going to do is that we will listen from these very interesting, very wise gentlemen for about 15 minutes, and I'll leave 5 minutes for questions. And I know that 5 minutes is too short, but believe you me, I think you would be willing to ask a lot of questions by the time we finish with them. Since the topic is tough times don't last, tough people do, and there can't be better example than the gentleman on my left and right. I would like to just give a very short introduction for those of you who still don't know who is Mr. Satish Magar. If you've been to Pune, there is this giant Magarpatta city and now even bigger Nanded city under construction. Most of you are familiar with the term crowdfunding, crowdsourcing, right? He's probably the pioneer of crowd development, where he privatized a cooperative form of development. I'm using some words which can only come to my mind, but it is one of the most unique, it's one of the most unique methods of land aggregation and development, so much so that this, I'm sure most of you don't know, that ex-President Abdul Kalam Azad, in one of his books, has written an entire page on his development strategies. So you have the pleasure to hear from that kind of a wisdom. Jakshay, very, very youthful. Okay, I will take a straw poll towards the end about his age. I'm running a pool of bet for that. Okay, but Ahmedabad's finest golf course, Kenswell, has been Jakshay and his company. Is known for a high quality commercial and residential development in Ahmedabad. To have achieved this kind of scale in such a short span of time is remarkable in itself. I would start with you, Jakshay, that why don't you tell us about how you got into real estate, your journey to Kenswell. Everybody knows Kenswell. They don't know where Jakshay Shah started from.
Thanks, Rohit. So, friends, before I start and telling you my journey, I would like to know from you guys, how many people are from tier 2, tier 3 cities? Great. So I am amongst you guys. And I see no hindrance, because I am here, there is no disqualification being from tier 2, tier 3, 4 city to come on the national map. So I studied in missionary school, St. Xavier's, Loyola, and then got admission in civil engineering. And those days, Rohit, nobody was ready to get admission in civil engineering because the salary was 800 rupees a month when I started.
800 rupees a month?
A month, yeah. Okay. So, I'm coming from a very humble background. My father was a cloth merchant. We live in the fourth generation in one house. So from my grandfather, they having a cloth shop. He was a cloth merchant, and my father also a cloth merchant. And then nobody was, there was nobody from civil engineering or construction background. In those days, I was getting in medical without donation by merit in computer and everything. So I went to the examination controller and the admission controller, said, I want admission in civil engineering. So he said, no, आपको मैं कुएं में नहीं डालूंगा. Where is your parents? He's not there. He called my parents. Those days there was no mobile and nothing. In recess time, he called my parent, my father, कि आपका बच्चा civil engineering में डाल रहा है, उसको रोको. He is getting admission. I said nothing. To cut short the story, I got admission in civil engineering. And after being graduate, before being graduate, I was bunking my class and going to the other different sites. वो मैसन को चाय पिला दिया, बीड़ी पिला दिया, and then before being an engineer, I was going to site and have learned something great thing about the practical knowledge. So, and after being graduate, I did job for at least 3 years. Started 800 rupees a month, and then first increment after 3 months was 300 rupees and 1100 rupees a month. I was so thrilled that time. Coming to your, the Kenswell is now just this year we got award of best golf course in India. The 5 million square yard land. There were 200 brokers, local, 100 politicians, and there was caste, creed, that you all know how that local villages work. We stayed, I think, when we selected the piece of land, we went there. There's the only piece available around Ahmedabad. There was some ULC and some property, some Peri Act laws, and there's the only piece of land we selected by a Kenyan group from Kenya. So it was like, isko to koi haath nahi laga sakta aisa tha. So that was the only piece of land, 100 acre, and then we we had a JV with them. Of course, we had no money. Itna bada project mein. So, and retainer base, whatever retainership we'll get, will convert into the equity. Wow. So that's how we entered the single digit shareholding. 6 months.
That's a Gujarati business mind. Converting
मैंने बोला
his
पैसा
fees
नहीं
into
चाहिए,
equity.
मुझे कभी मिलेगा 600 एकड़ में काम करने का. अगर कुछ भी नहीं मिला तो सीखने को कहाँ मिलेगा. So that's how we entered with me and my partners. And then 6 months we actually practically lived there at the site. No light, no electricity, no road, nothing. मतलब टिफिन ले जाते थे तो वहाँ डॉग और सब वो खा जाते थे. There was nobody was ready to make tea also. तो घर से लकड़ी ले जाना, वहाँ जाके ड्राइवर को बोलना चाय बना. That's how we started and then consolidated the land in maybe around 9 months time. And that's how we were knowing nothing about the golf. तो कैसे करें there? So we actually practically traveled from my pocket around 10 to 12 countries to see the golf course. Came back, we announced, and उसके बाद पता चला यार जो ब्रोशर बना दिया उसमें काफ़ी लैंड छूट गई है. हमने वो कॉन्सुलेट तो कर लिया था, सबको पता चल गया सुरेश. देन सब मंदिर वाला वो सब गुरु धम ये सब आ गए एंड उन्होंने पता चला कि ये पीस ऑफ लैंड आपको ज़रूरत है फॉर द 18 होल गोल्फ कोर्स. सो प्रैक्टिकली आई वुड नो एवरीबडी, प्रीस्ट, कादरी, जो भी है सबके साथ बैठना, कैसे करना, सबको संतीलाल जी छोटे छोटे लोगों को कैसे, उनका भगवान कौन है, इनका माता जी कौन है, सबके साथ बैठो, रात को जाओ किसी की शादी में जाओ, 15 लोगों का फंक्शन है फिर भी आपको जाना पड़ेगा. दैट्स हाउ वी एक्चुअली एंड देन वी मेट जी मिल्खा सिंह एंड देन वी कन्विंस हिम के प्लीज़ डू फेथ इन अस, हम कर लेंगे पूरा. एंड दैट्स हाउ वी स्टार्टेड एंड देन धीरे धीरे now at this stage we have Savvy is a parent company of this.
So what's the total acreage of this golf course project
close
now?
To just close to 900 acres.
So from 800 rupees to 900 acres golf course, friends. Satish Dada, Magarpatta city is a case study in itself. Can you tell us that how you came upon the idea of, I know that you are an engineer in agriculture, right? How did you get into real estate, number one? And how did you get this idea of putting so many people together to do this Magarpatta city?
I am not an engineer in agriculture. I am a pure graduate of agriculture. So I don't know E of engineering. But my father is an engineer. That was an advantage. Who did contracting all his life, but never wanted to do ownership of apartment business. I know he had his own reasons. So he did not allow me to join COP Pune, though I had got an admission, saying that this line is futile, it is not going to help you. Because, you know, in mid-70s, the contracting line, really, because only government and defense, they were the only two people who were giving contracts. So you please don't go here, there's a lot of agricultural land of the family, somebody needs to look after it, so you go there. So I went there. But we are urban agriculturists. Lands were very close or right inside the municipal limits. And in the 82, just 2 years after I graduated, the government wanted to change the zone of that land. And so there was a huge agitation of people coming together that we want to do agriculture, we want to do this is our livelihood. And they were fighting this entire movement of conversion because urban land ceiling was also there. So they wanted somebody to collect all the papers, to do all the legwork, to do all the hamali work, become a bonded labor type of person, get up in the morning, do this, do that. That job was assigned to me. So this is how I started entering and getting to know the people, getting to read, what is the 7-tool extract, what is the property card extract, to tabulate those things. And ultimately in 87, the government was gracious enough and kept the zone as agriculture and did not change the zone to residential. But in that whole process, post-87, Pune city started developing very fast. And all the surrounding areas, a lot of unauthorized construction started coming. And when all this started coming up, the thought came to the mind that what do you do with this land? Because Out of these 430 acres, there was some land which I had inherited, ancestrally. There were a lot of other farmers. There were about 125 families to be precise, and more than 800 beneficiaries. So what to do with this? And it's an islanded area, so there were roads from all four sides, railway one side, roads on three sides. What to do with this? And then, my lands are very close to cantonment area, so I used to go to a cantonment school. Hafiz contractor's wife was my sister's class friend. And then I went and got hold of her. Hey, Pearl, you should ask your husband. Because Hafiz contractor in the 80s or early 90s was an extremely glamorous name. Extremely glamorous name, at least in Mumbai, Pune. And all the major cities. So she ultimately got me to meet Hafiz. So my job with Hafiz in the early stages is he used to come to Pune because Karya developers are one developer who bought Hafiz contractor to Pune. So there was one flight coming from Mumbai in the morning, so I used to pick him at the airport, take him to all the Karya side and drop him back in the evening to go back. There was only one flight, and Pune did not have many flights in those days, being a defense airport. And one day his flight got delayed. And being a typical Babaji, he said, Abhi khana khana hai. So he went to Blue Diamond and he said, do you have batate vada? Blue Diamond to serve batata vada, which is a very local dish, was something very obscure. But Hafiz contractor is Hafiz contractor. Usko mangta hai to mangta hai. So we persuaded that chef to give him batate vada. And on that, I was just talking to him, Hafiz, why don't we do something on this land? And he said that you do a golf course like what you have done and make it surrounding with villas, and then we'll sell the villas to the rich, and you can make a lot of money. I said, how much money? I am a socialist by, not profession, but by mind. I very firmly feel like a country like India, who has such a large population and scarce in land, and right in the heart of the city, can you spare this land? When we already have 3 golf courses in Pune. It is not there. I said, no, I don't want to do this. Why don't we do a township? He said, let us think about it. And then he started telling me, how are you going to do it? I said, let's do now. What is the problem? Let us try. This was, I think, in the early 90s. 1991 was the time. And then he said, I'll make a master plan. I'll not charge you for that. I'll just sketch something. But after that, you'll have to spend money on everything you do. I thought, I can still persuade him through his wife and get through. But I did not see. Mumbai is a very different ballgame by itself. And we Pune people are always, the small brother, the younger brother, the discarded, bichhede hue bhai. So it's very difficult to deal with Mumbai people. And he did some drawing. Hafiz is Hafiz, he's very talented. And he said, now this is your master plan, now go get it sanctioned. And then the whole process started. First meeting for the landowners, I had no money to buy. So we said that why don't we come together? Because in Maharashtra, the Cooperative Act is very strong. But I said we will not do a cooperative, because if we do a cooperative farming company, a cooperative firm, society or something, you are always, one person can get up who has got, say, 1 hour of land, and he can just make you run around your fingers. And then you have a government guy sitting there watching you, and then he can always hold you by your neck and squeeze you. So I said, no, if you are all ready to pool your lands together, I'm not going to give you money. There's no money. We are going to jointly do a joint development. We'll pool our lands together. We'll sign one agreement with us. If the project gets sanctioned, we'll go ahead. If it doesn't get sanctioned, we'll drop it. So this is how it started.
So are these 120 partners of land and their 800 beneficiaries still associated with you?
Yeah, after Magarpatta, see, when we were doing it, I have my roots there. So people used to always ask me questions that if this land goes, what to do? And they always thought that, we should get money out of this land and go and buy land somewhere else. Now, giving money was not there because there was no money. All were farmers who had contributed land together. So I said, instead of this, what we'll do is we'll create some income source here, which we will get perpetual income as an annual income. And what we could do there was either education or IT. In Pune, we have a lot of people who are extremely educated. So Dr. Vijay Bhatkar I met one day. And that time, that Param computer was something which was happening. And Pune was a small city at that time. Even today, it is a small city, but I could reach out to Dr. Bhatkar and I could ask him, what it is. And, he's a scientist. He dreams. So he said, in the night, when the US sleeps, we will work here. And then when we sleep, the US will work then. So it was like a fantasy land. And this is the new thing. So I said, come on, let's do IT. So in 2000, we started an IT building of 350,000 square feet. So we kept IT as a portfolio, and all these shareholders, I promised them that even after the project gets over, because we have a revenue sharing arrangement, when the land gets over, we'll still get income out of this IT park. This was just to keep them together at that time. But now they've become so rich, so whatever projects we do, this parent company still keeps on investing in this company, so they keep on getting the benefit of all the companies.
So what Shanti Lalji was talking in his speech about brotherhood with your customer, I think Satish Ada has been living this as a brotherhood with all his land owning entities and the farmers. So one question, how did it feel when Abdul Kalam Azad spoke with you?
I was in Hyderabad because they had that outer ring road, farmers had once called me. I keep on doing this time pass also, go and talk to farmers rallies. So they had called me because they wanted to acquire, there was some acquisition problem and they wanted to set up. And I got a call from a person on my mobile saying that I'm speaking from Rashtrapati Bhavan and the Honorable President wants to speak to you. I just put it off.
You hung up on the President?
How can a President call somebody like me here? I thought somebody's pulling a fast one. He again called. He said, don't hang up. Can you come to Delhi? When can you come to Delhi? I said, when do you want? He says, the President can meet you tomorrow, day after, anytime. I said, I'm coming now. So all Hyderabad cancelled, next flight to Delhi. The next day I met him. It was something phenomenal. I mean, you cannot imagine what energy that person had. And it was a great time meeting him. He had, the President of India had searched the net and had A to Z information about me when I reached him. Many things even which we normally serve only the good things about you on the net. You don't serve the bad things. He also knew that. And he was asking questions on that. And he said, one day I want to come. I said, sir, whenever you want to come, you can come. When he was the president, the security people did not allow him. But after he stepped down, he did come one day. And he addressed all the IT people. And I think it was something phenomenal when he addressed those engineers. There were more than 10,000 people sitting and listening to him speaking. Is phenomenal. Awesome. I think one of my best experiences in my life.
Awesome. Jakshay, in your professional career for so long, I'm sure there must have been very many challenges. Which would have been probably the toughest challenge that you came across, and how did you go about it?
One of the, I think, if I say, there is not a single year I have not faced any toughness or any problem. Of course, you have to deal with this. There are so many challenges. Getting a first tallest building sanction without, you don't have any GDCR rules regulation in Gujarat. Convince them. Getting first township declare regulation by regulation in the city. There are so many challenges. But I would say one thing to you also. That because this title is Tough People. Toughness is not roughness. Is not hardness. Tough people, like Satiza just told, only wins with the soft skill. That is the beauty of their success story. So when that time that we conceived the idea of having tallest building in Gujarat, we pursue with the corporation. Of course, you have to go to first ULB. We got the permission because there was no rules and regulation. They went to government and having a special GR section 29, we got. And then suddenly, before 8-10 years, everybody, some of them went to court also. How can this happen? There was a big UN cry. And there was a verbal score to our building. And that time we collected money before starting project, to be very frank. In those days, 30-40 crores in 8-10 years before, there was a huge, of course today is also a huge money. and get permission got delayed by 2.5 years. In 2.5 years, because of that, इज्जत भी खोना, पैसा भी खोना, you have to give answer to everybody. So we decided, okay, we'll give money back with the interest. सबको बुलाया. पहले तो बोला पैसा नहीं देना है, मेरे पास ये प्रोजेक्ट में जगह है, यहाँ अपार्टमेंट है, आई हैव अ फार्म हाउस लैंड देयर. सबने बोला नहीं. Only out of something around 38 to 40 investors, 2 people have taken money back from us. Most of them stood with us. बोला आपने जो कंसीव किया है आपका फॉल्ट नहीं है. Because in this time, how you behave, how you communicate with your investor, that is most important one. पूरा पेपर में, न्यूज़पेपर में, everywhere कि ये क्यों हुआ, ये नहीं हो सकता है, बिकॉज इसने ये कर दिया, उसने ये पैसा खिला दिया, वो कर दिया, उसने परमिशन ले लिया. सो देयर वाज सो मच यू एंड क्राई. बट वी वेर इन कॉन्स्टेंट टच विद आर इन्वेस्टर्स, कस्टमर्स कि ये हालत है, अभी 6 महीने में हो जाएगा, 3 महीने में हो जाएगा. फिर तो हमने बोलना छोड़ दिया कि अब जब आएगा तब आपको बताएंगे, बिकॉज नॉट दैट काइंड यू लूज पेशेंस ऑल्सो. बट हैविंग सेड दैट, अगर आप धरती से जुड़े हो, मतलब धरती से मतलब कंज्यूमर के साथ हो, तो दे विल स्टूड बाय यू. एंड ऑल ऑफ देम stood by us. We actually तो कोई था नहीं, that is not legal तो कुछ था ही नहीं हमारे पर. And then we convinced stakeholders, policy makers, politicians कि भी उसमें कुछ problem नहीं है. They compel us to deposit more than 5 times of a normal project. Margin बढ़ा, किसमें अगर 10 फुट है hypothetical, तो we have to, ये इतना मतलब जितना हो सके ना, पूरी दुनिया का जितना प्रॉब्लम क्रिएट करना था वो हो गया. एंड देन वी स्टार्टेड एंड कंप्लीटेड. सो दिस वाज आई थिंक अमंग द वेरी फ्यू obstacles we
Which
faced.
building is this?
Shapath 5, when you were there.
Where is the headquarters is situated, right? Shapath 5. Excellent. Satish, the same question to you also. Long career, illustrious career, real estate means you have to get ready, get up in the morning, be ready to fight with a bull. If you don't have that stamina, don't get into real estate. Which was your toughest moment professionally, and how did you go about it?
I think I have not one but two. Being a farmer's project, the government was very sympathetic. So I got all the permissions and the township was ready. And not a single financial institution was even ready to pay a single rupee on this project. That was probably my toughest time. Because, the aspirations have gone up. Fortunately, the press has been very kind to us, so they spoke a lot. And not a single, I went to every bank who could even think of funding us. And I think that was one of the toughest times. And I did not know what to do when actually HDFC's and Deepak Parekh came as a blessing in disguise. That's why no matter what people say, I still follow him. Because that was the time when they stood and we could do it. And the second time, that Lehman crash which happened, and that time we were doing SEZ and we were very bullish on it. And we had signed up 1 million square feet with 2 clients, and my buildings were nearly ready. I was in Australia, in Sydney, there was a World City Congress, and I was doing a presentation on the concept of Magarpata, and I get a message saying that all the companies have backed out because of the Lehman crisis. You can imagine 1 million square feet standing and all the clients backing out. That I think again came as a very tough time. But we were fortunate that we could sail through from there.
So how did you solve that crisis of that 1 million standing and no takers? How did you go through that, and what did you do to come out of that situation?
See, what happened is, because working in the concept I work, where I have to work with the landowners, my whole process of working became was based on accessibility. So all the landowners, you cannot tell the landowner that you meet my accounts guy or meet my legal guy, because he's your landowner, he's your boss. So that habit of meeting people cultivated into a habit of meeting all the IT people also who came. I did not have a marketing department for IT till I crossed 4 million square feet. I was directly dealing with those companies myself. And because I had that close rapport with them, I could speak to them. I went to Singapore because most of the companies were headquartered there. Spoke to them, told them that don't say no, don't walk out, wait for some time. Lehman crisis does not mean that the whole world is going to sink. Probably something will come out of this, and I think after 6 months, those same companies continued with that.
So, Jakshay, you come from the land of our Prime Minister, and it's widely believed that he has a lot of affection for you. So can you tell us your most inspiring moment with our Honorable Prime Minister?
It can't be any one or two, to be very frank. So I was fortunate. I'm not close, to be very frank, but because his Matrubhumi and Karmabhumi is from Gujarat, so we have seen him working there when he was a Pracharak, and then he was a General Secretary, and then, of course, the CM. Not me, many of people like me have seen him very closely. Many things we have learned, many, but the most important part is detailing. What he always tells, gods believe in detailing. So whatever you work, when he was nothing also, he has a passion and habit to do a minute detailing of each and everything. So when I became the CREDAI Ahmedabad president, and I went, please be a chief guest for our function. You develop and then he has some. But after so many, I think, requests and all, then he came, and then we declared some, we call it check dams, dam banate hain, what. So we declared some 1,000 check dam will do. And then we have target. तो बोला, in between my speech he spoke कि कितने टाइम में बनाओगे? मैंने सर, मैंने सबको पूछा, तो बोला सर, in 1 year we'll construct 1,000 check dams. And what happened? Like every business organization has some priority. We could do only 10. So मैंने अभी तो गए. उसके बाद 5 साल लगा उनको मिलने के लिए. 5 साल. He would come, any function हम जाते थे in Chamber of Commerce, anybody. You will not see at builder side also. Then we decide, I call meeting also, and बोला कि in 6 months, 9 months, of course not 1,000, but at least a respectable number. Because the first time वो drought and सब बहुत होता था. And then I went after 4 to 5 years maybe. पूरा दिखाया उनको. And then I requested. And then I requested to be a chief guest and come to inaugurate my European Challenge Tour at golf course. So he said, yes, I'll come. So I was so thrilled, and everybody was gaga around that. And he came to golf course, he visited. Then Gujarati mein we tell, Sahib, su lesho. Su lesho matlab what you'll have, tea, coffee, something. So he told, I only take matlab for the social purpose or something else. You have a good 900-acre plot. I want to dedicate and do something for the Gujarati entrepreneurs, students, or maybe youngsters who have not degree or diploma. So I want to create a center for excellence. So I want to do here. मैंने बोला, I am the luckiest person who asked for me, और वो भी developer को किसी को. And then we dedicated 40-acre plot, and that called I Create. If you want to Google it, that's a center for excellence. It's an incubation center actually. So that was when he visited us, and then he spoke about his nature. Then I was with my family. मैंने बोला, आपको हर चीज़ में कोई भी पूछता है, जवाब कैसे दे सकते हो, सतीश दा? That was the only question I could ask him. बोला, that's a God gifted to me. If you lock in one room, 10 by 10 room, and you have all the subject books with you, and after 4 hours, you can ask anything me. That's a God gifted to me. I would answer any subject, any question you ask. I think that was one of the finest moments.
Satish Ada, you are an inspiration to a whole lot of developers, including myself. But I want to know that who inspires you? Who are the people that you look up to or you draw inspiration from?
There are many. I cannot take out one name. I was extremely fortunate to be in contact, like, the Honorable Past President, the late Abdul Kalam, meeting him a couple of times was a great source of inspiration. Mr. Deepak Parekh from HDFC, who actually held my hand. Not many people know, but I could market from any office of HDFC in 2000 when HDFC Reality had not started. So the number which was given in the advertisement, if the switchboard would say this is HDFC Mumbai. He was a great source of inspiration. There was one senior bureaucrat who was my father's school and college mate, Mr. B.G. Deshmukh, who then became the cabinet secretary and the principal secretary to the government of India, and of course Mr. Sharad Pawar. I have a very long family relation with him. I've inherited that relation. It is not my relation because we also have a long political background in Pune. Not now. It stopped since 20 years. But yes, he was the one who probably gave that vision of making Magarbatta, though he did not sanction any one project of mine. I always have that grudge against him that not one. The first project was signed by Mr. Manoj Joshi, who was of Shiv Sena. The second project was signed by Mr. Vilasrao Deshmukh when the NCP and Congress had been formed. And the third one was signed by Devendra Fadnavis. He did not help me in signing, but yes, he was a great inspiration all the years long.
Okay, so now last thing. Yes, we all have been talking. We all know that markets have not been very kind for last couple of years. And then there is this entire, perception of what RERA would do. Times are difficult, tough, so on and so forth. In brief, your advice to this room full of young developers who are going to be making India of tomorrow. Your advice to all of them.
Be conscious, number one. Second thing, have knowledge, share properly, ask for help. And most important, after the soft skill, you should have anticipation. If you anticipate something, ये होने वाला है, ये क्या करने वाला है, I think you will succeed and see, adversities will come, is never stop. लेकिन मैं आपको बताना चाहता हूँ that some वो शायरी है, गुलशन की फ़कत फूलों से नहीं, गुलशन की फ़कत फूलों से नहीं, कांटों से भी जीनत होती है. So be in touch with CREDAI, CREST, CREDAI members, and never doubt your intuition. Never doubt your intuition.
Satish Dada, one thought you want to leave the young developers with?
I think the time has come where we change our mindset. We become manufacturers and not speculators. See, what has happened historically, it is our fantasy, the architect's perception, and then we just did things and expected the buyer to buy. I think let us focus on what the buyer wants, what is the market situation, what is the market demand, and if you keep on doing it, there is no dearth in a country which is developing at 6.5–7% year-on-year basis. There is no dearth where we are the youngest population, by age, and a large number. But all what we need is to be focused, and like what Jakshabai said, I don't know if there's any problem. If you have a problem, you should ask your code developer. And I'm sure if he's a member of CREDAI, though he's your fiercest of competitors, he'll still stand and help you.
So friends, we have run out of time completely, so we're going to close this session over here. Both these gentlemen are here for another couple of hours, so I'm sure you can catch up with them if you have any more questions to discuss. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. Truly inspiring stories of true heroes of CREDAI. Thank you so much. May I request everyone to be please seated. We'll begin with the next session shortly. May I now request Mr. Rajesh More and Mr. Prasad from Anchor by Panasonic to make a brief presentation. A big round of applause for Anchor by Panasonic. They are the powered by partners for the event today.
Good evening, friends. Can we have the presentation? We are very much thankful to CREDAI and especially the youth wing who has sponsored this event. And really this platform is a knowledge sharing, and would just like to convey where there is a knowledge sharing, Anchor Panasonic will always will be with their view. In this today's presentation, I'm just going to give you some insight about Anchor and Panasonic and how both of us can join hands and it can be a win-win situation for both of us. Next. As all of you know, Anchor, a leading manufacturer in electrical switches or electrical products, low voltage products, with a legacy of more than 5 decades standing in the Indian market. And Panasonic, a worldwide leader in electrical and electronic products, a conglomerate from Japan, who will complete 100 years in 2018. So you can just understand an organization standing strongly for last 100 years in the market has so much commitment, conviction, and dedication towards the customer. Panasonic acquired Anchor in 2007, and both these legacies were merged and a new entity or new legacy, Anchor by Panasonic, was formed because even when the Japanese took over Anchor, they still felt it that Anchor's legacy cannot be vanished from Indian market because we all are born and brought up with Anchor products. So still, ultimately, the idea is think globally and act locally to have this new logo of Anchor Panasonic and serve the society with both these products. Panasonic, as all of us know, it stands as one of the world's global green brand. We stand 5th in the ranking, and as a brand, we stand 100 among the top most valuable brand in the country, in the global. This is just the snapshot at Anchor. Last year we did 3,000 crores with all this product basket. This is our strength, I'd just like to highlight it because friends, today, all the builders or all the developers, they have crossed their boundaries. You don't have projects only in your hometown. You have, crossed the limits. Your projects are in Mumbai, Bangalore, or Delhi, Calcutta, everywhere across pan-India, or you have joint ventures. So Anchor is the only company, which can support you in terms of the infrastructure. We have nearly offices in 7 regions and, spread it over total pan-India with 55 offices, 3 manufacturing units across India, a dealer network of 4,000 dealers and 5 lakh retailers with a penetration level of 84% across India. So I think that's more important for any manufacturer, that the product should be available across India, anywhere, anytime. So that's the beauty, joining hands with Anchor. I'll just skip the history. This is the guiding philosophy of a company, being the subsidiary of Panasonic. It's the mission to manufacture innovative, eco-friendly, energy-saving, world-class products for making our customers' life simpler, safer, and comfortable. all the products or all the company, it runs on this guiding philosophy. These are the different verticals into what we are. If you see into low voltage, this is one of the advantage. We are present into wiring devices, switch gears, wires and cables, lighting, IOQ. Recently we have entered into conduit pipes, and then we are into solar. So when you talk in terms of, a development of your project, we are there present into most of the electrical item required for your project. Wiring devices, Anchor is known as the world's largest manufacturer of switches. We are manufacturing 50 switches per second, so you can just imagine the volume we are manufacturing across the number of days. Friends, again, this is one of the best advantage. We have a product at every price point. Whether you have any mass housing, you have any eco housing, or you have any affordable housing project, you have any premium project or luxury project, we have the product for every category to serve you and your customers. So that's the beauty, dealing with Anchor Panasonic. Apart from switches, we are into switch gears, which comes into two categories, Uno and Panasonic. So ultimately, if you see, we have two baskets. One is Anchor basket, one is the Panasonic basket. This is one of the recent new product we have launched, and this is especially for you people. This is the Uno Super DB for projects, we call it. Because friends, you might have seen, normally on the sites when you order for the DB, it comes along as a total DB. Your contractor or a technician, first he will put the base, and then he'll put the door and accessories into the storeroom. So there are many chances, this remaining accessories or the door may get D-shaped, or it is lying somewhere in the dust, or many times there are robberies on the site. You are the best people, you know how it happens on the sites. So we just came with a simple solution and innovative idea. Why not to break the same product into three parts? So we just had three separate codes. So initially when we require the door, you just order for the door. Later on the stage when you require the accessories and the door, initially you order for the base, and then when you require the door and accessories, you can order for the same. So all those things remains intact. The investment is less in that case, even if you're contractors, and there are no chances of any incidents on the sites. We are into wires also. We are into only house wires. We are India's first company to launch advanced FR wire with 100% bunching. Just 1.5 years back, we have just entered into a conduit business. Because friends, as all of us know, if you look into conduit business, there are very few, I'll say national players. Most of the areas are dominated by the local players or the domestic players. So it was a great opportunity and platform for Anchor Panasonic to enter this. So with the help of our Japanese R&D team, we came with a fantastic FR product into conduit pipes, and in last 1.5 years, already we have done nearly 100 crores of business. So it's growing at the same speed. We have kept the samples, you can just have a view. As all of you know, Panasonic, we are the world's third largest LED lighting company. From last 4-5 years, we have entered into Indian market, and since LED is a new revolution in lighting industry, we have been doing very well. All our products are IEC compliant with 30,000 burning hours. CRI is about 70, power factor 0.9, and all the products are fire retardant. All these products at present, we are getting from all our overseas factories, and soon we have a plan to start assembling in India. So that is just to support again Make in India concept. Except LED, all the products of Anchor Panasonic are manufactured in India in Daman and Haridwar units. These are some of the jobs what we have done. IAQ, again, indoor air quality. Yeah, this is normally, when it comes to fans and ventilation system, normally we don't bother. But Panasonic, we are the leaders into ventilation system. These are the solars. So friend, the idea is a better life, a better world, giving you the innovative and solution-based product with comfort, energy, and management and saving. We are the only electrical company in India to start with, this customer care. We normally do service camps, your post when you hand over the sites to the societies. So this is the advantage where we do any replacement if it is in warranty. These are the accolades, and this is all because of you. Anchor has been the most trusted brand. These are some of the clientele base, what we have, major clients. And friends, to conclude, I'll just say, you all sitting here may be using our Anchor Panasonic products, but we just have one request. If you can explore the basket we have, it can be a very good win-win situation for both of us, because we always, believe in giving back to our customers. So we have very good proposals for, some basket discounts or loyalty customers. So we have put up our stall. You can just visit. And thank you very much for listening. And thank you, CREDAI.
Thank you so much, Mr. More. Moving on, now let's learn about affordable housing. When, where, and how. Please welcome Mr. Shantilal Kataria, Chairman, Affordable Housing Committee, CREDAI National. Mr. Kataria is the Managing Director of Aditya Group, Pune. With a professional experience of almost 37 years, he holds several important positions like Chairman of Affordable Housing Committee, CREDAI National, President, CREDAI Maharashtra, and ex-President, CREDAI Pune Metro, to name a few.
Both ho gaye. Thank you. So inspiration over. How many of you are interested in earning the money? Oh, Shabas. During RERA, tough time, challenging time, only way to earn the money nowadays, start affordable housing. So the question was, when? The first question was when. So answer is just now. Go to your boardroom, drawing room, and start the affordable housing business. There is a bright future in real estate during the era of Narendra Modi. Our Honorable Prime Minister is infrastructure and affordable housing. I think infrastructure is a bit difficult, but affordable housing, since you are in this business, just you have to start one more segment, and that is the affordable housing. What we are constructing is we are catering the market of 30% only, and if you are from the tier 2, 3, 4 cities, then you are catering the market of 10% only. 90% of the market, the demand is between 10 lakhs to 25 lakhs, 30 lakhs max. For smaller towns, the demand is between 5 to 15 lakhs. And unfortunately, we developers are not in that segment. And that's why we are hungry for our customers, consumers. अरे client नहीं मिल रहा है, client नहीं मिल रहा है. जहाँ client line लगा के खड़ा है, वह हम लोग देख ही नहीं रहे, और वो line की जगह का नाम है affordable housing. So friends, when? That is the answer is very simple. Just now. 2, 3 reasons are there. First time, central government has become the serious about the housing, and छप्पर पाड़ के पैसा जो मिल रहा है वो अफोर्डेबल हाउसिंग को मिल रहा है. यू कैनॉट इमेजिन इतना पैसा सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट अफोर्डेबल हाउसिंग को दे रहा है, लेने वाले की नज़र अभी तक वहाँ नहीं जा रही है. जस्ट नाउ आई वाज टॉकिंग विथ मिस्टर शिवा रेड्डी फ्रॉम आंध्र प्रदेश, एंड ही सेड अरे हमारे यहाँ तो हाउसिंग अफोर्डेबल हाउसिंग पॉलिसी है ही नहीं. And I said the one of the best housing policy in India is Andhra. Why this gap? Because of the central government and because of the public demand, there is a affordable housing policy in many states. But the bureaucrats are not interested in popularizing this affordable housing policy. What the affordable policy of Andhra says, 100% exemption in stamp duty for EWS, 100% exemption in development charges and premiums and so on, so on, so on. There is a circular in Maharashtra stating that 30 square meter carpet area flats, otherwise the stamp duty is, say for 12 lakh flats, the stamp duty is 60,000 rupees. The Maharashtra government circular says that stamp duty is 1,000 rupees. One person saves 59,000 rupees on purchase of a flat. But who knows about it? Very few builders are aware about this. So go to your home state, check the website of affordable housing of your state, and you will find what are the concessions given there. Before starting presentation, I will tell you the key success for affordable housing. To key success to make the affordable housing is your mindset should be affordable. मर्सिडीज में घूमोगे और 5 लाख वाला मकान बनाओगे तो ओवरहेड्स कहाँ फेंक डालोगे. So mindset should be affordable, low cost land, big volume, timely delivery will take you towards the success of the affordable housing. Your mindset should be affordable, low cost land, voluminous business, timely delivery, and just everybody was saying what will be the takeaway. According to me, the takeaway for affordable housing should be invest on land, not in land. You heard about Satish Magar just now. I was not aware that figure, 40,000, 60,000. In one of his project, Nanded city is having 60,000 apartments. Do you know the investment towards the land? According to me, big zero, big zero. Just imagine how lucky he is. You can also become the lucky, why not? Just decide. The effect of RERA. Many people ask, "Arey RERA ne ye kiya, wo kiya." If you read the RERA, RERA has told us how to do the business. RERA says no hanky-panky. First, commitments. Second, transparency. Third, no start of the construction without estimation. No sale without sanction. And one more thing RERA says, how to pay to the landlord. The prices all over India have increased because of we people. We do the competition amongst ourselves. RERA says how to pay the landlord. So RERA says to the builder, भैया तेरी मेहनत है, तेरा दिमाग है, 30% मुनाफा बाजू में निकाल. So 30% is out of that control. Out of 70%, the RERA says you can pay to the landlord. So when to pay to the landlord? When that 70% amount will come to me. When it will come to you? When you will sell the project. So how to pay to the landlord? Very simple. You go on selling the project and then go on paying the landlord. And what we do exactly? Reverse of it. We purchase the land, then we wait for 2 hours for that approvals, and then we say, अरे वो interest cost बहुत हो गया, मेरा land cost बढ़ गया, ये हुआ वो हुआ. No. I think old days are here again. In late 90s, 2000, we used to pay landlords. Our payment schedule was 7 years, 5 years, 6 years. Even after the completion of the project, we were paying. So, better without investing in land, purchasing the land, you invest on land. That if you make the development, if you invest on the development, then the consumer will say, yes, I have faith in you. See, the client of affordable housing is totally different. They have a fear in mind कि मैं फंस तो नहीं जाऊंगा, and real hard-earned money is with them only. So you have to show the first the progress. So my suggestion will be, don't invest in land. Tell the owners I will pay as per the sale. Invest on land, do the development. We'll start with the presentation. See, there is no affordable housing definition as such. There are various affordable housing definitions. But the simple formula is, the thing affordable to the owner is the real affordable. Housing that meets some form of affordable, किसी को पिक्चर निकालने की जरूर नहीं है. Those who are registered will get the copy on email. So the last word of first para is the ratio of house price to annual income, or the affordability in terms of EMI size. This is the affordability. According to government, that is PMAY, the definition of based on income category is given, and the definition of income tax is up to 60 square meter carpet area. Definition of RBI is different. So there are various affordable housing definition. Next is the demand. Just with the last word, no, before that. The first word says 60% of the demand is from households having income below rupees 5 lakh. And only 10% of total supply is in market. This shows how the demand is in affordable housing. There is a huge shortage in affordable housing. I don't believe that affordable housing is above 60 square meter carpet and 110 square meter carpet and so no. According to me, affordable housing, irrespective of the size of the unit, I feel that affordable housing is the ticket size, comfortable ticket size is from rupees 7 lakh to 20 lakhs. Then there will be a queue to purchase the units. A major booster was given by the Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana, and why everybody is talking about the affordable housing, the basic reason is PMAY. This PMAY scheme, which is giving the direct benefit to the purchaser, is from 17th June 2015, almost 2 years have passed, and it is till 31st March 2022. So what is this scheme? There are 4 verticals. Constraint of time, I will draw your attention on affordable housing through the credit link subsidy. The most popular vertical out of these 4, I will explain this in the next slide, but where you can go to the next. Just read the last line, PMAY subsidy amount, that is right from rupees 267,200, that is 2,67,000 to 2,30,000. So mostly in true spirit, the EWS plus LIG is the affordable housing. where one can get the benefit of 2,67,000 rupees from the central government. I will give the example. If you are selling at a rate of rupees 3,500 and the unit size is around 400, so the flat cost comes around 12 lakhs rupees. Just imagine 12 lakhs rupees is the cost of the flat. The subsidy given by the government, central government, is 2,67,000. So almost 20% is the discount given by you to the client through the central government. This is one discount of 20%. There is another discount by the state government. Go to your housing policies. Lot many state governments have their own affordable housing policies, which gives lot of concessions to the purchaser. So what are those concessions? Say stamp duty exemption, which is in Maharashtra, that stamp duty is 5%. So 12 lakhs rupees flat, 5% is the stamp duty, so 60,000 rupees. So 12 lakhs rupees, 60,000 rupees concession, that is again a 5% concession. So this 20% plus state government ka 5%. So 25% concession is given by you people to the consumer through the central and state government. And 25% is too much. That's why every builder has attraction towards doing this affordable housing project. There are lot many benefits to the builders also. But why the people are interested in purchasing the affordable housing projects, this is one of the important reasons. First time central government has come out with very clean, straight, no lafda, no koi rishwat khilana nahi, kuch nahi. Very straight procedure they have adopted. No need to go to the central government, no need to go to any babu, no need to go to state government for all these benefits. The purchaser applies regularly, he purchases a flat with us, he applies to the housing finance companies. Housing finance companies suppose sanctions him 10 lakhs rupees. Then the housing finance company says, are you under the category of PMAY? Category is very simple. He should be have a first home. Home should be in his family's name, that Mr. and he and his wife, and his earning should be below 6 lakhs or 12 lakhs or 18 lakhs. The HFI, the housing finance company, say State Bank of India or any ICICI or HDFC, they send your application to the nodal agents of central government. They just go through your form, they check it. The income proof is through by affidavit, am I right? Income proof is your affidavit that my income is below 6 lakhs rupees. If the nodal agency, which is the HUDCO or the NHB, approves it, there is a formula, and the answer to the formula is that this is the subsidy of 2,67,000 or say 2,30,000. That much is the amount is deducted from your loan amount directly. That means your loan amount is reduced by that amount, and that is the direct gain to you through the HFI, no need to go anywhere. And this process takes max to max 3 to 4 months. You are not supposed to meet anybody. Lot many people in Maharashtra have taken this benefit. The benefit is to the consumer, but we have to follow with the HFI for giving this benefit from central government to the consumer. Now, benefit to the builders. There is updated Finance Act 2017 about the Section 80IBA. This entire credit goes to CREDAI National. There is a last slide which will show the efforts taken by the CREDAI National. Your income from this affordable housing can be income tax free, though the MAT is there. The MAT is for, you can require it for 15 years, and lot many builders are doing the projects where there is no 80IB scheme. So you can adjust that income tax income against this. So ultimately the MAT can also help you to recover your income tax. These are the conditions given for 80IB. The approval time is important, that is 1st June 2016, almost 1 year has passed. Still we have 2 years to get the benefit of this 80IB. Why one should do the affordable housing? 2 reasons. 25% tentatively, 25% concession to the purchaser, that is one, and 80IB benefit. Income tax free income to the builder. Next. There are other certain conditions you can go through later on. Infrastructure status. In the budget of 2017, everybody is talking about this infrastructure status. The circular has been, notification has been removed on 5th April 2017, where the affordable housing project has been defined for by the finance department. Yet the fruits, because of the infrastructure, next, is yet to come, because the policy has been announced by the central government, but benefits, financial benefits comes only through the RBI. CREDAI National is behind RBI to remove the notification circular stating that affordable housing is has given the status of infrastructure, and they have to come with the certain clarifications. But I feel that these are the benefits one will get. These are the benefit. It will take time, but these are the benefits we are expecting from the RBI. Mortgage guarantee. It's a new concept. Mortgage. Mage. Go back. Yeah. This is a new concept. Many of us are not aware about this, but this increases the loan amount or the loan period. It has started working. I have put the website www.imgc.com. I think once it is in full operation, everybody will get benefit of this. The best part is home buyers get extended tenure of the repayment on the same EMI initially charged. status of affordable housing policies in India. See, HUPA came up with the state affordable housing policies. Still, lot many states have not framed the policies. This is just for your information. When you will go through this entire presentation at your office, you must know what is state level affordable housing policy, what is the intention of the central government, and how you can play a role for getting this policy in your state. Skip kara. Next. Now, for the doing the business, what are the important factors in affordable housing in the planning stage? Location is utmost important. Layout and size of the project. I said voluminous project is required if possible. Shape, strata and contour of the plot. Because for low cost housing, you have to think of the plinth cost also, the planning also. If the shape of the plot is not proper, you may have to go high rise instead of low rise. So you have to be careful about, while selecting a land, be careful about shape, strata and contour of the plot. Then other things I have mentioned, just you have to focus on this in affordable housing. If the ticket size is between 5 lakhs to 15 lakhs, people are not more interested in amenities, but they are more interested in your commitments. They are more interested in maintenance-free buildings. They are more interested in timely possession. These are the few factors during the execution stage. My observation is, in affordable housing, there is a good demand, and if you maintain the cash flow along with the construction, then your borrowings from financial institutes may not be required. Good cash flow is possible because of the fast sale of the project. I remember last year, one of the builder in Pune started with one scheme. He came up with 10,000 flats at various locations. The ticket size was right from 7.5 lakhs to 20 lakhs, all around Pune. And he asked for the applications. He received 33,000 applications. This year, everybody know about what happened because of that PM's photo and so. This year he announced 2,000 apartments. During this tough time, we say challenging time, many says, "Arey yaar, 4 mahine se, 2 mahine se client hi nahi aa raha hai." He sold 1,200 units out of 2,000 in 45 days. Rest he could not sold because he could not get the approvals in time. Typical affordable housing project. Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities, I will suggest structures to be typically low rise with ground plus 3. As the floor rises, cost increases. Most affordable housing projects barring metros, I will say the structure should be ground plus 3, ground plus 4, because drastic reduction in construction cost happens over there. Shorten period of construction. If the period of construction is longer, then indirectly you are in loss, that is loss in profit. According to me, one can complete the ground plus 3, ground plus 4 buildings within 15 months period once you start construction. Mass production, high volumes with minimum wastage and good quality will work. You have to offer the basic amenities. Don't compete with others, because your purchaser is only interested in competitive rates, not the amenities and specifications. This is typical plan. Carpet area is around 300, sellable is 400 with 1 BHK. Rather less area is there. And I think this is the need of the consumer for the ticket size of around 10 lakhs. And I think for smaller towns, your ticket size may come around 7 lakhs. This is the typical floor plan of the affordable housing. So intention is that don't listen to your architects. Listen to your engineers. कौन सा प्लान ऐसे बनाओ जिससे मेरा कंस्ट्रक्शन कॉस्ट और कम हो सकता है. Because as I told you that consumers' interest is in rate. Its first prime interest is the rate and budget. Next. This is the construction cost comparison of Pune city. Many says that construction cost of Pune city is more as compared to other cities, because there is a huge potential of employment opportunity in Pune. So our labor cost is more than any other cities. Again, the preference is for ground plus 3, I will say conventional, or parking plus 4 if you are interested in giving the parking. If you are not in smaller towns or tier 3, tier 4 cities, then you can think of parking plus 8 or parking plus 12. But there is a good comparison given about the cost. So if you look at ground plus 3 or ground plus 4, parking plus 4, the construction cost is 1,000 rupees, including everything, development, consult, etc., etc. Land cost, I will say 500 rupees. So 1,500 rupees is your land cost and construction cost. Interest, overheads, खर्चा, पानी, आप लोग जो ध्यान नहीं देते हो प्रोजेक्ट की तरफ, उसके 100-200 ऐड करो तो भी 1,800 रुपया. So we can solve at 2,300 rupees. जितना लैंड कॉस्ट है, that much profit you can gain. Keep it in mind, affordable housing doesn't mean affordable profit. Affordable housing means good profit. See, these are the comparison chart of various states. Why you should study these states? Being at Belagavi and this southern conclave, I have put, just go to Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, Andhra, I have added. There are, I have given the 6 states For comparison, my suggestion will be compare all these states and whatever the best from other state, you should ask for your state. And I think CREDAI can play a good role in this. So these are the charts of affordable housing policies of states: Andhra, Madhya Pradesh, Karnataka, Tamil Nadu. There is a PPP model concept that is the need of the hour. If you are not having a land, you can play a good role with the government, and our Honorable Prime Minister has ordered that whatever land is available in India with the central government or state government or local bodies which are not utilized last so many years should be provided, offered for the affordable housing. And I think a huge land bank will be announced in coming 6 months by the central government, state government and local bodies for the affordable housing. All these people will come up with the PPP model. There is a good chance of business for you people over there. There are various types of PPP model. The best is, these are the benefits. These are the roles, responsibilities of stakeholders. So we have mentioned private developers also. For the case study, the best PPP model is Rajasthan. That's why I put up the case study of Rajasthan, which you can study later on, and you can insist your government, state government, for it. Some of the issues are very critical in affordable housing. Improper selection of land parcels for affordable housing projects will be a big problem. Lengthy clearances and approval process, but many states have come up with ease of doing business, particularly for the affordable housing. I am proud to mention you about the Pune CREDAI. CREDAI Pune Metro insisted the Pune Municipal Corporation about the affordable housing policy. Sir, why don't you sanction it within 15 days? The Pune Municipal Commissioner, Pune Municipal City Engineer came up with the circular stating that the affordable housing project submitted by the developer will be sanctioned within 7 working days. And I think the role played by the CREDAI Pune Metro was the crucial. They insisted. Same can happen at your city level also. High cost of construction finance, CREDAI National is pursuing with the RBI and central government that affordable housing finance make it with low interest. I hope in coming months you will see the fruits. Let me tell you, this PMAY is through the housing agencies, housing finance agencies, banks and also. Lot many banks are aware now, are not aware about this. We made a complaint to State Bank of India also. Lot many banks are not interested in PMAY. If you come across any such housing finance company, contact CREDAI National. They will take care and they will see that some action will be taken against that center. Maybe the State Bank of India or some other. We have some recommendations, expectations and wish list to the government. It's a big list. I will just go through it. You can just go through it. There are 3 slides. Why I am telling you this? That study this wish list. This is wish list of not mine, It is the wish list of you, every CREDAI member. So then what we should do after reading this wish list, I have mentioned in the last that agency responsible, you have to follow with them. If it is central government, CREDAI National will follow. If it is state government, CREDAI state unit will follow. If it is local body, then CREDAI city chapter has to follow. For all this, from where I have drawn this wish list? This wish list has been drawn from various housing, affordable housing policies of various states. So some states are giving different benefits, some other states are giving different. We have collected all benefits and plus some benefits yet to arrive from the central government. This is how I have prepared this wish list. त्याच्या आधी if you want to do the affordable housing project, you must read, not your advocates, not your staff, not your engineers, architects, CA, so-called gurus. No. You have to read all these circulars. There are only 5 very important. If you study it carefully, I am sure affordable housing will be your main portfolio. Through these 5 circulars, central government has given lot many concessions, benefits to we builders and the consumers. Books and research reports for reference on affordable housing. If you are coming with the new portfolio in your organization, you must be well studied, not only through this presentation or those circulars. There should be inner confidence amongst you कि what is the volume of this business and what is going to happen in coming 5 to 7 years. Let me tell you, and I'm proud that first book is Real Estate Developer's Guide to Affordable Housing from CREDAI Pune Metro. On 16th September 2016, in ECGC CREDAI National, this book has been inaugurated at the hands of Chief Minister Maharashtra. My suggestion is that you just read this book. No need of any consultant, no need to ask anybody, no need to take any degree for doing the business. You can do the affordable housing business by reading this. According to me, this 1, 2, 3 and next 2 books are the Bhagavad Gita for the affordable housing. These are the important websites from government for affordable housing. HUPA, that is Union Government Housing Department, HUDCO and NHB are playing a big role in affordable housing, particularly in Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana. And why we all are attracted towards the affordable housing, the reason is Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana. Why to go through this? Because you have to update yourself. Every month, central government may come up with different benefits to the consumers or to you people. You must be updated. Now friends, let me tell you, and I am very proud about this slide. The efforts and contribution in affordable housing, and that too by CREDAI National. We made a representation to the Prime Minister office twice, that 15th November 2015 and 8th April 2017. Firstly, it was led by Mr. Satish Magar, and second time it was headed by Mr. Suhas Merchant. Why PMO presentation is important? Let me tell you, ATIB came because of this PMO. Our CREDAI National many times represented about the ATIB to Finance Minister. In one of the speech, private speech, he said, what rubbish demand you are doing to some of the developers. We had been to PMO, we asked for the consumers and for speedy projects to the PMO, while leaving Devashri Mukherjee ma'am, sir, barobar hai ka? And one Mr. Guljar, they asked, अरे आप तो builder लोग हो, खुद के लिए कुछ भी नहीं मांग रहे हो. Since Magar was with us, Sri Magarji said, अरे नहीं, social काम करना है. You must ask only for the consumers and you have to see the affordable housing. But मैं सतीश मगर नहीं हूँ. मैंने कहा मैम आप चाहती हो तो हम बताते आपको. This is the incidents happened with the Arun Jetli ji. तो बोले क्या चाहिए? मैंने कहा ATIB अगर आप दो तो. And before she starts talking, I told her, ma'am, we know that ATIB, what happened with ATIB, 1500 को यूनिट में क्या हम लोगों ने गपला किया वगैरह वगैरह. I said, ma'am, give it only for the affordable housing, that to 30 square meter carpet. Read the date, 18th November 2015, we gave the presentation, and Feb 2016, ATIB came. Service tax exemption came for housing projects. Initially it is for the state and central government housing projects, but because of that we demanded it. Lot many things happens with the PMO, because if there is a tussle between the central government, any department, and we people who take the final decision about the Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana, about the PMO, is the PMO, Prime Minister Office. And there we got many benefits. So we gave them 2 presentations. Recent presentation is given on 8th April 2017. That is 1 month back. Lot many demands we have given them. I am sure in coming months, again we will come up with good benefits for our community. Infrastructure status, 100% efforts of CREDAI National. With the central government, with the finance department. Fruits are yet to come, but I am sure RBI will come up with the suitable notification. Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana, MIG housing. That housing, that benefits of 2,50,000 was up to 6 lakhs only. On 31st December, Prime Minister came up with the MIG housing. He covered that MIG housing in Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana. That was the long-standing demand of CREDAI National. As all you are aware that very dear subject of our dear young dynamic president is affordable housing, and on installation of in Ahmedabad we launched 373 affordable housing projects. I think later on Rajasthan added 100 housing projects, lot many other, and now the figure has crossed 500 housing projects. CREDAI National is monitoring these projects. And the amendment in ATIB, as I told you, only because of CREDAI National. With this, I complete my presentation. I am aware that I was too fast, but I took the decision that this will be mailed to you so you can study it at home. For any query you can contact CREDAI National. We have set up a portable housing committee over there, and you will get the reply to your query online. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. I would now like to invite Mr. Sanjay Chavan and Mr. Chandorkar from Neolite Buildcon for their presentation. Neolite Buildcon is the silver sponsor for the event today.
Good evening, everybody. Presentation, please. On behalf of Neolite AAC Block, I welcome you all. Basically, this company is promoted by one of the CREDAI member of Kolhapur, Mr. Sanjay Chavan. He is actually with us. In 2015, we started our operations, and in span of almost 2 years, we are catering market from Pune to Davangere and from Solapur to Goa. Even some of the clients, even from Pune or in Belgaum, they are now our clients who are sitting over here. And we are catering around 90% of the market in Belgaum as of now. Next. Actually, we have got our plant in Kagal 5-star MIDC nearby to Kolhapur. And our total plant capacity is around 500 cubic meter per day. That comes around 1.2 lakhs cubic meter per annum. We have got latest ultra-modern plant for the production of Neolite AAC blocks. And we have got in-house full-fledged laboratory for testing raw material as well as our finished product. Next. All our products are conformed to IS standards, that is IS standard 2185 part 3 1984. Next please. Now, just now Mr. Kataria has elaborated us regarding affordable housing. And as well as if you see the today's market conditions, the customers are demanding far more from us. And also there is a pressure of keeping our cost down. As well as there are many government rules and regulation coming into force. Even government is like also considering to put lot of restrictions on natural resources, like clay bricks also, even for sand. So in this era, there is lot of changes are going. So it is real, like, see, there are some need of looking for alternative products for the construction. And Neolite AAC block satisfies all those demands. How we'll see later. Next. Now, with the use of Neolite AAC block, you will save a lot of cost of construction because there is no need of costly sand used as a mortar. Just use Neobond, that is our premix mortar, for the brickwork. Then there is no need of curing. Curing, there is no need. So you will save a lot. Then these blocks are called as lightweight blocks because if you see the density of the blocks, it is almost 3 times lower than that of clay brick and almost 5 to 6 times than that of laterites. So the steel which we are going to put in while conceptualizing structure, so around 5 to 7% steel we can save. So it is a huge saving. Next. Next, please. These blocks are machine cut. So external plaster thickness may come down around 30 to 40% lesser than what we are traditionally using. And these blocks, they don't absorb water on its own. There is no capillary action. So there is no tension of water coming through these blocks, that is we call capillary action. So you can use easily gypsum plaster instead of traditional sand cement plaster. So almost the cost will come down by around 50%. So in all, the total construction cost will go down by around 20 to 25% if you use Neolite AAC block. Next. Now, how these Neolite AAC blocks will help you? See, as you have seen, the cost of construction will definitely come down. It is very easy for construction quality monitoring. See, there is no need of sand, there is no need of cement, just blocks, AAC blocks, Neolite AAC blocks, and our adhesive. You will come to know how much area is there, how much blocks are required, how much our jointing mortar is required, that's all. So very easy, there is no need of curing. So again, looking after labor, whether he is doing proper curing and all those aspects, they will get totally removed. Easy operations, these blocks are very easy to cut. You can use machine also for that, even simple hacksaw will do for it. There is no water penetration, so main headache of leakage and everything will go. Next. Now for the benefit of customers, see these blocks, this is a win-win situation for all. See which products in this world, like for example, if you want more quality, we have to pay more. But these types of blocks, even though it enhances the quality of the construction, but you will pay, your cost will be almost 20 to 25% lower. So, and for customers also, the temperature difference is around 4 to 5 degrees lower than what we are traditionally, these walls being constructed. So, if there's a huge saving in electricity bills of AC also. These are termite-free walls, constructed with Neolite AC block. Earthquake resistant structure, it is good because density is much lower. Low sound absorption, fire resistance is also good. Next please. Now our company, though we are very new in this field, we are the first company in India and we are proud for that we did this rough surface texture to the plastering, both the plastering surfaces. Earlier what happens, many companies were there, they were just having plain surfaces. The problem of peeling off the plaster was there. But since Mr. Sanjay Chavan, he is himself builder, he actually he is put effort to do this kind of things in AAC block. Next. Again, the problem of nailing was there. So again, we did lot of research in our recipe formulation. And in our block, in Neolite AAC block, it is a client's opinion that they are getting good nailing strength than any other blocks. Next. There is no capillary action. If you see, even we have put technical demonstration outside. Please have a look. There are all these technical demonstration. You can see, you can ask us any question over there. There is no capillary action in AAC block. Next. We have got full-fledged in-house laboratory for testing of the raw material as well as our finished product. We have got, next. We have got compressive strength testing machine, which is a state-of-the-art instrument we are using. We have got own dry density checking. Next. Instruments over there. Next. We have got raw material testing facilities there. Next. And one thing is that we are using only fly ash, no other like other substitutes like pond ash, something like that. We only use branded cements like Ultratech and Vasudatta only. Next. We are the first factory in Western Maharashtra, North Karnataka and Goa having IGBC certificate. We will soon get ISI certification. Then we are the first company in India who has innovated this rough surfaces on the both the brick surfaces. And we have got full-fledged in-house laboratory for testing. Now, why Neolite is your perfect partner? Neolite satisfies almost all criteria what the builder wants. There is a quality enhancement in your projects. There is a better service at lower cost. Customers' demand is much more satisfied with this product. Whatever they want, no leakage. Even the temperature would be much lower. Neolite AC block will provide that one. And this is also eco-friendly product. So we are going to save environment also with the help of Neolite AC block. So thank you very much for this brief presentation. And since our factory is very close to Belgaum, I invite all the CREDAI Belgaum members to visit our factory. Even I request Mr. Kais to arrange one trip to our factory. You are most welcome. Have a look how these blocks are manufactured, what are quality parameters we have, and it is totally open to you. We will not hide anything, because this is a future that you are going to consume these blocks for either for affordable housing or any other projects. Thank you very much for patience.
Thank you so much. Moving forward for our next session, which is about alternate investments, hospitality, retail, and technology. Please welcome our panelists, Ms. Nirupa Shankar. As Director, Brigade Hospitality and Director, Brigade Real Estate Accelerator Program, Nirupa has over 10 years of work experience in consulting, hospitality, and real estate. As a second-generation entrepreneur at Brigade Group, she oversees the company's hospitality ventures. During her time in Brigade, she has helped launch 4 hotels with 8 more under various stages of construction. She has been identified as one of CNBC's Young Turks and is listed in Hotelier India's Top 50 Power List 2014 and 2016. She has won several awards. To name a few, Young Entrepreneur Award of the Year 2016 by Construction Week and Restaurant Owner of the Year India 2016 at Hospitality Leaders Industry Choice Award. Next, we have Mr. Vishal Meerchandani. So we're not doing a panel thing. You're doing it? After. All right. So over to you, Nirupa.
Hi, everyone. Good evening. May I request you to just sort of stand and stretch before we start this presentation? I know everybody's energy level is a little down. So please do me a favor and just stand and give yourselves a big stretch so that I may have your attention. Sorry? I'll try to hold your attention. Okay, so good evening, everyone. Brigade Group has been given this next 1 hour to talk about alternate investments in real estate. The way we'll do it is I'll talk for a few minutes, maybe 10 to 15 minutes on hospitality, and then we'll have 5 minutes for a Q&A in case any of you have any questions. And then my CEO, Vishal Meerchandani, will speak for 15 minutes about retail and malls and how that could potentially be a good investment for developers. And then again, we'll have a quick 5-minute Q&A. And then lastly, John Kuruvilla, who heads our accelerator program. So we've started Brigade REAP, which is the country's first real estate accelerator program. So John will talk for a few minutes about REAP, and we'll have one of our startups present an innovative technology. And then you can have another five minutes of break. So that's how we plan to split the next 60 minutes. And we'll try to keep it as engaging as we can for you. Okay, so hotels. You can put the presentation. Yeah, perfect. So I know a lot of you look at hotels with a lot of skepticism, and I know that there are many reasons why we should not be developing hotels and why a lot of developers stay away from hotels. For instance, everybody knows that hotels require a lot of capital investment and upfront. It's not like residential real estate where you can start selling pre-construction. So there is a lot of money that has to go on upfront into hotels. There's obviously a long payback period. Your money is it's not a quick cycle like residential real estate of 3 years. It's typically 5 to 7 years if you get it right. And it can take even from 10 to 15 to 20 years if you don't get it right. And obviously hotels are pretty complex to construct. I mean, apart from just the construction part of it, you require almost 80 approvals just to get the hotel up and running. Once you get it up and running, there are various other licenses that you need to get and that you need to maintain on an annual basis. So hotels are definitely complicated assets to develop. And of course, it's volatile cash flow. You have no idea how much you're going to get. This year, you might be able to get a 5,000 rupee ARR, which is average room rate, and next year you might be able to get only 4,500, or it could even go up to 6,000. So there is a lot of volatility in the business because of how dynamic it is. So each month it could be cyclical, it could be based on various macroeconomic factors. So it is a very volatile business. And of course the operation returns, if you don't get it right, again can be very low. And there's always rate pressure, right? Because there's so much of competition, people will say, you know, it's not like Fairfield, Belagavi, where there aren't too many other competitions in the market. I mean, today if I charge you 10,000, you'll say another hotel just as good is charging me 8,000. Either reduce the rate or I move my business. And finally, of course, I'm sure a lot of you have read about all the random laws that hotels have to deal with. Suddenly, the Supreme Court brought in this law of not being able to serve liquor within 500 meters of a highway. And then suddenly we had a law that said, okay, you can't charge service charge anymore. So obviously these impact the businesses. There's no grandfather clause where just because you've built a hotel based on licenses does not mean or does not entitle you to work within those permits, right? The government laws can change anytime. So there is a lot of risk that is there in building a hotel. But I'm here to tell you how it can be a potentially good investment and what are some of the steps that we can take or that we should take before developing a hotel. So just to give you a quick market overview, if you look at the market, how has the hotel industry grown over the last 7 to 8 years? In 2009, the country of India had about 61,000 hotel rooms. And when I say hotel rooms, it means classified hotel rooms, either 3-star, 4-star, or 5-star. Basically anything with a star category as determined by the Department of Tourism. So in 2009, we had about 61,000 hotel rooms and the occupancy was around 60%. Fast forward 7 to 8 years later, the occupancy is higher than 63% and the number of rooms in the country has actually doubled. So what this tells you is that the country has been able to absorb the new supply that has come into the market. Although 60% is healthy, it's not 80% like countries like Singapore, it's not 85%, like cities like New York. But it's been able to hold the supply, it's been able to hold the fresh supply even though the supply has doubled in the last 7 to 8 years. However, of course, we all know that there's been a pressure on the rates. Like I said, with the new supply in the market, that means there's a lot of competition that's come in and that's put a bit of pressure on the rates. And this is the average rate in the entire country. So obviously there'll be 5-star hotels that are charging 15,000 rupees and then there'll be 3-star hotels or 2-star hotels charging 2,000 rupees. But this is the average rate and there is pressure on the rate, but it's how you develop your property to make sure that you enhance that, which is what we'll talk about. Finally, I guess what I want to say from a market perspective is that there's obviously room to grow. I don't know if some of you read, there was a World Economic Forum study about the most dynamic city. And for instance, a city like Bangalore was named as the most dynamic city in the world. And the most dynamic city in the world has only 12,000 hotel rooms. If you compare it to other great cities of the world, just like Las Vegas alone has 152,000 rooms, which is more than the entire country of India. A place like Paris, a place like Barcelona, they all have as many, just these one cities or individual cities have as many hotel rooms as the entire country. So obviously there is room to grow. Why it's not growing is a whole different topic, but there is room to grow, and my point here is to say that a city, say like Bangalore, which is obviously getting a lot of global attention for how dynamic it is, has only 12,000 rooms to begin with. Okay. Again, there are few examples in the industry everybody likes to talk about. I don't know how many of you have experienced the hospitality at Leela Chanukyapuri. Now this one hotel has been a hot topic in the hospitality industry ever since the day it opened, because it is the most expensive 5-star hotel in the country. They spent 700 crores for 3 acres of land. They spent 900 crores to build 260 rooms. What that means is your cost per key or your cost per room is almost 6 crores. So to build one room, you're spending 6 crores. And that's why it makes it the most expensive hotel in the country. And this hotel, as you know, with the Leela group, they've gone into heavy debt. I think their debt is some 4,000 crores or something, which is almost as high as their turnover. So they're in deep trouble because of the kind of expensive hotels that they're building. And as you all know, that they're looking to sell off their assets one by one and go into a more asset-light model. But I feel like a few hotels have really given the whole industry a bad name because people like to quote all these examples. And just like how in residential real estate, we're all so careful about how much our cost of construction is per square foot. if you're just as careful in the hotel industry as to your cost per room or your cost per key, I think it can be a viable proposition. So my suggestion is that, I have 4 points on how you can just build it right. And this is Brigade's approach to building hotels. We have 4 operating hotels, 2 in Bangalore, 1 in Chennai, and 1 in Mysore, and we have 8 more under construction. Obviously, if we didn't believe in the business model, we wouldn't be building so many hotels. And these 4 points are just our approach to how we go about developing hotels and how we think they can be a viable investment. The first is, there's no pressure to grow, right? We're not saying let's do 20 hotels by 2020. We're saying when we find a piece of land, we say let's look at the highest and best use for that piece of land. Does it make sense to do a residential apartment, whether it's LIG or MIG, HIG, whatever it is? Then you do that. If it makes sense to build a mall, you build a mall. Only if the highest and best use for a particular parcel of land is a hotel, should you build a hotel. So there are models where we've built it in city center when we are able to lease the land, because the cost of the land is one of the most important criteria. If you get the land cost exorbitantly high, then you're setting yourself up for failure right from the start. So the first is, if you find a piece of land, do a feasibility to see which is the highest and best use. If it makes sense to do a mall, do a mall. If it makes sense to do resi. But if it makes sense to do a hotel and you think there's an opportunity, then do a hotel. Secondly, you have to figure out the right positioning, right? Imagine if, like Fairfield for this place is probably the right positioning for a city like Belagavi. It doesn't have too many other hotels of this caliber. But if I build a JW Marriott here instead of a Fairfield, obviously you're setting yourself up for failure. You're not going to get the required returns. You're not going to get the required cash flows. So the second point is to find the right positioning for the hotel. Make sure, understand what the market is. If you're able to get 3,500 rupees, build accordingly. And I'm just going to quickly jump to my third point, which is the thumb rule that I use. And if you take away anything from this presentation, this is the one rule to take away. There's one key thumb rule that you need to keep in mind when developing a hotel, and that's your cost per key or your cost per room should be 1,000 times the ARR that you're able to get. So for instance, if I'm able to get 3,500 rupees at Fairfield Marriott, the owner should not have spent more than 35 lakhs a key to build it. I don't know how many rooms this hotel has, 104. So whatever the whole cost of the project should have been 104 times 35 lakhs. And that's the key to developing a good hotel and getting good cash flows. So for instance, I talked about Leela Chanakya Puri. They built it at 6 crores a key. They should have been getting 60,000 rupees per night. But do you know what they're getting? 15,000. So obviously that hotel is not going to make money. But there are hotels like in Maldives, right? The St. Regis in Maldives was built at 6 crores a key. They're able to get not just 60,000, they're probably able to get 1 lakh per night, per room night as their average room rate. So they're able to charge $1,500, $2,000 for 1 room night. And that's why that hotel has made its money back in 5 years. So this is the main thumb rule that you need to keep, and this is what we use when we're building a hotel. So if we are building in the heart of the city, and when we figure out whether to do luxury or not, we just ask ourselves one question: what is the room rate that the market will be willing to pay me? And then if it's 40 lakhs or 50 lakhs, if it's 5,000 rupees or 6,000 rupees, then you know that your budget is 50 to 60 lakhs per room. And if you keep that in mind and assume that after 3 to 4 years, you'll get a stabilized occupancy of 65 to 70%, then you're home. Like, you'll probably take a 7 to 10 year payback period, and nobody builds hotels for 5 or 6 years, right? You build it for 40 to 50 years. So you'll get your money back in 7 to 10 years, and after that, it's just an absolute cash cow. So that's probably the most important thing. Going back to the second point, you have to keep in mind what sort of facilities you require. Like, a lot of these international operators come into the Indian market and they say, oh, we're going to do limited service. You know, like Ibis came in, Holiday Inn Express came in, and they said, we're going to do limited service, no food and beverage, we'll just have breakfast. We won't put a swimming pool, we won't put meeting space. Those kind of things don't just work in the Indian market. The Indian customer wants a good restaurant 3 times a day. He needs access to a restaurant. It's not like Singapore or New York where you can just walk out and find a restaurant, right? You need to find everything within the hotel. So few things that are key to the Indian market and the Indian mentality is what you need to keep in mind when building the hotel. And lastly, we all build hotels, developers build hotels and typically give it out to international operators to manage. And finding the right operator is very crucial, because if you don't find the right operator, it's pretty much like giving your property to a manager or a CEO to manage your business. And unless you find that right partner, or rather the general manager, I think the general manager is the most important, forget the brand. If you get the right person to manage your property, and I think it could be a very viable option. So these are, I guess, the main things to keep in mind when building the hotel. Couple of case studies. So this is the Grand Mercure Bangalore. This is our first hotel. And probably one of the main reasons we got confidence to build more hotels. This is just the occupancy of Grand Mercure. So it opened in the year 2009, 2010, when the whole financial crisis, there was that whole financial crisis of mortgage-backed securities in 2009. We opened the hotel in 2009-10 fiscal year. And as you can see, the green line, our hotel consistently did about 20 points above the city average. The city average was around 60%. We were at 80%, only because we found a plot of land in a residential area, and everybody said it won't work. But luckily, our chairman had the vision to continue and build that hotel. And while we spent only 45 lakhs a key, the commensurate rate should have been 4,500 rupees is what the hotel should have been charging. But we were able to charge 6,500 rupees per night, obviously because of the lack of competition and there weren't too many other hotels there. And hence, for this hotel gave us, we had a payback period of about 4 years. And it was on a lease land, so, the lease was for about 30 years. So in 4 years, I got my money back, and maybe another 2.5 years for construction. And the balanced 24 years, I just have to sit and collect the GOP. So whatever my margins are, usually this hotel gives us a margin of 45%. So for the next 25 years, it's a cash cow for us. Another great example of a hotel success story is obviously Lemon Tree. I don't know if you know too much about the company, but just to give you 3-4 quick numbers, it was started in 2002 with about 25 crores of capital. They're probably going to IPO either this year or next year, a valuation of $1 billion. So that's a CAGR of about 44% for the last 16 years. So they've grown phenomenally well, and this is just to say that it can be a viable model. It's just that a lot of people probably don't build it right. And lastly, these are probably the benefits of investing in a hotel. I'm not trying to push it on anybody, but these are the benefits we see as a company. Obviously, the return on investment is probably lower than what you get on resi. But if you look at any other commercial asset, like an office building and things like that, the rental yield that you get is around this much. Is around 8%, and could be even lower sometimes to 7 to 9%. So it is similar to any capital-heavy investment or rent-yielding investment. But a lot of people, what they forget is that it's an appreciating asset. So each year, with residential real estate, after 3 years of building the development, that's it. Your cash flows are done. With a hotel, with every passing year, you get more value for the property, and also it gives you that annuity income. So in a down cycle, especially like with this whole demonetization thing, what helped a company like Brigade is that we had a decent chunk of annuity income. So we were able to sustain some amount of cash flows within the company. Next, of course, diversification. It's a great way to add to your portfolio in terms if you want to diversify into other parts of the business. Brigade does a lot of mixed-use development. So for us, a hotel obviously enhances the entire value of the mixed-use development. Obviously, there's a reduction in your tax payment because your depreciation is so high. Your capital investment is heavy, so your depreciation is higher, thereby reducing your taxes. And lastly, of course, you can leverage the hotel. Once the hotel starts to service its debt, you can use the receivables, the projected receivables. It's kind of like an LRD. You can look at your projected receivables and take loans to further the entire hospitality business or any other business. So I just want to quickly end by saying, we like the business. We are heavily invested in the business, but it's not for everyone. This business kind of puts you through a lot of pain, and unless you're ready to sort of withstand all that pain, don't do it. That's my disclaimer. But if you build it right, I think it could generate great rewards for many people. So that's all I had to say about investing into hotels. I'm happy to take 2 to 3 questions, and then we'll move on to malls and then technology. Yeah. Are there any questions? Yes.
So now most of the hotels are the management, as you rightly said, management fees. So what would be management fees?
Yeah.
What would be the ideal fees in a city like Belgaum that we can give it to the property?
Typically, the management fees are standard. It doesn't vary city to city. It's just very brand specific. Typically, it's about 8 to 11%. It could be anything. If you negotiate very well with them, some operators are easier to negotiate with. It can be as low as 8%. It can go as high as 11%, which is fine. I think you don't have to deal with the day-to-day headache. So I think that 10% or whatever it is well spent.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks. Revenue. Yeah. What? Yeah. So they take a base fee. Usually that base fee is between 1.5% to 2.5% on the top line. And then they usually take about 7 to 8% on the bottom line. Plus they have other marketing fees and various fees. It all adds up to about 10% of the top line. So if you're within that 10%, I think you're okay. Yeah, but overall, I'm just giving you, they have 5 pages of fees, that you have to pay out. So if you just add it all together, it's about 10% of the top line. So I think service department is a great business model. It's just that it's very confused in India because the service departments and the hotels, service department model works on high occupancy, low rate, and hotel business works on lower length of stay and higher rate. But in India, it's so confused. Both service departments and hotels go after the same business. So your service departments, so Grand Mercure started off as a service department. My length of stay, every person staying there stayed for an average of about 11 days when it started. Now, because everybody starts pitching for the same business because there's limited corporate business. It's not growing as quickly as the supply. So now the length of stay is slowly reducing to 9 days in the service department, but the average length of stay is only 2 days. So I think the service department model works on limited service, high occupancy, less turnover. So you need to have long contracts. But in India, it doesn't work like that. In developed markets like Singapore and New York and all that, you can't take a service department for less than 30 days. In India, you can go stay in a service department for 1 day also if you want. So that's the problem. There's an issue with there's not enough regulation. The market is not as mature. But I think there is potential for that service business to do well in the country.
In the thumb rule, which you have mentioned that it should be 1,000 times the average room rate, does that also include the revenues from other revenues like the banquets or the restaurants?
Typically in hotels, most hotels, like this one, I'm sure, the F&B will be another 25% or 30% of the revenue. It depends on how large the banquet hall is, how much of F&B. This is just a thumb rule. I'm saying this is just a thumb rule. Obviously, to make the entire project viable, if you're going to get revenues from the banquet hall, you'll be spending to build that banquet hall as well. But in a country like India, you can't not have the banquet hall. A lot of operators will tell you, don't do banquet hall, we want to do limited service. But it doesn't work. You need banquet halls like this to help to fill up your rooms. If this hotel did not have any rooms, I don't think they would have done the conference here, right? So it has to work together. But overall, this is just a thumb rule when you're building a hotel to make sure you don't overspend. Whatever additional money you get from banquet F&B is required to fill up your rooms also because you have to look at occupancy also. So I'll take one more question and then we'll move on to malls. And anything else, I'm happy to answer offline as well.
Just another question on the thumb rule.
I couldn't hear
Just
that.
another question on the thumb rule.
Yeah.
So does it depend on the number of rooms the hotel will have? Like, for example, a hotel can have 20 rooms or say 500 rooms.
So, good question. I guess it's very hard to, so the thumb rule works for typically 100 rooms and above because there are more operational efficiencies. So the fewer rooms you have, the less efficient your property is because you still have to do a reception, you still have to do a gym, you still have to do pool. So the more number of rooms you can spread it over, the more efficient your hotel is. So I always say we don't do hotels less than 125 rooms because I think that's the basic number you need to be efficient. You know, so I would suggest more number of rooms if possible. Your efficiency just goes up, that's it. But you can take that thumb rule generally even for 30 rooms. Okay, so I'll move on to Vishal. Vishal will talk to you a little bit about investing into the retail business. Thank you.
Nirupa, one question here, I guess.
How about the renovation costs and other costs? I mean, the recurring renovation costs.
Yeah, so renovation cost, what you do is you need to keep something called an FF&E reserve, which is furniture and fixtures reserve. So every year you put in some percentage. So maybe 1% in the first year, 2% in the second year of your top line, and maybe 4% every year, so that when you need to renovate, you already have some sort of a sinking fund there. So typically you should not be refurbishing more than once in 7 years. Hopefully by then you would have made your money back. But you have a sinking fund for that in the P&L. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Nirupa. Next, we have Mr. Vishal Mirchandani. Vishal Mirchandani is the CEO of Retail and Commercial Space, spearheading the Brigade Group's ambitious plans of substantial growth in the development and management of premium commercial and retail space. He has played a pivotal role in scaling up the commercial business of Brigade Group and has also led it into new geographies like Kochi in South and Ahmedabad in West. During his earlier stints at various lifestyle and retail organizations, he has successfully taken companies to new heights of growth and awards. He is also a winner of many industry awards. Over to you, Vishal.
Thank you. Good evening, everybody. And thanks for staying back and giving us a year. I hope, I think Nirupa's presentation was fantastic. I hope I can live up to the same standards. So I'm going to talk to you about the shopping center opportunity in India, how it is playing out, and also comparing with what's happening in the world for a bit. And importantly, I think everybody's got this question about how it is going to stack up against e-commerce. You know, the Amazons, Flipkarts, operating in the market and creating so much of noise and buzz for our consumers. But let's see how it all stacks up together. So before we get started into the real business, let's look at the Indian economy. I think we know the Indian economy, but just to give you the context. So India's average GDP growth, we know, has been about 7.5% in the last 10 years. And we're expecting that to continue for the next 5 years or so. But importantly, our private consumption has been very, very strong at about 8.5%, more than the GDP growth. And that contributes to almost 60% of the GDP, which is a very, very strong statistic for all of us to remember, because that is what is actually driving shopping center growth and retail growth in India. And India is expected to become the 5th largest economy by 2025. And so these are, you know, 3 big points. And let's move on and understand how the Indian retail scenario is actually panning off. India's retail market actually has grown a long way. I started my retail career with Shoppers Stop about 20 years back, and that time organized retail was only about 3% of or 2% of the entire retail market. Today, the size of the entire retail market in India is $600 billion, and it's expected to go to $1 trillion by 2021. $1 trillion. So what India's size of the economy is going to be the retail size of the size of the retail market in India. And the contribution of organized retail, the Shoppers Stops, Lifestyles of the world, today are contributing 17% of their retail pie. And today it is about $102 billion, which is growing at 16-17%. And it can grow up to $150, $200 billion in the next 5-7 years. And it has been growing at that clip. So that number is a believable number. Having said that, I think we need to also understand that the retail sector is undergoing a lot of change, not just in terms of, you know, the e-commerce threat, but also in terms of its internals and how the consumption trends are changing. So we believe that the Indian retail business is going to be grown through only, 3 main facets. That's the international retailers. We've seen a lot of international retailers entering the Indian market, and they've fueled consumption. They've added energy to the Indian retail market. The second is entertainment, and the definition of entertainment continues to grow. And We only understood entertainment when we were growing in college, entertainment to be cinemas. But I think that definition we all understand and agree that it's expanding to, entertainment centers where we can do gaming and stuff like that. And of course, food. Food is again not just food what we buy for the house, but food consumption and all the lifestyle around food. Having said that, how are we going to actually go out and explore and spend our money in these sectors? Today, India is an underserved shopping center market. On a per capita basis, we only have, we don't even have about 3 square feet per capita of shopping center space. And if you look at the US market, the per capita shopping center space is 23 square feet. Yes, US is overserved. It is 85-90% penetrated. India is only about, it's only in its teens. Having said that, there is still great potential for India to grow to 10 to 15 square feet per capita, which is to grow 5 times from where we are right now in the next 7 years, 7-8 years. So it's a fantastic opportunity. We'll also understand how it is stacking up against e-commerce. So this is the famous thing that we keep hearing. Shopping malls are going to be dead. Especially in the international markets, people say shopping malls are dead. But is it really dead? I shared with you the perspective of the macro environment. Let's understand whether it is actually going dead, and people are saying that everybody is shopping online. But is that really happening to the extent that we believe and hear that it's happening? So let's understand the market. Like US market is a very sophisticated market, so I thought I'll share that, the statistics of that market with you. So overall, the retail market, which is not the online market, is a $4.4 trillion market. And the online marketplace is only about 300 billion. So it's not even 10% of that market. It's about 7%. It's about 6.5% of retail contribution coming from online sales. And the real brick and mortar stores are contributing to about 93.6% of retail sales in USA. So, you're really seeing the momentum in the most sophisticated market in the world is still on brick and mortar stores. And if you look at how it is moving forward, you look at e-commerce, you look at the graph on the left-hand side. That's the e-commerce graph. And you look at the yellow trend line that's going down. What does that mean? It's a decelerating growth. It was growing, e-commerce business in the US is growing at about 16% in 2013. And now it has decelerated to about 11%. Which means that, of course, not that the market is, online business is failing. No, not at all. But the pie has become very big. From being a $50 billion market, it's become a $300 billion market, so it's not possible for it to grow at that pace. But the offline market has grown it's become so big that it's also become very difficult for the online guys to compete with the offline so easily. In fact, offline guys are having hybrid models and so on and so forth. And the mobile commerce market has completely crashed. And there are also security reasons attached to So I'm just stacking up, basically 6 companies in the world. Starting with Simon Properties, which is the largest property developer in the world with assets of almost $300 billion. So one company in the world has assets of $300 billion. And Westfield is the other company which has got assets of almost about $70 billion. And you have Amazon on one side, Intu is the largest shopping center developer of UK, Old Mutual from South Africa, and Capital Land from Singapore. So these are large companies and they're all expanding. And when I'm saying expanding, I'm talking about serious expansions. When you look at Westfield, they are building shopping centers. They built 2 shopping centers in London. They're building 3rd in another borough of London. And they've done that in the last 10 years, in the online era, so to speak. They're building a mall in Milan today. As we speak, they're actually already constructing. Simon Properties is expanding with 21 new projects in developed markets. Amazon is growing the business, looking at investing $3 billion in the next 3 to 5 years, $1 billion in Indian market alone. So you're talking about all these forces playing out together, energizing the entire consumption trend and fueling consumers to spend more and more. This all means that all of them are coexisting together. Simon Properties has been in the business for the last 60, 70 years. They've seen various trends come and go, but they realize that despite the online threat, brick and mortar business is going to continue. So, the trend is basically from the numbers, you see 46% people are shopping online, 69% are shopping in stores. the number of items that you buy online is, 1/3 that you buy in a store, in a brick and mortar store, in one ticket. So, that consumption basket is much higher, much larger in a shopping center. Let's look at how profitable these companies are. So I'm talking about EBITDA per employee. How much money we make from our operations, how much profit we make from our operations, divided by the number of employees working in the organization. So Facebook leads the pack. Earlier it used to be Apple as the #1 company, highest EBITDA per employee. It has been replaced by Facebook. So social media replacing, the traditional media. And of course, you don't need too many people to run that company. So you have, $1 million per employee is the EBITDA in Facebook. And the second company in the world is Simon Property Group at almost $800,000 US per employee. So and they have been consistently there in that 1 or 2 number list since the last 10, 15 years, since the time I've been looking at this list. And the other one is Westfield. If you look at Amazon, they're at $36,000. So, it is a people-heavy business. So there are opportunities. So don't get bogged down by the fact that shopping center business is less profitable to, an online business. Online businesses also require a lot of investments. What I'm going to show you right now is the facets of development. Where is the shopping center development moving forward? In what direction it is going? It is not just about shopping centers. It's about building real estate, building communities, building townships, etc. Excuse me, can we play the slide, please? Can we play the film? So this is about Westfield. This is phase 2 of a center they built in London. Just click on it. It is embedded. No. I played it. Okay, I think it's not playing, so we go to the next slide, please. You can play the next slide if you can. It's playing? Yeah, play this. So we built, in Brigade Group, we built a mixed-use development called Brigade Gateway. And that's why we are saying the future is here. The previous slide was saying how the international market is actually taking forward the mixed-use development philosophy. Westfield had built a mall in proper London, and they're building phase 2, building residential apartments, getting 5 metros connected, etc. But we've done that as a group. Brigade Group has done this in Bangalore already with a project called Brigade Gateway. It's a 40-acre mixed-use development which we delivered complete in 2011. So we have residential apartments, we have a Sheraton Grand Hotel of 230 rooms, Columbia, Asia Hospital, Orion Mall, we have the Galaxy Club, we have Brigade School, and of course the 1,255 residential apartments. So what we are saying is that shopping center development is about looking at a big picture. It's not about looking at one small picture, I have 3 acres of land and let me go out and build it. No. The thinking has to go, the strategy has to go beyond that. We have to think a little bigger than that because the consumer is expecting to see a bigger magnet. And then of course, we are looking at a different consumer. When we say a different consumer, we know that today's generation is a digital generation, is the millennial as we define it. It's our challenge to convert these millennials to millennials. And these are the traits. These are the traits that they are following today, experience-centric. They use tech to enhance the experience. They love immediacy and convenience, but they still actually want to see, feel it and try it. And so experience and seeing it, feeling and trying it is still an important part of their expectation. So we have to create our strategies around these kind of characteristics of the consumer. Are we prepared to do that? I think you'll have to click from there. So, having said that, I think moving beyond the consumer is about looking at, after moving from the design philosophy, mixed-use development, looking at the consumer, we can look at technology as providing the connect to the property or to your development with the consumer. So that's the next story that we need to continue building on. And there's a lot of technology. When I was at the shopping center forum last week, everybody was talking about apps. Yes, mall apps, mobile apps, these are all very important things, but the fundamental thing is, how good is my development? Have I taken care of the development ethos? So build a good development with right infrastructure, and then build the support with the applications, technology applications that are required. But you won't die without that. The shopping center won't die if they are not there. It is required today only to provide some character to your entire shopping center that provides a connect with your consumer. If you're not able to get the right stores, the right brands, you'll not be able to do business. So apps come last. Get your fundamentals right first. Next. I think we'll move now. I think we missed a lot. So we are saying e-commerce has become physical. We have seen Amazon opening stores. All I mentioned to you was malls need to go digital also. So if you want to connect with the new consumer, what we call the millennial, want to make them a millennial, we need to connect with that consumer. And actually, you can go forward. Keep clicking. So working? Yeah. So malls need to go digital and connect with the consumer. So this is how people have built experiences, retail stores. This is Galeries Lafayette. This is not a museum. This is a large department store in Paris. You can see paintings and you see stained glass. So this is how it is lit up. This is a store. So you get attracted. You won't get this experience online. So there are challenges, but there are opportunities also. This is Selfridges. You have to move faster. Yeah, this is a new Zara store on Oxford Street. So it's completely different experience. This is H&M on 5th Avenue in New York. They're sitting next to a luxury store. So I know they are selling jeans for $30 and competing with a brand which is selling jeans for $500. But they've raised the aspiration, they raised the experience. They're not getting bogged down. The definition or the inclusion of what comes into shopping centers has changed. You have aquariums, you have various entertainment options, which I spoke to you about. You have great dining experiences. So these are the new things that are happening and need to be planned, and you need to be dynamic. So these are the, basically, it's about confluencing factors. The fundamentals of infrastructure, convenience, design and development, experience. Experience stands out alone and connects with technology, connects with the consumer, brings the entire environment together. And of course, technology connects with your millennial, makes the millennial a millennial. So, coming to what happens over here. In India, we've experienced a long journey. Last 20 years, I think I was involved with the first mall launched in India, which was Ansel's Plaza. We opened Shoppers Stop in 97, 98. And since that time, 500 or 600 malls have opened in the country. And we've seen in the first 10 years, 80% failure rate. But in the last 5-7 years, we've seen 70% success rate. So there's been a dramatic shift. So there has been a reason for that. We learn from our failures. We know that it's a business that holds potential, but it needs to be looked at as a retail business, not as a pure play real estate business. So you need to build, experience, expertise, hire professionals, hire the right design development teams, and have the right size and the right formats. Build good relationships with your retailers, have the right vision, think beyond the shopping center. So it's very important that you are able to create that learning. And therefore today, because of the high success rates, because of the potential that the Indian economy holds, we are seeing investors flocking this asset class. We are seeing investments, Blackstone, GIC, Xander, CIPB, which is Canadian Pension Fund, they are investing very heavily in this market. Collectively, all these funds put together, they have invested about $1.5 billion in the last 2 years itself. and they're actually looking at, many, many more times that amount to invest today in the market. You're looking at 5, 6, 7, even $10 billion in the next 5, 7, 10 years. So, the sector is really attracting good money. So there is a caution here. As I shared with you, the experience of building a shopping center is not about building on a 3-acre plot, but it's about building a large and strong magnet that can attract people for 10, 15, 20, 25 years. And you never know, that mall may not be successful. So there have been examples of unsuccessful malls having become successful because of very strong marketing. I can give you 2 names, but I won't give you names, but just share with you, there are a couple of malls which failed 5 years back, but they invested 50, 60 crores in marketing. And they were able to build a strong destination. They also invested 40, 50 crores in store fit-outs of retailers. So collectively put 100 crores to make that center again profitable. And therefore, they are able to create a strong destination. Bottom line is, you got to have a long-term approach. You got to think in decades, not in years. So it's about deep pockets, about having the right philosophy in this business. So what we are saying is the mall is alive. The sector is attracting investments. Are we ready for it? Do we have the right approach? I think it's all upon us to make this work. Thank you. Sorry about the technology hiccup. I wish we had all seen those AVs. They were very nice.
Thank you. Thank you, Vishal.
Sorry, any questions? Happy to answer them. Running out of time? Okay, we'll take it offline.
Next, we have Mr. John Kuruvilla. John comes with an experience, 30 years of diverse experience covering marketing, sales, brand building, customer relations, revenue management, pricing, general management, P&L responsibility, and entrepreneurship. John's 14-year advertising journey resulted in creation and launch of several successful brands in the country, and he was a part of team behind award-winning and memorable campaigns. John has helped turn around several loss-making companies and has mentored several startups. He has just gotten off the corporate treadmill and is now following his passion, working with startups through Brigade REAP program as a mentor. Over to you, John.
Thank you. 4 o'clock, it's 6, it's 5:45. So I'll try and make this interesting and insightful. Interesting conversation for me because I was in real estate in 2000 to 2003, created India's largest online platform called PropMart, and then went on to start an airline. So it's nostalgia, and Satish Bhai was introduced to me by Mr. Deepak Parekh, and he said, if you want to get into real estate online, meet this gentleman. And I went to Pune and met Satish Bhai, and what I saw at Magarpatta was ahead of its time. But today, it's history. I mean, what he's done is a lesson for everybody. I heard Aditya Javidkar talk of one thing, which is, can we take one big idea? We've heard several. I'll try and throw one more for you to pick from. We heard Shantilal Katare ji say, use technology, connect and collect. Rera ka Fera. I've been in the industry now for about a year, and what I tell builders who I meet, Rera for me is responsible era. A lot of builders were responsible, are responsible. Rera has just made it accountable and transparent. Satish Dara talked of humility. I mean, it's phenomenal for a man of his stature to be completely transparent in his voicing concerns when the youth wing. So in this room, you've seen transparency and you've seen accountability, and I'll try and take you through what technology can do. So one word that I want to throw into everything you all do is innovation. And when Mr. Jaishankar and Nirupa reached out to me, I had just left Reliance Industries. I was managing their venture fund. And Mr. Jaishankar was very clear, John, help the industry innovate. This, what we are building, Brigade REAP, Real Estate Accelerator Program, is for the industry. There is a lot of technology happening. Nirupa used to get about 100 startups reaching up to her every month, but those startups were missing some part of the business aspect. And that's how REAP started. It's accelerating innovation in real estate, retail, and hospitality. I'll just share with you 3 slides which tell you that globally, real estate has issues. There's a McKinsey report. Most projects, large projects, take 20% longer to finish than scheduled. Most projects are up to 80% over budget. And this is not an India story, this is a global story. I'm happy to share the McKinsey report. We also realized that, do I click here? Do I click here? Construction, real estate and hospitality have very low digitization. Now this is a phenomenal opportunity for everybody here and this country. If you take retail, hospitality and construction, they have the least amount of digitization across verticals. Real estate in India invests the least amount of revenue in technology. If I add one more layer to it, real estate and construction in India and globally has the least productivity across industries. Now, what a phenomenal problem and what a phenomenal opportunity. Least labor productive, least technology adoption. If we can help each one of you in this room identify great technology that can solve problems for you, you can actually crack this problem. If you look at innovation, and this is a word I want you all to think about when you go back into construction, into marketing, into design, all the innovation you see in real estate, retail, and hospitality is above. I was part of an innovation in 2000 with PropMart, then came housing.com. We know what happened to housing. Then came My Makan, you have Magic Breaks, you have Oyo Rooms, Zomato in food tech, you have Amazon in e-commerce. Vishal did a very interesting presentation on how e-commerce is going down and S-commerce, shopping commerce is going up. You have ShopClues, and you have a lot of these activities happening which is visible to the consumer. But there is a hell of a lot that needs to be done below. In real estate, in retail, in hospitality, you can leverage technology to not only save you costs, but to increase your revenues and productivity. Things like smart communities, sustainable buildings, building automation, supply chain logistics, alternate energy, environment, nanotechnology, big data. There is so much happening that you cannot see, but there's a lot happening in India. We heard about food tech. Food tech was the darling of the investors in 2015. It was a graveyard in 2016. If you build business for valuation, it is not going to work. People have to learn from the real estate community how to stay strong even in tough times to make money. Now, these are the technology companies that are happening under the radar. There is CRE Metrics. It gives you data analytics. There's Props AMC, gives you data analytics in real estate for the first time in this country. You have Sookwagon. You have Z-Sense, which does smart communities. You have Natura, a company that will actually show you how to reduce air conditioning in air conditioning bills in your buildings by as high as 6%. You have AirZar, which can actually help companies do land topographical mapping of lands using drones and progress management. So a lot is happening under the ground. Technology that will impact real estate, retail, there's in-store shopping, virtual stores. Is one dead and one dying? No, I think technology and the physical world has to come together to deliver enhanced cost and revenue efficiencies. Technology impact hospitality, facial recognitions of guests, robo-cleaning, mobile key for hotel, location-based marketing, in-room experience for guests. You can actually, for example, when I was at the Oberoi, we were looking at removing the reception in hotels and doing keyless entry for customers from the time they board the aircraft and they reach the hotel and move in with just a mobile app. The amount of money you can save and the efficiency you bring in, including guest satisfaction. Some problems that technology can address. In a mall, I'm giving you an example, and it's a real example, 1 million square feet, the electricity bill per month is 1.59 crores. Just air conditioning is 57 lakhs. I invested in a company in my earlier avatar called Ecorhythm. In New York, the Intercon, which is about 600 rooms, using Ecorhythm's technology, they were saving air conditioning bills up to $50,000 per month. Now that's technology. When I went and met the head of facilities at the Intercon, he said, John, I was skeptical. I've been here 31 years. I know this business inside out. But because the management wanted, I did it. And today what happened, and it's a very interesting insight. The reason they were saving $50,000 is 10th floor upwards, the heating valve in winter was open along with the cooling valve. So the air conditioning, the heating was working that much more harder because the cooling valves were open. Each of them found that out. They shut the cooling valves. They were saving $50,000. Supply chain. There's a company in our batch right now which can actually save hoteliers and restaurants 4 to 5% in procurement costs. Guest loyalty. You can increase guest loyalty in retail, in hospitality, using technology. This is what we do at REAP. We're accelerating innovation in real estate. We work on 5 verticals: smart communities and home automation, nanomaterials. For example, Nirupa has thrown a challenge at REAP saying the biggest challenge that real estate developers have is seepage. Can you find me a company that can actually, at the construction stage, prevent seepage, post-construction, detect seepage? We found an Indian in Switzerland working on a nanomaterial, a polymer binding solution, which you mix in the concrete and in the cement and the sand, and will actually reduce seepage by 95%. It's proven in a lab. The problem is he needs a builder to give him a POC. We found another company which 3 months before fit out, before handover to a customer, before you do the primer and the paint, can actually come in with sensors and tell you where is the humidity in the room, in the wall. Now these companies exist in India. They just don't know how to monetize. No builder is willing to give them an opportunity because nobody wants to work with a startup. So we take the pains of removing uncertainty from the startup's business. Alternate energy. WTC has 1 million square feet of glass facade. The sun hits it bang on morning and evening. We're now looking at finding a technology company which build a nanopolymer substrate which I just apply on the glass and I can generate electricity to do emergency lighting and parking lightings for WTC. We're finding these companies. We found a company in Madurai which creates roads from waste plastic. So all the plastic bottles that you dump in this room, where does it go? He's saying, listen, give it to me free. He's created a patented technology where he creates plastic pellets out of the waste plastic. He mixes it in the tar, replaces a lot of bitumen. His roads are 60% cheaper than normal roads, last 7 years more than normal roads. He doesn't know how to build his business, so we're now talking to him. Video surveillance and AR. We're now talking to one of the companies which has got a 100-acre project, 7.5 kilometer perimeter. They've got 260 guards. We're telling them through video analytics and surveillance and through laser beams, you can reduce your cost per month by almost 2.5 lakhs by reducing number of guards. This company that again is in our batch has actually saved rapes, solved a murder problem in a community they were installed in. And we'll show you some of those. Efficiency and loss prevention, whether it's in retail or in retail or in hospitality, technology can actually come in to help you deliver efficiencies. We can't do all this on our own because, just go back one slide, because we have a lot of technology into what we are doing. So we've partnered with some of the world's largest tech providers, Cisco for sensors, Intel for video computing, Microsoft for mobile and cloud, and JLL, he's the services company for us who can take our startups to market. So there is deep technology from the technology partners. There is great domain knowledge from the Brigade CEOs and the Brigade leadership team. And there is great domain knowledge from JLL coming together to help these startups. How can the industry benefit? We, as REAP, through these startups, can actually help you increase revenues, save costs, improve productivity. REAP is actually delivering innovation, catering directly to the real estate, retail, and hospitality industry. There is no institution like REAP anywhere in Asia. One has opened in New York now. Engagement. You all don't have the time to engage with startups whose products are unproven. We will be your testing ground. If some of you want to use some of our startups to do POCs, happy to work with you, and we will be the ring fence to make sure that there's no untoward incidents there. Environmental benefits. The next company who will present, which is part of our accelerator, will show you what they're doing. So we are basically creating an ecosystem to help the real estate industry generate incremental revenues and save costs. In fact, this bogey of RERA is very similar, and I'm so glad I heard the morning sessions, is so similar to Y2K, where the only people who made money were the consultants. And RERA has only two pillars, transparency and accountability. There's a company in our batch which is delivering just that. They piloted with a builder out of Hyderabad called Praneet and delivered RERA compliance for them. Go ahead. So these are the 12 companies that we have mentored. Aapka Painter is now working with consumers and reducing costs by about 30%. They're now working in the B2B space, so you don't need to worry about the minute 2 months before handover. If you want painting done, quality, using technology, Aapka Painter is available. AirZar will do image processing and analytics for you. So if you're looking at a 20-acre property and you want to see the contours of the land, you want to see where the rocks are, you want to see where the trees are, through drone mapping and analytics, they'll do that. Once the project is ready, every week they can fly a predetermined route where they will tell you, you got 14 tons of cement, 6 tons of steel, 11 tons of sand, 40,000 bricks. It should have been slab 4. There's a volumetric analytics they're building in to do progress mapping. So you sit at one place and you can take stock of projects across the city or across India. Co-work yard, there are 50 million square feet of commercial space which is empty. Co-work yard is going to work, and they're going to start with a POC with Brigade. Co-work yard is going to start with creating a new asset class for developers where they will bring in co-working space companies, give you high yields, and you can sell to an investor with the rental income in his hand. CRE Metrics is a commercial real estate transaction analytics company, very good for retail builders focusing on retail. They will tell you who the tenants are. They will tell you what the length of tenure of the tenancy is, what the rates are. They will do detailed mapping, including metro coming in, not coming in, projected yields. They're an analytics company. They've just signed on Blackstone as a customer. Design Sense is the company which is a collaborative management tool which brings in accountability and transparency to help a builder get RERA compliant. And you don't need to spend lakhs of rupees, crore of rupees. These are all SaaS models. You pay per user, and you can scale up based on how good they are. Natura is an urban plantscaping initiative using innovative cocoa peat capillary action substrate. P-Parky is an IoT-based smart sensor parking solution. In UB City in Bangalore, they've reduced leakages by 28% and improved revenue yields by 6%. Props MC is a real estate asset monitoring analytics company. QuickSpec is an interesting company. Most well-established builders use ERP solutions where 95% of your workforce is actually sitting on the site. ERP solutions don't necessarily help you that. QuickSpec using mobile phone is actually helping builder track end-to-end project management. Snaptrude, everybody works with Revit, AutoCAD. He's actually building, he's a 22-year-old kid from Hubli, dropout from MIT in the US, dropout from IIT, was called by the Prime Minister's office to digitize Humpy, created a solution which can actually help builders from just doing a 2D drawing to actually do elevations in 45 seconds without the need for an architect at that stage. Sookwagon is building efficiencies in the procurement space, and Z-Sense is an IoT-based smart sensor organization. So questions to you is, would you like technology to reduce rework costs while building hotels and malls or real estate? Reduce your marketing spend, yet increase conversions? Reduce your air conditioning bills? Improve guest experience through recognition-enabled personalization, improve stickiness of your existing customers, improve revenues from parking, make spaces more breathable by ensuring high-quality indoor air, harness electricity from glass facades of your building, leverage technology to help you get RERA compliant. Some of these are wish lists. Can we deliver all this tomorrow? No, but we're on the lookout for such companies who can solve these problems. So do send me mails on what are the issues or what is the wish list of technology companies who you want to address specific problems, and we'll help you work with new age technologies. So I think this is the space we have in Bangalore. Happy to have all of you visit us and interact with us and help you identify great companies to work with you. Thank you. Questions?
Do we have any questions for John?
No questions? Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, hi, Salman here from Bangalore. How exactly is Brigade ensuring that the startups they're invested in, or whatever the terms of agreement is, are delivering not only 100% they're delivering what they promised, but quality? How do you ensure quality?
Yeah. So, good question. I think the biggest problem startups have is that they don't have a client who has domain knowledge and willing to give them projects. So we curate them in 2 months, and then we take them to the Brigade leadership team. The Brigade leadership team on their own will evaluate if the company is worth it to give a POC. It's only after the curation and the Brigade team is happy with it do we take them to the open market. But having said that, some startups get excited and go to customers directly, then they come back crying and then we handhold them. So Brigade is taking the risk of actually curating these companies, getting them to a level where their products will deliver a tangible solution. Just to give you an idea, these 12 companies have been shortlisted out of a total of 540 companies. So it's a very, very rigorous selection process. It's a very, very rigorous training process. I'm the most unpopular guy in REAP.
Just another quick addition. I've met Airzar.
Yep.
I have got my site surveyed.
Yeah.
A lot of what they promised, it still works.
Okay.
Wouldn't you think it's wise to not allow such people to go on the market until it's 100% complete? I'll tell you why. I was going in with the impression that, okay, volumetric, I can calculate my slab, I can calculate this, that, everything. But they weren't able to deliver at that moment, and that put me off a bit.
Okay.
So I don't know whether it's...
So like I mentioned, some companies get excited and jump the gun. So 3 companies in Bangalore use Airzar for surveys, and they were extremely happy. Did you use them for survey?
Yeah.
You were happy?
I was happy with the initial survey, but not with
Correct.
the results.
The volumetrics, they were not ready.
No.
Even with us, they're not ready. But they've jumped the gun. So some companies are that way. For example, Snaptrude, this young kid, he's gone everywhere. Real estate developers love him. His product is not monetizable. So we're saying, listen, now come back. Don't go anywhere, because if you go anywhere, we'll throw you out. And we've thrown one company out. So he's not going anywhere now.
No, I'm glad to hear. Thank you.
Any others? Yep. Oh, sorry, I thought you raised a hand. Okay, so good. Anybody questions? No. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, John. John, can I request you to stay back on stage, please, for 2 minutes? I would also like Nirupa and Vishal to join us on stage.
So we have a company, Natura, which is ready to go out into the market. And Abhishek present. There's a presentation called Natura.
Clicker. Did you see the clicker? Okay. Hi guys, good evening. So I think we're the last presentation on this schedule. So we're going to keep it short and quick. So like John said, we are a part of the REAP program. We are a startup who's been picked up by them and been mentored for the last 2 months, or 1.5 months now. And we've reached market and we're market ready, and this is what we have to present. So Natura is a plantscaping and green wall company. Thank you. So Natura is a plantscaping and green wall company. What we've basically done is developed a revolutionary soil-based media which replaces soil completely. It consumes 10 times lower water than what regular media does. The plants that we use absorb toxins from the air and give you better breathable air. Insulation properties of our media leads to up to 6 degrees of temperature reduction, which will directly affect your energy cost consumption. So this is what we have done. The media that we have developed is basically, what we've done is modularized loose cocoa peat, made it into slabs, added fertilizer into it, and put it into a slab. So what this does is it makes it easier to use on terraces, in balconies, in a vertical garden system, etc. And like I said, the advantage of the media is 6 times better water retention, insulation, and insulation properties. So I'm just going to show you a quick demo how this works. So this is essentially the media slab that we have, right? So in terms of water retention, I'm going to put it into this glass. I'm going to add water to this. So you just watch the magic happen. So what this media slab does is that it sucks up moisture from bottom to top. This is what you call capillary action. And this is something that I'm going to explain to you further in my next slides, because this is how you're going to reduce your temperatures using grass on the rooftops. So that's the media. This is what. So we've basically taken this media and developed 3 main products, right? One is our green wall system. So the green wall system, again, is a completely modularized system. We have 16 plants per square foot. So what we're basically giving you is more oxygen generation. The media that we use reduces your water consumption, therefore automatically reduces your maintenance costs. The irrigation is completely automated. There's no need of human intervention at all. It switches on a Tuesday morning at 10 a.m., waters for 10 minutes and switches off by itself, and continues that process continuously. It weighs only 15 kgs per square foot, so you can install it on any wall, anywhere, at any given point of time. We've segregated the plants into 4 different categories of outdoor, indoor, semi-shade, and AC environments. So basically, whatever environment you have, we can fit plants into that for you. And the last thing is, if you have green walls on your exterior facades of your buildings, you have an energy saving of close to 6 degrees per Celsius inside. So that automatically reduces your AC cost, your energy consumption inside, your electricity bills are going to come even further down. So this is a basic comparison. What we've basically done is our system is a completely eco-friendly system based out of coir fiber. What is presently available in the market are all plastic-based systems. Now what happens is when you expose plastic to direct heat or direct cold, it absorbs that inside and then directly affects the plants that are inside the plastic mold. For example, you put a water bottle on the road, right? What happens to it? It heats up. When you open the bottle and start drinking the water, it's hot water. So that same hot water is what the roots drink, and that's what kills the roots from inside. So what Natura does is, with our revolutionary coir-based media and modules, we provide an insulation pack. So what we're doing is, the second last point, natural insulation. So what natural insulation does is that it protects the root layer from inside, therefore guaranteeing you that you're going to have less than 8% mortality rate as compared to 40% which is there in your plastic systems. So yes, what basic take from this is, go ahead, do green wall systems, do it with Natura, I'd say, because we can promise you less than 8% mortality, lower maintenance costs in terms of manpower, completely automated irrigation, so easy to maintain. The next product is our green roof system. As you can see, it's basically a very modular system. Traditionally in the market now, if you want to put a green roof on top of your terrace, you need 300 mm of sunken space, right? You're going to put a drain cell, you're going to use jelly, you're going to use gravel, you're going to put sand, soil on top. What does this mean? 60 to 80 kgs of weight is going to be sitting on your slab on top. That directly means that as a builder, as a developer, you have to make sure that slab is strong, right? So you have to pre-plan the whole thing. Now we've developed a system where we need only 100 mm of sunken space. The system weighs 6 to 8 kgs in a fully wet form. 6 to 8 kgs in a fully wet form, right? provides insulation. Basically, that means when you have it on your rooftop, you're reducing temperatures inside by up to 6 degrees Celsius, and that. Now, what I did there, you notice, is when we put the media in and pour the water, all the water from the bottom has been sucked up. Completely dry, right? So there's no water at all. Right? So this is the beauty. I think the biggest fear for anyone to have any greenery on a rooftop is seepage, leakage, dampness. What happens? My walls are going to get wet. Now, what this media directly does is it sucks up moisture from bottom to top. So say you have a heavy rain, downpour of rain. What happens is you have your slope already built in, so that takes away most of the excess water. Whatever water is going to be sitting on your slab, when the sun comes out the next day, evaporation happens. So whatever moisture sitting on your slab gets automatically sucked back up into the system. So no stagnation of water, which directly leads to no seepages, no dampness. So you, again, like I said, you can go ahead and have rooftops filled with greenery and not have the fear that your walls are going to leak and seep. These are some of the other things that we do. We help companies, retail outlets, hotels, etc. bring greenery inside through our interior landscaping solutions. What we've done is basically we've developed a mat that you put into a pot, ensures that there's no seepage, no leakage of water from those pots. So basically what happens is when you put a pot in your office space or in your retail outlet, you're worried that water is going to seep onto the floor, right? Our technology ensures that these are completely watertight systems. All the water is retained within the system and it manages with that. So you can safely have plants inside your office space, clean up the air, provide better, more vibrant environments for your clients, and still, and not worry about the seepages. Another beautiful thing about plants is that when you do have it in an internal environment, there is a study which has been done that actually proves that it does increase employee efficiency, human efficiency by up to 12%. Finally, what we do is we are using our technology again. We help to protect slope embankments. Like when you're doing large developments, you'll obviously be faced with situations where you have slopes, and you'll usually use stone pitching for those kind of scenarios. Here we've come up with a solution where you can just put a mat on top and grow plants on it, and therefore protect the slope that way. So coming down to the benefits of Natura to the real estate industry. So the green roof system, reduce sunken weight, lowers construction cost, right? Simply because instead of having a 12-inch slab, because you have to hold that 60 to 80 kgs of weight, you can have a regular slab because our product weighs only 6 kgs per square foot. Capillary action ensures no seepage and dampness. Like what I showed you guys, moisture is sucked up from top to bottom, so it's completely dry. Insulation properties reduce internal temperatures and energy costs, like how I explained. The media reduces water consumption and maintenance by up to 6 times. The Natura green wall system, pre-planting methodology installation provides for 4 times better plant mortality than any other plastic-based system. The NSAP media reduces water consumption and maintenance by up to 6 times. 16 plants per square foot, better absorption of pollution, releases more oxygen. Interior landscaping, exterior landscaping, like I explained, no seepages from pots. Embankment and slope protection, again, natural slopes which provide for vegetation. So the big picture, just a few quick points here. The addition of greenery onto buildings has a positive impact on perceived value of property. So what that basically means is that when you do bring in greenery into any development, there is an increase in perceived value of that property, which I think generally increases the value of the property by default. Consumers are willing to spend a conservative 12% more for products and environment with plants. So if you're thinking of doing a mall, have plants inside, because there is a study done that it'll actually increase consumer spend by 12%. Plants clean the air, like I said. Green roofs and green walls address larger issues of urban heat. These are some of the things that we have done and some of the feedback that we got from clients. This is a green wall at Park Plaza Hotel. So the management actually came to us and said they've seen an increase in the footfall. Mintra, retail chain, again, increased the green wall area just because the employees were using that area more. This is what we've done for Mantri, for Commerce at Mantri building in thing. That's where Shopper Stop is also attached, and that's done particularly for Oracle. These are some of our clientele that we work with. So we've done over 80 projects in Bangalore, 44 corporate clients. So yeah, that's basically it. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you so much. May I request Ms. Nirupa, Mr. Vishal, and Mr. John to please step up on stage. We would like to thank you for your brilliant presentation with a small memento. May I request Mr. Nandan Bhandari to kindly step forward. to hand over these mementos. I'd like to start with Ms. Nirupa Shankar. Next up, Mr. Vishal. And Mr. John. Thank you so much. Before we move forward, I would like to invite Mr. Krutivas, Coordinator CYW South Zone, to kindly say a few words.
Thanks, Case. Thanks for everything, and it's been a wonderful show today. I just came here to say a few words about NatCon. We're having it every year. We're having it this year in London. It's happening on the 10th, 11th, and 12th of August. And we put up a registration counter here for you guys, and the early bird offer got closed on the 15th. But we've got this offer extended only for the guys who are participating here in CYW for these 2 days. So do register, do come to NatCon, and we promise you that it's going to be a wonderful knowledge sharing experience. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Up next, Mr. Mehul Choksi and Mr. Gaurav Porwal from Global Paints for their presentation. Global Paints is one of our silver sponsors for the event.
The Water God, Bharat ke leading paint manufacturer, Global Paints, coloring your world.
घर में पेंट करना तो बिल्कुल ड्राइंग करने जैसा है। पहले ग्लोबल पेंट्स का मास्टर गार्ड सीमेंट बेस पुट्टी, फिर मास्टर प्राइम प्राइमर लगाएं, फिर मास्टर मैजिक लग्जरी इमल्शन से उसे रंग दिया। देखा कितना सिंपल है ना? अपने घर की दीवारों पर लगाएं ग्लोबल पेंट्स। अब दीवारों को सजाएं हर त्योहार में। ग्लोबल पेंट्स, कलरिंग योर वर्ल्ड। घर में पेंट करना तो बिल्कुल ड्राइंग करने जैसा है। पहले ग्लोबल पेंट्स का मास्टर गार्ड सीमेंट बेस पुट्टी, फिर मास्टर प्राइम प्राइमर लगाएं, फिर मास्टर मैजिक लग्जरी इमल्शन से उसे रंग दिया। देखा कितना सिंपल है ना? अपने घर की दीवारों पर लगाएं ग्लोबल पेंट्स। अब दीवारों को सजाएं हर त्योहार में।
Good evening, everyone. I understand we are running short of time, so I will just brief out my company presentation. Global Paints is one of the leading paint manufacturing companies in India. We manufacture all types of decorative and construction chemicals. We've been into industry from last 15 years. Global Paints is now become a public limited company from 1st May 2017. Global Paints has their manufacturing units in Bangalore, Mumbai, and Gujarat. And very soon we are planning for few more manufacturing units in India. Global Paints is present in Pan-India. I would say, why Global Paints? Global Paints, our motto is to manufacture economical and eco-friendly products. We at Global Paints believe to provide quality and service to the customers. And we are continuously striving to manufacture, striving to introduce innovative products to the construction companies. So I would just like all of you to just give us an opportunity to provide our products and services. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We move on to our next session, which is on case study on digital marketing in real estate. A doctor by education, but an entrepreneur at heart, Shantan started his business career in healthcare industry. Following his first job were his 3 years of intense self-searching. He began learning psychology and became a counselor, began learning yoga and became a yoga therapist, became a freelance designer, an advertising copywriter, a yoga teacher, and workshop facilitator. This intense restlessness to understand himself calmed down when he understood that the purpose of his life is to bring another's purpose to life. That's how Deep Red Ink entered his life. Please welcome on stage Dr. Shantan Reddy.
Hey, good evening, everyone. I feel like I've learned so much today. I've been seeing the real estate industry very, through a small lens, through one company that we worked with very deeply in the last 6 years. So I feel like I've got a much broader perspective. I really feel like thanking CREST and Joydeep, people who invited me here. I don't know how I'm going to put together 6 or 7 years of work in the next 15 or 20 minutes. I'm going to try. Hopefully anyone who wants to talk to me later, I'll be glad to share the story with you in a little more detail. One person I'm missing here very much is Mr. Anand Reddy. He and his partner Surya have started a company, the company that I'm going to talk to you about. Both IT guys who moved into the real estate industry in 2005-06. In a very short time, having come from a different industry, at the time they started, they were only in the mid-30s. So they had a certain pulse of what was going on in the general world. And that really helped us when we started our company. We've grown. Incor, the company they started, has been our anchor client. We've grown our business a lot, but they gave us a break, so I really miss him. And just an interesting point, the CREDAI logo that you all see, it got developed with Anand at the helm and with the company that I was working with at the time. So seeing it all over the place today is like a surreal experience. Thank you again. Let me just get into what I'm going to share with you. Digital marketing, well, that's just a word that everybody understands, so it makes it easy for me to, say in 1 or 2 seconds what it is that we do. But actually, my presentation is a little less about Google AdWords and Facebook and email marketing or whatever else people think digital marketing is. It's more about what precedes that, the mindset that's required to really succeed in a digital world. So this is what just click it. Okay, great. All of you know this, the digital world is a different world. We are all much more connected right now. Customers have the power, employees have the power, everybody is basically competing to get the customer. I'm going to kind of speed through this slide. Okay. What we've realized is the need for homes has not changed, but the home buyer has changed forever. How the home buyer is interacting with the journey of buying a home. So there's a long journey from the time somebody wants to buy a home, right, and till the time that they actually evaluate the different options that they have, finally finalize on a property that they're going to buy, wait for the property to be delivered, and begin their life in their new property. So it's a long journey. And in this journey, because people have become more digital, the first stage, and we did a small study at one of the property fairs in Hyderabad, where we found that typically people take between 3 months to a year from the time they start thinking about buying a property to finally investing in that property, right? So there's a whole time that actually what happens is people don't interact with the real estate developer at least 3-4 months from the time they've started thinking about it. They're spending a lot of time online. They're spending their time doing research. But once they start evaluating properties, they spend a lot of time talking to other people. And so real estate is really the way that the internet has fundamentally changed how people buy homes is how much more access they have to other people who bought properties, and therefore what kind of experiences they're sharing with each other. Right? So there is, these are the ways in which people are using internet, online research, multi-channel communication with developers. Now today people are not just calling you, they're emailing you, they're sending you SMS, sending you WhatsApp, sending you a whole lot of different ways that communicate with you. And finally, there is the different owner groups that get formed. The moment somebody starts delivering a property, somebody starts buying a property, they start a Google group, a Facebook group, and so on. So many conversations happen about the property they purchased. Right? So now more than ever, referral sales, I believe, is what's going to really determine success in a certain segment of the industry. I'm talking about large urban gated community developments where people are spending good amounts of money to buy a property. Right? Okay, I'd like to take you through this journey. A company that started off as PBL Property Development got kind of acquired by the Indian company, which was a partner, and became Incor. So this journey from 2011 to 17 and continuing, I hope you can see yeah, I'll just go straight into that. Right. I still remember the first day that I met the company owners. I got a phone call saying, look, Hyderabad real estate is, it's really slow. We thought when we built the property that we're just going to sell it very fast in 2 or 3 years. We bought the land at the height of the real estate boom in Hyderabad. And it's now 5 or 6 years since we bought the land. We only managed to sell about 175 apartments in the last 2 to 3 years. It's really expensive to advertise in newspapers and hoardings and so on, but we want to do digital marketing. So that was the first interaction that happened between us. And our first question was, okay, you managed to sell 175 apartments. So how many people are you selling by referral? So they had pretty much negligible referral sales. And that kind of brought up a question in our minds, what happened? If you already have a certain number of customers, then why aren't they asking their friends or family members to come visit you? Right? That led us to the first few months of working with the company that known as PBL at that time. They had a big event where they were doing a Maha Griha Pravesh for all the people who bought properties for them. So that's me dressed in some kind of traditional attire. Basically, our agenda was to go and talk to customers. The young urban family, usually husband and wife working or from the IT industry, maybe just had a kid. This is the kind of people that they were looking to understand, and they were looking to sell apartments to. We spent time, we talked about 50 families like that. We asked them, why, what was it that was either making them tell people about this property they've invested in. Because once people invest 50, 60, 70 lakhs, they're usually telling their family and friends, I bought a property. They go to their office, they talk about the property they bought. So there is a very live conversation once people buy a property about how they bought it and so on. So what's happening to this conversation? We want to understand that. What we understood really from that conversation was that more or less people were having very high expectations in terms of how the service was getting delivered. So one of the comments we got is, nowadays even if you go into a petrol pump, there's somebody there to spray water on your windscreen and wipe the water off. And even if your monthly phone bill is like 500 rupees, you make a call to the call center and you expect to be dealt with very, very nicely. So even at very, very low price points in their life, they were experiencing very high levels of service. And they were carrying forward these expectations into whatever other product or service they dealt with. And when they bought a property from a multinational company, and then they started saying, okay, hey, I bought the property, but now what happened? What's the stage of construction? I call regarding a certain problem, I don't get a response. So most of them were saying, this company is not responsive enough, so I'm not really willing to refer this company to other people. Right? And we went back and we tried to understand the market. I'm just going to go through this a little quickly. But essentially, the end of our study was that we really wanted the company to refocus their attention on the pride of community, the feeling that people had or wanted to have while buying a home and living in a community. We wanted to focus all our communication around that point, right? So we use digital media in a big way, and this one case study kind of comes to mind. There was a point in the time that the property was, the first 2 towers of the property were ready and they were being handed over. And there was actually the company had a team called customer support, but essentially what they were doing was calling people up when the bills were due. Right? That was the customer support team. And really when the deliveries were happening and a lot of snags were found in apartments and follow-ups were not done correctly and people were not getting answers to questions that they had, it was a big deal, and people were not able to get answers to their queries on normal channels. So that's when they started going onto social media. Our Facebook page at that time started becoming like a disaster zone. Anybody who would search for the property would find the Facebook Google search result, probably the second or third result, and when they came there, automatically they would start seeing that people were having a really bad time in this property. And so we actually went back to Facebook. We used that as a kind of crisis communication medium. This was like an invitation to a town hall where the developer, the contractor, the property service, the property management company, the leaders of the company, everybody was there. Over 100 customers turned up, and there was a big debate, and a major snag list was created, which then the customer or the company started reacting to. There was a daily war room set up, and every day they were knocking off this problem. The snag list was about 2,000 items, and I remember how on a daily basis, like on a war footing, things were getting, people were posting their complaints on Facebook. We were pulling them off, adding them to the snag list, going back to Facebook, responding to them about what happened there and how it got sorted out and so on. So actually Facebook became, from the war zone, it started becoming a much more beautiful place for the company. Actually, we started doing our first digital marketing campaign 9 months after the company approached us. We didn't put out a single ad there because we felt even if when the customer sentiment isn't good, if you start saying positive things about yourself on social media, if you start saying positive things about yourself online, your disgruntled customers are going to come back and say, hey, you're lying. They're going to post comments on your Facebook page saying, no, whatever you're saying is not true. So it was like spending money to hurt yourself. So for 9 months, we didn't spend any money on digital marketing, but finally, we did that. We upgraded the website. And this campaign was really like a turning point for the company. We started taking screenshots of our Facebook page, recreating that, and putting them up on hoardings around the city. And then people could go to the Facebook page and see the same page where there were a lot of negative comments before. Now you could see a lot of positive comments about how people were saying, hey, you guys have sorted out my problem, even though it was a problem before, now you sorted it out. And that really helped. We started focusing a lot on community life. We looked at the marketing budgets and said, you know, some of the marketing budgets need not go into hoardings and ads and stuff like that. They need to go back into the community, help people get to know each other, help people start feeling that pride of living in a community, right? And we did a whole exercise internally. We were part of that exercise where we said, look, the digital mindset is different. You can't hire people who are from the industry, who've got 15, 20 years in the industry. They've got that mindset of, okay, if we give a customer half an inch, they're going to take a foot. We can't treat customers in a good way, or not that they don't want to treat customers in a good way, it's more that they're concerned that property care or managing customers after sale is like a major cost, and that costs keep going up, and people are not, they feel like customers are unreasonable. If you give them a little bit, they'll ask for a lot. And I've heard this kind of conversation quite a lot, even from many other developers I've had a conversation with. But we ended up hiring very key people from outside the industry for this organization. A lot of time went into events and activities. One particular event that I do want to talk to you about is, so there was a lot of angst and bad blood that happened because of the delay in deliveries, snags, seepage that people found. The project was actually being constructed by L&T. So because it was getting constructed by L&T, somehow the customer perception was set by the sales team that, hey, you're going to get a defect-free product. And that didn't happen. And so what happened is actually we invited a comedian, Sunil Pal. You might know him from Laughter Challenge. And he actually came and made a lot of jokes about both the contractor and the developer and the customers. And there was actually, because the project was delivered and many of the issues were sorted out by then, people could laugh at it, and it was almost like a fresh beginning for that project then. Right? That year actually, from going from 175 sales in 3 years, the project sold about 250 in the same year, and 20% sales were from digital, and 25% going up from the negligible kind of referral sales, 25% referral sales from that project. And 2 new towers were launched that year. So I'll follow a similar pattern. Next, they moved into Chennai. We used digital quite a lot to do some market surveys to understand what product should be launched at what price point and so on. We've combined that with some surveys on ground as well. We spoke to about 30, 40 people from the industry. We were to hire a sales head for that particular organization. We ended up interviewing sales head about 10 companies there. So we started getting a sense of what's happening in that market. And one of the key insights that came was on this project is a 40-acre project on OMR. One of the key insights was that many projects, gated communities, were a relatively new concept in Chennai. And OMR was one of the major areas where gated communities were getting developed. And one of the major trends there was we were seeing gated communities getting delivered late, but not just delivered late, but developers didn't want to create amenities like the grocery and all of the clubhouse and all of these things until they had a certain level of occupancy. But they were not seeing occupancy levels over 20 or 30% at that time. So people who had moved in were having a terrible experience. They had to basically drive 5, 6, 10 kilometers to get their basic needs. So when this project was a new entry into the Chennai market, and Chennai was also, we were told and we understood that it's a conservative market for a new company to enter, and a multinational company. Actually, multinational might work reverse in Chennai, where the local developers are given much more importance. So a lot of these thoughts were there. So launching this project was about doing the amenities first. So the developer took a decision that the clubhouse, the cricket ground, and a lot of other amenities would get developed first, and people would start using them much before people would move into the property. So that actually worked very well. In the first 6 months itself, over 150 apartments were sold in that project. And people really responded to the idea that the amenities could get sold much before the apartments got delivered. Meanwhile, in Hyderabad, we were very encouraged from the first year's community engagement and how well that worked for referrals. And in 2013-14, we had Shivmani, we had Indian Ocean, we had quite a few bands come to the property and perform. That was a great thing. People called their friends, and we had attendance over 2,000 to 3,000 people for each event. And a lot of the residents got their friends along, and that was really great mileage for the brand at that time. At that time, after people started living there, and we started seeing that we wanted to enhance the community life, we rolled out a community networking portal. And that was a place where people could check their utility bills as well. Later on, we started utility bill payment. But people checking their utility bills, people raising complaints, people talking to each other, we started enabling that feature after people started moving in. That year, the sales went up a little bit. Digital sales went up even higher. Referrals went up even higher. And second consecutive year, we actually lowered the cost of sale for the property. 2014-15, more consolidation. Actually, we started doing more marketing automation at this time. Basically, what we realized is people start searching for properties online very early in their journey. So they look at, okay, best properties in the city, or they started searching for things like that. But they still needed to do a lot more research till the time they actually buy. So we realized that we were actually getting inquiries of people who were very early in the cycle, and the typical salesperson in the real estate was calling them a cold lead. This guy is not interested in buying. And this problem of cold lead, hot lead persisted with us for a long time. Because we were generating inquiries, but we were always getting feedback that inquiries are not converting. But why would somebody come and leave their email ID and phone number and say, I'm looking for a 2 BHK and this is my budget? And why would they leave all of this information and then be a cold lead? So we wanted to get into that. And one of the ways we started doing that is we started screening some of these earlier inquiries by the kind of searches they're doing. For example, if they're searching for best properties, we consider that a much earlier lead. But if they're searching for price of PBL city or price of a particular property name, we consider them to be much later in the cycle. So we started calling people differentially, and the first people who would come to our website or submit their inquiry, we started tracking their movements. We used a marketing automation software. So actually, we could see which pages they visited, how much time they were spending on the site, and we started assigning points to that. And only when people read a certain number of points, this is called lead scoring. So we had a way of scoring. These are some of the actions. Somebody visits a page, it's 10 points. They submit an inquiry, it's 50 points, so on. We found that there's a correlation between if you're accumulating a certain number of points, then you're more likely to be a hot lead in the parlance of our sales team. So that's how we were starting to send leads or signal people, signal the sales team that, hey, there's a lead that's got a high lead score. You should talk to this person, so on. So our team started working closely with their call center and their sales team to kind of signal off certain leads. So because the second project also came in, we were seeing that the sales definitely went up, and we again managed to reduce the cost of sale every year. And basically, this is because of referrals. The investments the company was making in ensuring the community had a good life. No matter what problems were there, there were still quite a few problems being reported on the portal. People were having plumbing problems, electrical, whatever, all problems were there, but they were being continuously engaged. They were being, every festival was a big celebration. It was a community event, and there was a specific event that we used the local surroundings. There was a trekking club. We started encouraging young mothers who were staying at home to start sharing their talents with the community. So there's a lady who would do storytelling, and kids would come. And so all of these things happen in most communities. I realized that. Gated communities have a way for these things to just keep happening. So when I went to other communities in Hyderabad, I realized even in those communities, people were taking the initiative to kind of people coming together and having a good time. But the big difference here was that the developer was interested in this happening and actually diverting funds for this to happen. And therefore, it started being seen as a developer who cared about not just sales, but what happens after the sale. And the important thing I want to share is that it's not that there were no problems. Problems were there, but still people, because of the quality of life they were having, were starting to say that, yeah, they're still better than other developers. They also have problems, we also have problems. I know my friend lives in Aparna something, I know my other friend who lives somewhere there. They also have problems, we also have problems, but these guys are much better at listening to us, much better at, caring for us. So, last year we started off doing the first, the homeowner survey. This was basically another survey that was going to go deeper into asking all the homeowners what the challenges were, and we found out that there were actually quite a few challenges that people were not talking about. But they were quite frank in sharing that. And there were some pretty interesting moves from there on. Once the company, I'll wind up, sorry. So there were a lot of things done to improve the customer service. 95% of things, of queries that were on the portal started getting solved on average month on month. Okay, let me just move on. That year, actually, we saw that the sales were slightly lower, and a lot of the customer service initiatives actually helped improve that. A new project. Throughout this time, we were seeing that every year we were able to generate more and more inquiries online. So it just showed that the brand's presence in the market and the brand's acceptance in the market was higher. So we were spending similar amounts of money, but we were getting a lot more inquiries. Right? And all of this happened during a time where Hyderabad real estate market, where most developers was really struggling to do anything above single digits. This company was continuously doing 50 to 20 sales every month. The second survey we did just recently concluded. There was 50% improvement over last year, so all the initiatives that the company took actually helped in some way. Some of them didn't help. Some complaints still persist. but still there was a 50% improvement. This was the first year where the offline marketing budget became lesser than the online marketing budget. So, and the third project also came in. Now we're generating about 70% of inquiries only from digital media. We are now measuring not just direct attribution, but also indirect attribution. So how 70% of sales are either directly or indirectly influenced by people on digital media. And this year, over 600 apartments sold by this company with about 50% referrals. This year, we are spending a lot more time on enhancing experience. There's a way that we realize that people are not having a very productive conversation when somebody's coming to buy a home. The salesperson is generally saying, okay, this is our property, this is the number of acres, this is the number of towers, this is when it's going to get delivered. It's a very standard way of talking to a customer. But we're now using this app that basically, as the people go to different parts of the community, if they go to the sports area, they talk about what sports that their family likes to play. If they go to the clubhouse, they talk about what are the activities that the person's wife might like to do. And so we've designed a few questions, and the person is now able to take people through the community and share different things at different times, and the conversations have become richer. The 45-minute or 1 hour site visit is now 1.5 hours, and therefore it's allowing them to engage people in a much more standardized way, but also in a more meaningful way. Right? And all of this data gets fed back live to the sales office, and so the sales manager who's sitting there knows when the person comes back for negotiation after the site visit, what all this person has done, where they've spent more time, which pit stop, we call them pit stops, which pit stop they spend more time at, and what conversation happened there. Do they have kids? Do the kids like painting more, or do they like sports more? So on. They know a lot of things. So this year we're experimenting a lot more. We've started creating some live dashboards. We realized that data in real estate companies flows too slowly. Like reports are monthly reports. You get a monthly sales report, monthly collections report, monthly so on, so on. It's too late to react to anything where your customer is almost interacting on a daily basis. So yeah, we're doing a lot more experiments this year. Across the cycle, I guess this is just a summary of everything. We've used digital to interact with people differently based on their needs at different parts of the journey. So from doing different ways of lead generation and using automated emailers to talk to them at the early stage, to enhancing the site visit experience, to creating an online system where all the documents, billing, and all of those things happen, where customers can check for themselves the status of their apartment and their payments and stuff like that. And the resident portal once people start moving in. So I'd say that this is really the essence of essence of what I'm trying to present, that digital marketing is not about doing Facebook or Google and generating inquiries. It's really about the company was seeing a change in the dynamics of the market. Customers were definitely having so much more power to influence sales. And our primary goal when we started off, we defined the primary goal as to not to improve inquiries, not to do digital marketing, but to improve referral sales. And that over the last 6-7 years has directed our strategy. Secondary goal was then to fill our leads pipeline with people early in the stage, and so on. Yeah, this is like a summary of the bottom line. The key is that we focus on the entire customer journey and use digital as a mindset rather than digital as like a medium only. Yep. Thank you all for your patience. So if I have time, I can take questions, or that's up to you. Yeah, offline is good. Yeah. All right, thank you so much.
I would like to request you to stay back on the stage, please. May I request Mr. Amrut Pawar to hand over a memento to Mr. Shantan? Thank you so much. And now it's time to listen to the sales story from Mr. Aditya Zavdekar. Well, I guess we jump to the next and the final session for the evening. I'm sure everybody is looking forward to some nice entertainment program in the dinner, but yes, this is something which is going to really, really motivate everyone. So yeah, I guess I really liked Nirupa's thing, you know, why don't everyone just stand up and stretch themselves, maybe just for the final session. All right. All right. As they say now, to conclude, let's see how to create meaningful presence. And this session is going to be conducted by a renowned corporate trainer, Mr. Amit Sondalgekar. Amit is an entrepreneur, adept on communications and soft skill trainings. He has corporate training experience of over 9 years. He's an excellent motivational speaker with a specialization on communication skills, team building, and body kinesis. Can we please have Mr. Amit on stage?
Good evening. I know I stand between you and the cocktail dinner. Yeah. So, but then you know what? I was talking to my son. He's a young guy, and he said, "What? You know what, father? You should be spending more time with me rather than spending time with someone whom you don't know as much." I said, "This is my opportunity to impress upon them." The reason I said that is I have learned something new about all these builders sitting here. And the new thing that I have learned about you is you are in the business of curing stupidity. And then I realized, how do you cure stupidity? Because I suddenly realized there are people in the world who have a Land Rover, they also have a Land Cruiser, but they also have a landlord. And those amongst you who give a household to these people cure their stupidity. So that's how I realized that you end up curing stupidity. Having said that, there's a cocktail arranged. I'm sure most of you are aware of it. When I say there is a cocktail arranged, they say a cocktail party is like meeting all those old friends whom you didn't know before. Right? That's what happens in a cocktail party, because most of you end up talking to each other by saying, "Fir se milte hai, acha hua aaj mile." So all that happens in a cocktail party. Having said all of this, what I realize is, if I cast a look around the room, the average age probably is 40 at the back. I don't want to talk about what's in the front. I don't want to offend those people who are in their 20s. Yeah, so most of you might either be having a family business, or some of you might be starting on your own. I guarantee you of one thing. The way I guarantee you of one thing is time. Because once I was at the Jammu University talking to all the professors of Jammu University, and the coordinator, just like Mr. Satish Giri, was right next to me. And I asked the coordinator, I committed this crime of asking him, how much time do I have? The moment I asked him, how much time do I have, he stepped back. He went 2 paces. With all the respect in the world, he bent down and said, "Mr. Amit, how can I tell you? You can talk as much as you want to. You have come all the way from Belgavi. You can talk as much as you want to. We will all leave at 7:15. Right? So that's what would happen to me if I go on and on. I know you have had a very long day, and for the poor thing sitting there, she had actually said to you, "Can we all stand up and stretch?" Here is your opportunity. If you have really had a meaningful day, I would really want you to stand up and talk one thing that you felt was valuable about this day to the person right next to you. Can you take that moment's time? Because this team of Anand Heda has put in a lot of effort. It's kind of a small token from you. If you can just stand up and talk to the person right next to you about what was one thing that made sense to you throughout the day. This also gives me an opportunity to settle down. Yeah, go ahead, just thank. All right, I just said take a moment's opportunity. Don't take this as an opportunity. Yeah, most of us might take this as an opportunity for networking. You will have a lot of opportunity to network amongst yourselves once when you are at the cocktails. So the reason I chose that let's talk about creating a meaningful presence, the reason was very simple. When I spoke with Anand, when I spoke with Satish, and when I talked to Mr. Kes, what I realized is the industry is evolving, the theme is evolve, and most of us come from a culture where the word stability when we began meant a lot. And today the word doesn't exist. So the word stability doesn't exist anymore. I have a choice of cribbing about it. I have a choice of adopting to it. The choice is yours. Because stability to us feels great, but it's a non-existent thing. And that's why they say in business, business is the only thing that can go dead, but you have the chances of reviving it. It's unlike a dead body that cannot be revived. So we are in a business which is about crest and troughs. We are in a business that will go down sometimes, but it is in your hands to get it up back there. How can we do this? It all starts with a mindset. I always feel excited. Struggling with technology. Can you just help me? I just feel excited every single day. You know, you need to ask yourselves a question. What is that one thing that makes me get out of bed every single day and go to work? Think of it. And it cannot be money. It cannot be money. Because the need of money, the moment it is satisfied, what next? And that's where it's important to understand, are you going to be great by choice? Or do you want to be great because somebody made you great? I would prefer being great by choice. The reason I say that is, in 1911, there were two people who went out to reach the South Pole. One amongst them was Edmund and the other one was Scott. Both of them were given a free hand to decide how do they want to reach the South Pole. Both of them had to travel a distance of 2,225 kilometers. Both of them planned. One of them was victorious and he also got his entire team back safely. The other one was dazed, defeated, and they all were dead. Only after their death did people realize that these people only made it but never returned back. What was the difference between these two individuals? What did they do? On the one hand, Mr. Edmund, he knew what his goal was, but he had prepared himself well. Can you imagine reaching the South Pole without a preparation? It's impossible. He also knew that weather will be the biggest challenge. Rescue was impossible. Rescue was impossible. So they knew that we had to survive with each other, for each other, and that's the only way that we can reach the South Pole. So what they decided was, can we do only 20 miles a day? Irrespective of what the weather is, irrespective of what the conditions are, irrespective of what your health is. On the other hand, what Scott decided was, if the weather is not so good, I'm not going to go out that day. This can happen to your businesses too. This is the mindset we sometimes can carry. If things are not going my way, it takes a humongous effort to step out of your house. But then what Edmund realized was, it's not about my state of mind, it's about the destination that I want to reach. And having the destination in mind, that's what great leadership is all about. They say great leaders are those who begin with end in mind. They don't think of current reality to start with. Current reality has the ability to tie you down. The moment you think of current reality, a lot of things come to your mind. Finance is a challenge today. GST is coming all our way. The customers, that the way they bought it earlier, don't buy the same way. The way people think has changed. What can I do about it? You have a choice. You can be great by choice, or your customers sometimes make you great. That's a choice you need to make. And that's what we call by a 20-mile march. Have you in your business identified what's your 20-mile march? Every day, consistently, I am going to do something without fail, irrespective of what's my state of mind. And that's where success lies. Let me share a few things with you. Most of us have a mindset. And this is how the mindset begins. And by the way, I don't have a copyright on this. If somebody wants to take a photograph, you are more than happy to take that. Yep. So, how does the mindset start? The mindset says, I want to have a happy life. And to have a happy life or a successful life, I will do whatever it takes so that I can be peaceful. This is how most individuals think. I need to have a big business. I need to have a business that's probably a few crores. And to have that business, I will do whatever it takes so that I can be successful. That's how people usually think. And you know what? The secret is the other way around. Most successful people, not just most, all successful people have this. They start with a state of being, meaning, I am happy. They start with the state of being. I am happy. Happiness is not the end goal. It's a state of mind. And can you imagine a happy individual attending business? I would love to meet these people. Because all this revolves around simple thing called quantum physics. I'm sure you must have felt positive in the company of a positive person. The opposite is also true. That's what this means. If you are the one who is going to create a meaningful presence in the life of your customer, you are the brand. You are the one who can change their lives. But it all starts with you, and your vibrations matter the most. If I meet you, I should be feeling that I should meet you again all. And that's where it starts. So what this mindset says is, if I start with the state of being that is happy, then I will do things with that state of mind. I'm always happy. The chances of you having what you desire are very, very high. I also met very recently a real estate developer, and he was cribbing about a customer. And this is what he was cribbing about. And he said, you know what? This customer came to me and he was asking me for a 3-bedroom flat. This 3-bedroom flat, he had many conditions to satisfy. He said, you know what? These 3-bedroom kind of flats should be very, very spacious. Every bedroom should have a balcony. The view should be great. Please ensure that there is no noise. The kind of interiors that you would do should be the best in town, and all of this should fit into exactly 1500 square feet, and I can't pay you a penny more than 15 lakh rupees. I said to him, you are not talking to a real estate developer, you are talking to an imaginary estate developer. But then people come to you with imaginations. You need to give wings through their imaginations. Sometimes they are unreal. Probably it's an understatement, not sometimes. Most of the times they are unreal. When I talk your language, I'm sure you must be feeling good about it. Step into their shoes. I'm sure you do that. But then the problem is, when we both say, we got a deal, there is a nice thing talked about compromise. You know, both people shake hands and then they say, we got a deal. When they both go back, they realize, I didn't get what I wanted, and the other person says, I didn't get what I wanted, but we have a deal. Now, these are not the deals that we want to get into. And that's the reason why every single person here needs to start with the state of being, which talks about happiness first, and then you can achieve whatever you wish to. I don't know if you heard about this. There is this sigmoid curve. A great way to look at your life ahead. Sigmoid curve is how many of you have family business here? Meaning you are getting into your father's shoes or whatever the family has been doing. Most of you? I know the hands are lethargic by the end of the day. ये हाथ मुझे दे दो ठाकुर, थोड़ा ऊपर उठा के दे दो. Most of you are? Okay. So tell me whether you have experienced this. This is a concept taken from a book called The Empty Raincoat. It's called the sigmoid curve. The sigmoid curve is a representation of empires, individuals, careers, large political parties, business houses, products that have been able to sustain and be successful over a large period of time. Not just a one-time success. That's what a sigmoid curve is all about. What does it talk about? What it talks about is, with the passage of time, the productivity of your business increases. And then comes a time, suddenly, when you start feeling that it has all plateaued out. अब पहले जैसा मजा नहीं रहा यार. It doesn't work the way it was earlier. It means it's plateaued out. Now you have a choice here. The choice here is, I can go through the routine. I can decide that, probably let the external forces decide what should happen to my business, or you can take charge of the situation and decide what can you do about it. If you have to think of, let's take a quick example, you can play along with me. When the computers first came in, how did people store data? Floppies? Okay. Do you remember the company that claimed to be the #1 in floppy disks? Amket used to claim that they were the #1. Yep. We don't know whether the claim was right or wrong, but they claimed. So Amket claimed that we were the #1. What happened after floppy disks? So treat the left-hand side is all products. The right-hand side is the name of the companies that you are talking to me. Floppy disks, Amket. What came after floppy disks? CDs. Who claimed to be the #1? Moser, Bear, Sony, these were the people fighting it out for the #1. What happened after CDs? The pen drives. Who claims to be the #1? Okay, SanDisk. What happened after pen drives? External hard drives. Who claims to be the #1? Seagate. What happens after cloud? Who claims to be the #1? Amazon, right? Now think of this. What are these devices meant for? Storage. What has changed here? Anybody has an idea what does Amket do today? Anybody has an idea what Moser Bear does today? Except for some of you who have invested in their shares, who are struggling to say that, it's not moving beyond the 8 rupee mark. So what has changed? So if you see on the left-hand side, it is the need of the customer. The need of the customer has remained the same. The way you satisfy the need will keep changing all the time. It will keep changing all the time. The only difference is, on the right-hand side, these people did not realize that we need to change the way we satisfy the need. And if I don't realize this, on the sigmoid curve, there are all the chances that I go down the drain. Have you thought about your next curve? And it's also important to think for you, when should I start thinking about my next curve? Any good time? Kab ka muhurat hai? It's now. It's now. And then, for you to think about the good time, there should also be some basis, right? There should be some way of thinking, is this the good time and am I thinking the right direction? There is a lot of disruption happening in the world. I get to talk to a lot of business leaders. I do a lot of work very closely with this organization called Ernst & Young. Aware? Yeah. I do work with all the big fours, and I talk to the Ernst & Youngs. So what do they suggest? Can you just help me go forward? Yeah. So here is what it talks about. If you see that red thing there, if you have the courage, and I'm being very pointed here, if you have the courage to go through the red zone, nobody can stop you to become great by choice. But if somebody is thinking, if I change the way business is done today, and if something goes wrong, and if my ship is rocking, all the chances that without you even realizing, you would have gone on to sea. And once when you go down sea, it's very, very difficult to get up there. So here is the best part. What you need to plan for is, without compromising on the results of today, can you plan for tomorrow? Plan in a way where you don't compromise the results of today, but ensure that you have planned for tomorrow. And when you plan for tomorrow, unlike yesteryears, where people talked about vision which was continuous for around 10, 15 years, just talk the language of 3 to 4 years. The reason is very simple. There is a world that is waiting for you because it is getting disrupted. All the data that I'm sharing with you is very researched. You may want to make use of it for you to formulate what do you want to do in future. There are 3 forces of disruption. They are happening all the time. The digital marketing thing that somebody talked just before this is part of disruption. These 3 forces of disruption are technology, globalization, and demographics. What do? They create big mega trends for business. And any guesses what are the big mega trends of business today? Any guesses? I have chocolates with me. For any guess, you will get a chocolate. The first one will get the first 60 out there. Yeah, IoT is one of the mega trends. Yeah. Any other mega trends? What about mobile? Okay. Somebody at the back, just to check whether they are all awake. Green revolution. Somebody at the back? Big data. You know what? As you are talking about big data, it's gone out of the window. It is thick data now. Check for the Harvard Business Review. The last 2 months, they are talking about big data doesn't exist anymore. It's now about thick data. What I want to what I want you to think for yourselves is, as you are sitting in this room and thinking, things are changing outside there. You know what conferences are meant for? And I want to change this from, maybe I'll give that as a challenge to the entire CREDAI community. Conferences should not be meant to tell people what should they be already doing. Conferences should be meant for disruption. Conferences should be meant for people to think beyond what they have already thought. And if that's something that we can achieve, conference would be great. That's where you will have a lot of people coming in. I'm sure this room would be not enough for people if they then come and think, oh, okay, I'm here because I know I'm going to think different. It's not to tell people what they should already be doing. And that's the difference. The reason I say this is, can you just help me? These are the mega trends. You may want to quickly ask me a question around any of these mega trends. One is industry redefined, the future of smart. The smart cities is one amongst them. You may want to think which amongst these mega trends you want to encash upon. There are all the chances that you may want to think about your existing curve itself. But I would encourage you to think beyond your existing curve. Think of something that you would want to do excitedly. Think of something that you will enjoy doing for the next 3 to 5 years. And that can end up becoming the reason you want to get out of bed every single day and go to work. Because that's the next mega trend you may want to encash upon. These are the mega trends: urban world, health reimagined, resourceful planet, all of these. Where do you see your role? Anybody who sees their role here? Anything that you feel you can do different, where you can encash upon one of these mega trends? Behavioral revolution. I would even suggest, you know what? The empowered customer. How do you look at this trend? The empowered customer. It's a very powerful trend. And I would urge you, those of you who want to look up to all this entire thing, go to the website of Ernst & Young and you'll have all the data around this. But these are the next mega trends that people would have. Now, the best part is, all these people sitting here are the ones who can actually achieve it. Because these can appear there in theory. But somebody has to take the first step. Somebody has to say that I would want to encash upon one of these roles. And they very popularly say this. The window of taking action remains open for 24 hours. I'm sure in the entire day, some of you must have thought, यहाँ से जाने के बाद है ना ये करूँगा, वो करूँगा, ये करूँगा. जाते ही, the first thing that will happen to you is, एक बैंक से कॉल आएगा. साथ में एक aggrieved customer आएगा. And when all of this happens to you, what happens to the entire day that you spend today? वो सब बाद में देखने दो यार. And that's why they say the window of taking action remains open only and only for 24 hours. What do you want to do about it? Do you want to take action? Do you want to be great by choice? Or do you want to be great by chance? The journey of being great by choice is brilliant. And the journey of great by chance, you will not even know whether you have reached greatness. And that's the difference between great by choice or great by chance. A meaningful presence in where, this is the final thing that I would want to share with you. A meaningful presence is when, if you can think of your life, think of one sentence. How will you be introduced to the entire world in your absence? That's your meaningful presence. You may earn the riches of life. You may also earn the Land Cruiser and the Land Rover that I talked about. You may also earn all the possible materialistic things, but nobody introduces you by them. Have you ever seen somebody being introduced like this? Let me introduce to you Mr. Deepak, who has 15 BMWs, 13 properties in Pune, 20 properties in Belgavi, all of that, and then they talk nothing about him. So a simple, meaningful statement in your life could be, helped people to bring their dreams to reality. Your simple, meaningful statement could be, a humble person who made a nest for all the families out there. Think of your own meaningful presence. And this presence will get you a lot of business for the simple reason I know of a man from whom I am inspired. I don't know if you've known about this organization called Gunj. Heard about it? Gunj? Anyone? Heard? Gunj is an organization which is a social organization. This social organization are involved. I'm just sharing what does it mean to you. We live in a world that is volatile. We live in a world that is uncertain. We live in a world that is complex. And God wanted to be relentless on it. So He also made it ambiguous. Now, this will stay with you. There's no way that you can go away from it. By the way, this existed from the time mankind exists. The only thing is, now it hits you hard very quickly. Earlier, it took generations for you to live in the VUCA world. What does this simply mean? If I have to sustain through all of this, I first need to create, I can't live in a volatile world, so I need to create a vision. You just need to help me out there. You can just put it up there. Yep. So from volatility, move towards vision. That's the next curve that I was talking about. From uncertainty to understanding. From complexity to clarity. And finally, I usually look at ambiguity as Delhi fog. The way they describe Delhi fog is in terms of visibility. They say there is only 10 meters visibility. You know what? If I don't walk those 10 meters, I will never see what is in store for me in future. So instead of staying in the world of ambiguity, I would want to be agile. The reason I quote the example of Gunj is because he also lived in this VUCA world. And he wanted to bring a difference to the entire lifestyle of people in India. What he chose was the poor. Here is his story, and then I would end on that note. This man one day decided to quit his job and said, I'm going to do something for the poor. And for him, he had to think of a vision. A vision that to others appeared larger than life. What he said to himself was, his vision was to have a piece of cloth on every poor Indian's body. A piece of cloth on every poor Indian's body. When he first said this, people said, Pagal hai kya? Delhi ka hai, Delhi tak seemit rakh. He had a choice to keep it restricted to Delhi. But then he said, that doesn't satisfy the need of my country. I would want to have the vision of having a piece of cloth on every poor Indian's body. So he decided to have that, and then he had to think, how am I going to achieve it? Because the world around him was uncertain, complex, and also very ambiguous. Having said that, he thought of a brilliant idea. Once when he was at Wipro, in a large gathering, this is what he asked people, and it struck him like lightning. You know what? He wanted people to give him a lot of clothes. He couldn't buy them all on their own. So what he did was he asked people, do you donate clothes? I'm going to play it with you and ask the same question. Do you donate clothes? Which one? So do you donate? Do you discard? Think of it. Right? So then he coined the statement for his own organization, which is a brilliant statement. To me, or to some people, it might appear arrogant, but I see a lot of sense in it. What he said was, it is not, let me frame it right for you. It is not the donor's pride, it is the receiver's dignity. Because these are the people who lend dignity to your clothes which are discarded. And how do people have pride in getting the entire piece of clothes? What he does is he asks them to go to their own community, do something for themselves. Probably it could be as simple as a drainage line. And at the end of the day, when they have created a drainage line for themselves, he says, wow, you have earned your labor for the day. Here is a piece of cloth. People are happy to receive it. Because even the most poorest of person has pride within them. And nobody would want to accept something for free. Only thing that appears in this world for free, which I would refrain from giving, is advice. Because they say, advice is like a laxative. You understand what's a laxative? Yeah, you understand what's a laxative? Anybody who needs explanation on laxative? Feel free. Thank you. Okay. When you have constipation, सुबह जाते ही कुछ होता नहीं है. So when you have constipation, people tend to give you a tablet. और कभी कोई बोल लेता है आप केला खा लो, constipation छूट जाएगा. So that's called a laxative. So they say advice is like a laxative. Anybody can administer on anyone. Free में मिलता है. So advice is like a laxative. Anybody can administer on anyone. The difficulty is predicting the outcome. So advice is the only thing that you get in free. The rest of it is what you create for yourselves. Do you want to be great by choice or do you want to be great by chance? Choose for yourselves, and there lies the meaningful presence. And the simple thing I would say to you is, you can't stop the waves, but you can learn to surf them. The VUCA world are your waves. You can't stop it. But what you can do is, you can always learn to surf it. Thank you so much for inviting me over. I've stuck to my timing of half an hour. Right? Thanks a lot, guys. Thank you all.
Thank you so much. Amit, can we have you on stage for a minute? It's been a brilliant last session. I'm sure you've just woken up everybody. And they'll be even more refreshed to, obviously, with the thought of cocktails and dinner that has to follow. Of course, we have some brilliant entertainment lined up as well, so hope to see you guys there. But before that, can I please request Mr. Abhijit Zawalkar to please hand over a token of appreciation to Amit? And after these brilliant sessions, it's now time to appreciate people who have actually made this possible. And obviously, To top the list are our sponsors who have helped us put up this entire event together. Can I please call upon Mr. KS Nurani to hand over token of appreciation to our sponsors. Can we have team from SBI? Schneider Electric? Do we have team for Schneider? Our powered by partner anchored by Panasonic. Can we have Mr. Rajesh More? Thank you so much, team anchored by Panasonic. Next up, Neolite Bilcon team. Mr. Sanjay Chavan. Can we have team from Global Paints? And JK Cement. After the sponsors, JK Cement, team from JK Cement. And now moving on to the team who put up this entire show. Can we call upon Mr. Vijay Bhandari? Mr. Krutivas Paneer Selvam. Mr. Satish Giri. Mr. Harshad Kalaghatki. Mr. Harshad. Mr. Anand Heda. And I would like to call upon Mr. Satish Giri to hand over the token of appreciation to President CREDAI Belagavi, Mr. KS Nurani. Mr. Bimal Hegde. Mr. Bimal Hegde, can we please have you on stage? I request Mr. KS to please hand over the memento to Mr. Bimal Hegde. Mr. Nurani, please stay back on stage. Do we have the team from Schneider Electric? Back in. Well, I guess that's it. We are all now free to go enjoy drinks and dinner. But before that, I would request Mr. KS Nurani to say a few words.
Finally, it's over. Thank you all for being here, and I hope everybody's enjoyed the sessions. And we've taken away a lot. The amount of time that we spent coming here, I hope it's all been worth it. Few special mentions. I would like to thank my entire team from CREDAI Youth Wing, my entire board from CREDAI Belgaum, especially Mr. Anand Heda, the event chairman, who has been the backbone and the man behind the picture, the producer or the director of the movie. Satish Giri, our go-to man for everything, Mr. Vijay Bhandari, Harshad, Vishal Amle, Abhijit Shivyogi, Amar, everybody who's been here, Deepak Gojgekar, my past secretary especially, thank you very much for all the time you've put in here. A couple of announcements. We have a fantastic evening for you guys, entertainment, no sessions. Starts at 9 p.m. We have a fantastic stand-up comedian and a very special band come from far away, surprise for you. Last but not the least, I have to thank Ms. Minoti Patil. She's come here especially all the way from Bombay to be our host for the day. I really appreciate everything she's done for us, and I would like to call upon all our CYW members here to felicitate Ms. Minoti Patil. We are going to disperse after Joy's comments.
Thank you everyone for participating. Thank you speakers for making the time and coming all the way to Belgaum. Also, sorry for cancelling a couple of sessions. Satish Dada had to be elsewhere on some more pressing business, and Aditya had a personal emergency due to which he had to leave with them. Thank you. I hope you all had a lot of takeaways from this CREST session.